ประเทศไทยไม่ใช่
Saving the world from the worst of climate change. Declared a natural disaster after torrential rain caused.
Dear friends, in the remaining days of COP26, the eyes of the world are focused on Glasgow.
We must listen, and we must act, and we must choose wisely.
Getting people to work together on a global scale takes time. And right now, that's time we don't have.
Each and every one of you and the nations you represent has stepped up here in Glasgow, agreeing to do what it takes to keep 1.5 alive.
To play their role effectively in this transition, financial markets need good quality, comparable information about the effects of sustainability-related risks and opportunities for making investment decisions. First, we are announcing the formation of the International Sustainability Standards Board, or ISSB. Its purpose is to develop, in the public interest, a comprehensive global baseline of sustainability disclosures for the financial markets.
We try to spell out our role as enablers who can assist in the transition towards more sustainable companies and markets through high-quality decision useful information.
The Global Risks Report 2022 from the World Economic Forum shows that the global risks are increasingly sustainability related.
You are the business leader. I think the time is now, for your organizations to disclose the ESG performance in a way that matters and is trusted to key stakeholders.
Leaders who think about their organizations, the go-forward strategies always incorporate and adapt sustainability to their business operations. And of course, sustainability is no longer good to have, but actually is now a must-have. And I certainly hope leaders in the SMEs and SMPs also understand why it is important for us to act now.
Regardless of the organization's size, we all need to think and rethink our approach when it comes to sustainability. But it's not just about thinking. Action is essential, and that's why we're holding this session with the Asian Federation of Accountants today.
Sustainability at the end of the day, it boils down to the mindset. And in an organization, it needs to start at the top. So for accountants, you need to work very closely with the leadership team to give them the correct understanding and to make them aware of what sustainability is all about.
Alpha understands the importance of building our stakeholders' awareness toward sustainability. Our sustainability agenda focuses on different aspects of sustainability, providing ASEAN stakeholders opportunities to hear the latest updates from international experts.
Sustainability information needs to be produced with the same rigor, assurance of quality, and global comparability as financial information.
I think we've done our best to adjust to the momentum of those global conversations and regional conversations taking place around sustainability disclosures and the importance for capital markets to be able to be in sync with the needs for transitions in many economies for sustainability.
Greetings to the AFA President, Marit Jentanakun. And all the accounting professionals, the media, and those attending the audience, and those who are viewing us at the Convention Center, Central Grand Central World on the 8th of October 2022, and those who are on online YouTube or on Facebook at the I'm Piapong Sam Prachasha.
And my name is Pasin Chantaramori. Will be the master of ceremony for this event. We are pleased to welcome everyone to ASEAN Accountancy Conference on Sustainability. For your safety and the standards to prevent the spreading of COVID-19, TFACT would like to ask everyone to wear the mask of all time, to have the social distancing, and to refrain from speaking in the close distance. And I believe that everyone has already registered and you have received the tote bag. First of all, allow us to explain about the registration so that you can gather the CBD hours.
Don't forget to register 3 times. First time in the morning before entering the venue, and on the second before the afternoon event, and the third time at the end of the conference. Please prepare your QR code and your citizen ID for the first 2 times, and for the third time of registration, just use your QR code. The TFAAC will constantly record your hourly trainings for those who want to be in the audit and those are professional accountants. At the end of the conference today, we will allow all of you to please participate in the survey and register for getting a diploma from Al-Tafa. And most of the conference today, we have most of our speakers from overseas. This is the reason why we have prepared translation devices for those who are here at the venue. You can rent these devices by using your citizen ID and trade it to borrow the translation devices and to use the translation devices.
And at the side will be the controlling of the language. You can choose channel 1 for Thai and 2 for English.
Due to today is about environment and sustainability. Therefore, today's event is paperless. The entire event, from even the registration by the QR code, and furthermore, for those who are attending the conference on site on the venue, you can use the microphone that is scattered throughout the room. And those viewing broadcasts online, please type in your questions by Facebook Live or in the chat box. Now, the slide and presentations that are created as Creative Commons CC, you can download from www.conference/hirat.com, which is from October 10 onwards. We'll put it on our website.
And for today's event, TFAC has the sponsors as shown on the screen. Today we also have the committee's booths in front of the conference room as well. Those who are interested, you can visit our booths, and please turn your smartphone on the silence mode.
ผมขอนำทุกท่าน
On the agenda, I would like to begin the ceremonies. Please, round of applause for Richard Tanakon, AFA President and TFAC President, to welcome and open the conference. Please. Yes, hello. To see the president, the former chairman of Auditors of Thailand, Sanjay Pranit, former chairman of TFAC, keynote speakers, honorable guests, members of TFAC, and members of CCBA. In the name of, on behalf of AFA and TFAC, I am honored to welcome you to the conference on sustainability that's been hosted the first time by TFAC in association with ASEAN CPA, or we call it as ALPHA. As of today, the AFA has been welcoming those attending both domestically and internationally, with participants as of today more than 500 members, and those viewing us online. Only in the ASEAN region, many of our member states. All of you know that sustainability plays a major role in business operations, and the importance will play a bigger role in the future, which all accounting professionals can play a role in helping and aiding the private sector in achieving sustainable goals, and aiding the business and private to create sustainable reports, and furthermore can be key drivers of change. We are a group of people in reforming, creating reports, and auditing. Moreover, we will be able to aid the private sector to achieve their goals, playing a role as consultants and advisors. I truly believe that creating capabilities in sustainability for accountants in the ASEAN region is one of the most important initiatives. This is why AFA and TFAC, we have been in collaboration in creating a platform for mutual learning. You can see today's conference, for instance, that we have many key matter subject experts from both agencies, domestically and internationally, to be here today to share their experiences, point of view, and proactive actions on sustainable for all of you. Finally, this auspicious time, I would like to open the conference, ASEAN Accountancy Conference on Sustainability officially, and I hope that you will utilize what you have heard and learned today and build upon to build the benefits for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warwick. the AFA president and TFAC president, he will be remain on the stage for the photo session. Right now, I would like to invite all the executive committees to be on the stage for the group session as well. Thank you so much for all the AFA presidents as well as all the executives. Now I would like the honorable guests from overseas to be on the stage.
Now organizations on the stage for a photo session with Kun Warawit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President and all the representatives. Next on the agenda, we are honored by to have the Taeyang members, Sustainable Standard Board, ISSB, talking about Global Baseline on Sustainable Disclosure. Please watch video. สวัสดีครับผมชื่อ
One of 3 international sustainability standards board members representing the Asia-Oceania region. I'm very honored to speak at the Asian Accountants Conference on Sustainability held in Bangkok, a beautiful city I visited several times for accounting conferences. The ISSB is working in collaboration with global partners to provide a global baseline of sustainability disclosures and to support application of the ISSB's proposed standards on a globally consistent basis. At our first two board meetings in July and September, we had detailed reviews of the feedback we have received through outreach activities and comment letters. The consultation on the ISSB's first two proposed standards received over 1,400 comment letters from all over the world and a wide range of stakeholder groups. We also gathered feedback at more than 400 outreach meetings with the stakeholders worldwide to discuss proposals, including the one we had with your organization in June. The ISSB technical staff dedicated over 1,000 hours to analyze the feedback, producing a high-quality review and a solid basis for discussions. We aim to complete the discussions around the end of this year and to issue final standards ready for adoption as early as possible in next year. We received strong support and some concerns for implementation, which was summarized in the July and September board papers made public. Hence, we decided to focus on ensuring scalability of our standards. It is critical to ensure our requirements can be applied in developing and developed economies and by both large and smaller companies. At our September meeting, we discussed possible tools to include in the standards and guidance to support companies with capacity restraints. We will make decisions soon about how to make the requirements scalable. We will also work in partnership with other organizations like AFA and the Federation of Accounting Professions to support the application of our standards through education and other initiatives. We are considering our future priorities too. The ISSB's ambition is to cover all sustainability-related disclosures that are needed to inform investment decisions. We are not a climate-only board, for sure. While we are working to finalize the first two standards on general requirements and climate, we are considering which projects to prioritize next. Our October meeting will be held in Montreal and will include discussions on our consultation on the future agenda. If you can, please take the time to join our discussions online on our website to hear some of what is discussed. I will conclude by thanking you once again for inviting me to speak. The IFRS Foundation has already developed long-standing relationships with the AFA through the work on financial accounting standards. We have also already done good work together through our collaboration in an outreach event earlier this year. We hope to maintain the same fruitful partnership as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taeyang Park. Now we got a privilege from our Esther and our Chief Sustainability Officer from the CDL. She will be talking about the state of sustainability in ASEAN.
To share our business case on how we have integrated sustainability to enhance business resilience towards a low carbon future. Well, we all have heard about climate emergency, and actually thanks to COVID the last 2 years, we all learned that the health of our planet, people, economy and business are all interconnected and interdependent. So COP26 has actually accelerated the so-called new dawn to sustainability. And now we have seen the global convergence of will and commitments towards a net zero future. And of course, the financial sectors play a very important role. Race to Zero is almost a North Star goal that have connected almost different countries and also different sectors. And now, of course, financial sectors play a very important role to drive change. And you can see that in the center column here, net zero is really the bridge to actually for the investors. The Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance was formed in early 2019, and in July 2021, the Net Zero Insurance Alliance. And during Glasgow, we have seen the establishment of Net Zero Banking Alliance, and also importantly, Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, including the 450 leading stock exchanges, analyst firms, and research firms, and all that are all working towards net zero. And of course, in the building sector where I come from, our World Green Building Council, the Net Zero Carbon Building Commitment is very important. It is actually best practices on the global arena, how to guide real estate sectors to work towards net zero. And we are very, honored to have joined 44 pioneering signatory at Glasgow last year to even pledge for, adopting whole life carbon emission. And the last few months, during summer in Europe and US, we really have experienced a burning planet. Heat waves everywhere, record-breaking temperatures. You can find it in Europe, whether it's Portugal as high as 47 degrees, or even Spain 43 degrees. And at the same time, we also have seen floods, droughts, and wildfires, in different parts of the world. And Pakistan, the floods have actually submerged 2/3 of the countries, and also have damaged a lot of crops and all. And how businesses can really survive, we need to know how to navigate the so-called sustainability maze, and how to create business resilience and even turn risk into business advantage. But it is a very, confusing and, environment in the sustainability maze here. Globally, we have about 600 ESG ratings, framework, and reporting standards. So, leading investors and asset managers have already, give very clear signals that they have actually been voting against companies that were deemed as taking insufficient climate action and disclosure. So in order to join the race to zero and to create value and be future ready for any challenges, we need to really step up and learn about the way to navigate the sustainability maze. And today, the companies, organizations, cities, and economies that are supporting Race to Zero has exceeded 90% of global GDP. So it has become a norm rather than a good to have. And how can we really turn sustainability into business advantage is the top priority of businesses like us. And for CDL, we were very, very glad that we have started the journey as far back as 1995. And of course, at that time, we only look at more like, how can we protect the environment? But without knowing that today, sustainability has, will become a mainstream agenda. And for CDL, we have actually started our business in Singapore in 1963 with only 8 employees. Today, we are operating in 29 countries and regions. Our core business is still continue to be, building homes and commercial properties, and also as a leading, landlords in Singapore and other parts of the world. And we have a global footprint of 130 hotels worldwide. And about 4 years ago, we also set up a fund management arms to help us to invest in areas that complement our sustainability commitment. And this is actually, we call it the value creation business model, is to summarize our ESG focus strategies and business model that we have built up over the last 2 decades. At the center of this circle, you can see that it was actually the our ethos that was established in 1995, conserving as we construct. And even fast track to today, this ethos is even more relevant than ever. So over the 2 decades, we actually have embraced, the various good practices and framework. And the 6 capital you see here was actually embraced in 2015. We look at ESG not in silos. We look through the finance and the business lens and how we can really create value for the company, for our business, and for our stakeholders and communities, and of course the planet as well. And when the SDG was launched, 17 SDG, 169 target was launched by the United Nations, we started to embrace it, from 9 goals, and now we have embraced 14 out of 17 goals. When we say embrace, we need to show proof that we know what are the risks and what are the opportunities that associate with each goal, and what are the action taken, and also what are the impact of our action. So that will really help us to prove that, we have embraced, or, these are the relevant goals that can improve our product, improve our business, and also, reduce our carbon and carbon impact and environmental impact as well. And we have actually started, our reporting journey since 2008. Published the first dedicated sustainability report using the GRI guideline in Singapore. And fast track to today, we have published about 15 reports now. And we have learned that sustainability report is not just an operational report. It is a strategic, tools to communicate with our stakeholders and investors. And in 2017, we actually have used it to launch our so-called future value 2030 sustainability blueprint, align our ESG goals with the global goals, with like Paris agreements and all. And if I may just summarize our strategy, there are actually 4 I's. The first I is integration. ESG will not be effective if you work in silos. So we need to truly integrate ESG into the corporate structure, from the board to the top management, mid-management to the operations vertically, and horizontally cut across all functions and business unit, even internal and external stakeholder along the value chain. Everyone must be clear about what is what are our ESG goals. The second I is innovation. We are not talking about risk mitigation anymore, because in this climate emergency, we need to step up on adaptation, apply technologies and solutions to accelerate green building performance towards a low carbon future, and even adopt circular economy. And the third I is actually investment. Investment, we have twofold. One is actually, we are as an investee company, as a listed company, we need to present very strong ESG commitment, strategy, and performance to attract the fast-growing ESG funds and sustainable finance. And as an investor ourselves, we also put money where our mouth is, invest in technology, green building solutions, and all. And last I is impact. Whatever we do, there is positive or negative impact. And we need to really, collate data and collate information, and in a transparent and prompt manner, and present our performance in the apart from the annual sustainability report, we actually put online our quarterly report as well on our www.cdlsustainability.com. And over the years, apart from GRI that we have embraced in 2008, we also, develop and incorporate like CDP, which is very strong in carbon and also water reporting. And GRESB is actually the Global Real Estate Sustainability Benchmark. And of course, SDG I mentioned, TCFD today is a very important framework to really look at climate-related financial disclosure. In the good old day, ESG were considered as non-financial, but whatever happened today for climate or any social issues, it has strong financial impact, and that is linked to the 6 capitals that we talk about: manufacture capital, organizational, human, social, and natural capital, and all these have an impact on financial capital. And of course, we have SASB and CDSB, where a lot of investors have been really adopting it, and we have embraced this and harmonized this few important standards and framework into our sustainability report. And our goals is to work towards net zero. And this is actually a summary of our 3 sustainability blueprint goals that we report in our quarterly report. And looking at the first strategic goals is about building sustainable cities and communities, not just about infrastructure, but also about people, about practices. The number 2 goal is reducing environmental impact. Definitely we have to decarbonize, because building sector has a high impact on the environment, about 40% of global greenhouse gas emission. And goal number 3 is about people. Fair, safe, and inclusive workplace is very important. And we are very happy that we have actually directly reporting to the our board sustainability committee with the board support, and also our group CEO directly, supervising this portfolio and getting all the operational support as well. Apart from internal support, we also have to engage the external, stakeholder along our value chain, and from the regulators to investors to bankers, and also consumers and all the partners. And more importantly, supply chain is very important, because when we need to report scope 3, we need to look at embodied carbon. Building materials are very important. Yes. So, and then I just mentioned that with the all the increasing risk, we need to adopt adaptation, not just mitigation. And how can we innovate and invest in best practices is very important to deliver the 3D, which is the decarbonization, digitalization, and disclosure of impact. And if I may just share that, we started green building, practices more than 2 decades ago. And in 2015, we decided we need to really present and also reflect on all the, policies and practices. And we actually set up our climate change policy, setting very clear goals over this past few years. And in 2018, we actually have sent our carbon reduction targets to Science-Based Target Initiative, SBTI, and we have taken almost 8 months to get it approved by the scientists, and all about numbers, and all about driving ambitious and effective action. And in 2020, we actually adopted the UN Global Compact, the business ambition for 1.5 degree, and we actually pushed the agenda to get the SBTI targets aligned with the 1.5 degree and towards the net zero. And in February last year, 2021, we pledged to the World Green Building Council net zero pathway and commitment. And I would say that it is a bold ambition, but we adopted a very prudent, phased approach. And you can see that this is actually posted online on the World Green Building Council website. We set very specific targets, and also in a very transparent manner. The first phase, by 2030, we are looking at our new developments in Singapore, and also 13 assets that are directly under our control and management. And with learning by doing, and we definitely apply the learning, and also to carbon neutralize all our other portfolio by 2050. And just now I talk about innovation. Without solutions, we can't move the needle. And we can also look at nature, look towards nature for solution. And this is one good example. It's called Treehouse Condominium. We built this 24-story high green wall that helped to cool the internal, thermal temperature. And Singapore is next to the equator, and we are heating up twice as fast as other part of the world due to the urban heat island effect. So we definitely have put cooling our spaces as a top priority. And apart from that, we also need to evolve because, our building users are all, very concerned about their health and safety and their wellness. So when we design our, residential home, we also have to look at that. Apart from providing very strong greenery and very luxurious, extensive greenery above the mandatory requirement, we also look at technology. How can we help residents to have the smart home features, to look at, to also look at, paint and amenities and all that can help to reduce bacteria and fungal infection and all. So of course, working from homes has also taught us that we have to provide the facility for our residents and double up their clubhouse into working spaces and also conference facilities. So these are some of the examples, and R&D has no end to it, and you look at how many generation of iPhone we would know, and then R&D has to be a continued commitment. Since 2016, we have actually partnered with our local university and to build two facilities. One is called the Smart Green Home Lab. The other one is Tropical Technology Labs. So we have look at all different type of R&D to provide, more comfortable and, anti-noise, anti-solar windows and anti-haze air filter to provide, a better facility for healthy and wellness of all our, building users. And we also invest in, technologies and innovators and all. And this is actually just, a global map to show that we are not just supporting our local innovation, but also looking at global innovations such as the fifth wall, to join other industry players to invest in VC and support various forms of innovator. And we even have a little humble sharing space. We called it incubator for SDG to support innovators who are actually supporting one or more SDG, looking at recycling and the circular economy and the greener and sustainable technologies and best practices. Partnership can really advance actions and impact, and this is a recent collaboration with the World Economic Forum's New Champions community and supporting SMEs together to green our built environment. And for impact, we look at financial impact, and every year we report how we have actually embraced ESGs to increase our better business performance. And you can see that we even embraced engage our tenants to have achieved 100% green lease. And every year we report, our performance, and we are very glad to have been included in all these global ESG track record, which is actually the ratings and rankings, including Dow Jones and the CDP A list and the Global 100. As currently, we are still ranked top real estate company since 2020, and MSCI ESG rating for AAA. And all these are not just for glory, but it actually really, can help us gain better access to the fast-growing ESG funds and green financing. And without funds and resources, it's hard for us to invest in technology, which don't come cheap and or don't come free. And in 2017, we are very happy to have actually rolled out the first green bond by a Singapore company, and that is actually our first Republic Plaza green bond. And then after that, we have not stopped using sustainable finance to help us to accelerate action. And to date, we have actually accumulated about 3 billion Sing dollar worth of sustainable finance in the green loans or green revolving credit facility. And what I would like to really share is actually the very innovative SDG Innovation Loan, 250 mil since 2019. The first phase actually just expired, 3 years loan. And then we have successfully used these loans to, push the agenda of innovation. And we even secured, some discount privilege from our banker, DBS. And then DBS is very happy to continue this and have actually rolled out the second phase with another 3 years of 250 mil SDG Innovation Loan number 2. And we even engaged our own subsidiary CBM to come up with a smart enterprise platform for building management and to operate with less reliance on manpower, but also improve on efficiency and resource efficiency and energy efficiency as well. And apart from that, we also engage the public, the community via engagement, education platform. We have 3 national platforms. 2 of them are actually net zero. The one at Singapore Botanic Garden is called Green Gallery, and we actually stage exhibitions to educate and empower the public. Free exhibition for them to learn about climate action and also greenery and biodiversity. And the second one is also a net zero sustainability academy. And since it opened in June 2017, we have actually held or organized or supported 700 over events, rent-free space to promote climate action and SDG. And last but not least, we never forget the children from 3 to 12 years old. We built this My Tree House together in partnership with National Library Board. And it has become one of the most popular among preschoolers and primary schools. And just now I mentioned that, we are all living in this world that it is not very sustainable. And who can help to save the world? And I would like to, recommend to the accountancy professional here in the audience to read this book called Chief Value Officer. Accountants Can Save the Planet. This one was actually launched published in 2016 by the so-called father of sustainability reporting, Dr. Mervyn King. And he mentioned that CFO or accountants are really in the position to drive change and add values to businesses by embracing sustainability. And of course, when we look at the triple bottom line, and we all know that without a healthy planet, there's no more people or healthy market for business to thrive. And that's also why we have to really take care of, while we maintain profitable, we have to also, take care of the planet and people. And there are 2 links here that you can find out more about the Green Deal by the UN Economic and Social Commission. And this is a very important green deals that engage, the various organization businesses to join hands to green our world and planet together. And find out more about how CFO can, follow the, embrace the principle with UN Global Compact, CFO Coalition and principles here. And with that, I thank you for your, attention. And what we need to do is to set net zero target with ambition, but with also a clear action plan, and to adopt collaborative approach to accelerate action and impact. With this, thank you.
ขอบคุณคุณเอสเตอร์ฮันนะครับและในลำดับต่อ
And next on the agenda, I would like all of you to please have a short break, which will be in front of the conference. Don't forget your snacks, tea, or coffee. We also have our demonstration booths around, TFAC booths in front of the conference as well. So walk around, look. And those who are viewing online, please take a break. And our online channels, we have the VCR from the ASEAN Secretariat, Nato Lin Chakok, which has an opening speech, a better lecture that you can also view. And for the next agenda, there's so many topics that you will be, please reconvene on time at 10 a.m.
Mr. Bora Vichantanaku, President of the Federation of Accounting Profession of Thailand and the ASEAN Federation of Accountants, Haja Chairani Binti Haji Sulaiman, Chairperson of ASEAN Chartered Professional Accountant Coordinating Committee, leaders and representatives of national accountancy bodies of the ASEAN member states, and members of the ASEAN Federation of Accountants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting from the ASEAN Secretariat. At the outset, I would like to commend the Federation of Accounting Professions of the Thailand for hosting the third ASEAN CPA Conference and ASEAN Accountancy Conference on Sustainability, two important events that helps advance accountancy services and expertise in the region. The choice of sustainability as the theme for these conferences is timely, and it would focus discussion on the role of ASEAN accountants in realizing our sustainable development agenda. The journey we have had over the past few years have been a difficult one. We are on the path of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, but at the same time, we are facing ongoing global supply chain constraints, arising climate-induced disasters, and geostrategic uncertainties. Indeed, the UN Sustainable Development Reports 2021 and 2022 highlighted that global crises have impacted all three dimensions of sustainable development, namely economic, social, and environmental. For the second year in a row, the world did not progress on the global average SDG index, attributing to the increase in poverty rates, unemployment, and food security, as well as the lack of access to affordable energy as a means causes of the stagnancy. Despite this, I am pleased to note that ASEAN member states have managed to perform better than global average, with an SDG index improving to 68.3 in 2021 and from 67.9 in 2020, compared to the global performance which stagnated around 66 during the same period. At the same time, ASEAN recognizes that there is growing awareness and understanding by the public on sustainability-related matters, which have led to greater demand for action that goes beyond the urgency of the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals targets, as well as the 2015 Paris Agreement's mandate. Moving forward, it is imperative that accountants also plays an active role in addressing these challenges and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN is committed to accelerating sustainability initiative in all dimensions by taking a cross-pillar strategic approach to meet these objectives. In addition to ASEAN Charter, our efforts also stipulated in the ASEAN Community Vision 2025, which complements the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The importance of sustainability was further emphasized as one of the 5 broad strategies under ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, the 7 key priorities, as well as these 37 initiatives and programs under this framework reflect sustainability as an essential element of ASEAN's recovery strategy from the pandemic. Other equally important efforts include the Framework for Circular Economy for ASEAN Economic Community adopted in 2021, the ASEAN Sustainable Finance Taxonomy, and the ASEAN Sustainable Consumption and Production Framework, and the Strategic plan for action on ASEAN food security. These are all concrete initiatives that demonstrate our commitment that are aimed at guiding ASEAN pathways towards achieving a resilient, inclusive, and resource-efficient economic growth through holistic approaches. At this juncture, I would like to also emphasize that achieving sustainable development requires every ASEAN stakeholders to work collaboratively and to share responsibility, which include the accountancy professions. In this regard, I'm pleased to learn that both ACPACC and AFA have already proactively looking into this matter. I commend them for their efforts in actively advancing knowledge of accounting professionals in the region through various activities. This include conducting webinars on sustainability assurance and green and sustainability finance, as well as publishing sustainability-related articles online performance platforms to promote awareness and understanding among ASEAN certified public accountants, as well as registered foreign professional accountants. I highly encourage for the ASEAN accountants to familiarize themselves with the technicalities of sustainable or environmental, social, and governance accounting. The AFA and ACPACC may also wish to look in developing a regional guideline or standard on sustainable accounting, or consider incorporating sustainability knowledge in the continuing professional development for ASEAN accountants. These new developments pose an excellent opportunity to better develop ourselves and prepare for a better and more sustainable future. On that note, I wish you all a successful conference and fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
ต้อนรับทุกท่านกลับ
Welcome everyone to the conference. Now we're moving on to the next session under the topic of the state of sustainability in ASEAN, lessons learned from early adopters, as well as the sustainability disclosure. We got the privilege from คุณยุวดีเอี่ยมสนธิสิริทรัพย์ Chief Executive Officer from Citycorp Public Company Limited คุณชมพันธ์กุลนิเทศ Vice President of Investment and Head of Sustainability Minor International PCL Mr. สมเจตนาภาสกานนท์ Director Sustainability Development Sustainability Good Governance and Corporate Communication Office เจริญโภคภัณฑ์ Group
โทษวิทย์
Our Head of SDG Office, SDG Chemicals Public Company Limited. And Mr. Natapon Tantichakan, the Partner Climate Change and Sustainability and Audit Assurance KPMG Thailand, which will be the moderator for this session. The stage is yours. So, greetings to all of you. It's undeniable that when it comes to sustainability and ESG, it's a trend that is of vital importance. Corporations, companies, you must be specialists about the returns, but it's necessary that you must be responsible for the environment and society, especially about governance or the framework of ESG. And as of today, we are honored with key subject matter experts, 4 of them altogether, that will help us in deciphering lessons learned. What is ESG and why it's important in this present day? And how, if you're about to start, what are the methodologies, the starting point, the challenges of forefront companies of application of the framework of ESG and the challenges and obstacles, the dimensions, and how you moderate and how do you mitigate and manage it. Without further ado, the first question, the most burning question of our discussion is about laying the understanding of why companies see ESG as something of vital importance and how do you moderate and manage. I would like to begin with Ms. Yuvadi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Natapon. When we're talking about ESG, first of all, allow me to talk about the goal of business operation. Of course, for business, we want growth in terms of the returns and also the revenues. I think this is the fundamental for all the business owner. And now when we talk about different type of business, we might have different objectives, but I think right now we call it as purposes, and how can we create it as the culture and also the motive for the employee. So next, from the purpose, ESG will take one of the big role, whether it's from the environment part or social part or even the governance and also economic. This will be the fundamental factors that not only how can you do the business well, but how good that you can do the business. This will be the fundamentals. How could you operate the business in a sustainable manner?
Thank you very much. You must be able to answer the challenges of the company's profit, must generate revenue, and must be able to answer about the purpose of why your business exists for continuous growth sustainably. And Ms. Chompan, what are your ideas, thoughts, and why is ESG is important to minor?
Well, I have to say that this is something similar to Ms. Yuvadi has mentioned. For us, in minor, we call ESG as sustainability. This means in terms of not only the business, but also from the society and also the environment that we are lived in. Sometimes we might have a really good business return. We can make a lot of profit in a year, but if it's not sustained, then it might not be for the stakeholders or the shareholders. So if we're not take responsibility in the environment and the society, if they can't survive, we also cannot survive. Imagine if the climate's getting hotter, we have global warming, we have flooding in the hotel, and our guests can't come and to use our facilities, this also will create the impact to us. So, and at the same time, we also have to create certain motivation for our employees, and at the same time we also have to give them to have the well-being, and we also have to take care of the environment, not only in order to take care of the business and also for our people. This will be the shared values in terms of the business factors and also in the environment and social factors as well.
Thank you very much. Besides about profitability, purpose, and people, how about CP Group? How does CP sees ESG? Why is it important, and what is the impetus behind it? For CP Group, with or companies within the group, we are conducting business in Thailand, where sizes both small, medium, and large. The intention of the group is on sustainability of even the CEO, Mr. Surchai. He intends that all the companies, small, medium, large, the standard of sustainability is international and it's the same. The most importantly, we have a strategy, common goal, when it comes to a question about necessity or what is the impetus behind it on sustainability. I think for many companies, we have to consider about our stakeholders or their expectations. We ask them, and in our groups, we identified 11 groups of stakeholders, and the important stakeholders in these groups, they all see and are the driving force. Let me give you an example. When it comes to customers, our customers, large, such as Walmart, Costco, that we export, that we're a supplier for these companies, we found that it's quite important for them. As of today, we must be audited, or ESG audits, or social audit, depends how you call it. Many of these audits, this is from the perspective of the client. When it's smaller companies, about transparency, disclosure on climate change, we are in their supply chain. We were requested that we have to disclose our information. That's from the customer viewpoint. And now when it comes at the national level, how about our investors? We have businesses we invest about 20 countries, and we got companies that are listed in the stock exchange of 3 countries, Thailand, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. And we found out that in all these countries, we must have reports of ESGs in all these 3 countries, despite the fact we got a timeline standard, which is different, which is a challenge, which is for the next question. Therefore, as in the organization or the firm or the NGOs that we engage directly, these aspects are of importance, and this is why we must disclose the report. This is, I would like to use as an example, why when it comes to sustainability or ESG is so important. Well, it's about the expectations of the stakeholders from all parties. As the company, how do you answer to the expectations that occur? And Grisada from SCG Chemicals, why is ESG important? Well, thank you very much for the invitation for today, for the auditors or the accountants. We need to talk about sustainable development and sustainability, or even mention about ESG. Accountants will say, this topic again, consistently. Let me lay out the foundations and understanding for today. ESG is not new. It's about sustainable development, or SD, sustainability, how you call it. But we just change of the different lens that we wear as an investor. So shareholders is about the landscape of the business. So the viewpoints that we share with you, it demonstrates about the growth. It's about the dimensions that we can apply with SD, about triple bottom line. How well can we do it? It's about gaining confidence to our investors or even stakeholders of the company. So if you're asked, coming back to ESG again, why is ESG important? My answer to you is, can you not do it? Well, it's about risk management and its evaluation and opportunity of the company. So if you do ESG, what do? The benefits. Let's begin with the E, environment. Environment. When you look at ESG, about the impacts of the environment. Let me give you an example. Many companies, they talk about zero waste to landfill. means like there's no garbage in landfill and covered ground, right? When you have a target, so what does the company do? There is a target for you, so you have to begin to ponder about it. So if you have no waste or garbage and you have no landfills, right, you have to go through the process and waste management during the production process. During production, you always have waste, but what can you do with that waste? So you must insert innovation or the waste thought process is that then you can reduce waste. And what do you get after that? You must begin about all the waste of byproducts to prevent the waste from the byproduct production. So what do? It means that you have a better yield. You must have better production, reduce of use of resources and raw materials. And let's go to the S, social, internal and external. Internal, absolutely. In any companies or any business, small, medium, large, you talk about health and safety issues. You talk about asking the notion that your employees or partners that do conduct business, when they engage with you, interact business with you, that there's safety for you. Especially my company is about petrochemicals, right? If anything happens, the impact is tremendous. So it's about, they asked about how about your safety issues? How do you manage? Or even external stakeholders, for instance, that you must engage with cooperation and understanding with society and communities that are surrounding neighborhoods of the factory. These are the major stakeholders that they have to license for the company's ability to operate. If you demonstrate ESG clear and transparent, next ESG and with business, Bloomberg or S&P. There's a study about this, and you can know that, look around you, company species, you have a ESG evaluation as ESG score. You have to do some research, because when it's about operations in ESGs and financial operations and the benefits that does yield, these two indices are correlated. They even had a study that the ESG scores in each 1% that you obtained, it can acquire confidence about the value of your stock. One score, 1%, the impact is 8%. This is from the research at the international level. So I want to reference to ask your question, do we have to do it? Let me ask you a rhetorical question. You do it, what's the benefit for you? I think that in every risk, there is always an opportunity hidden within. And Mr. Krishna, you touched upon about circular economy, which is the group of SG chemicals have given importance to. And Mr. Krishna, could you share with us even more, dive deep into clarity about the SG chemicals, about circular economy, your success stories that you want to share, and the obstacles that you had when you applied circular economy as one of the strategies of business operations? Well, allow me to begin this way. That petrochemicals, we made plastic pellets, and it's all of you followed up with the mainstream media about 3 or 4 years before COVID, pre-COVID days. Everyone said that, wait, a dead whale, right? A dolphin said there is a sea turtle. Just I lost it. It was saddening. It's like someone pulling out a straw from a nostril of a sea turtle, and the blood was gushing out. And people around were like, "What's happening?" I don't know how we use plastic, but people say plastic is the villain or the antagonist. That's the reason why destroying the environment, the dead whales with the plastic inside the intestines, right? So what happens? What's the impact? There were misunderstanding, and people ban plastic. If you're a good person, if you love the environment, no to plastic. So let me ask you back. What does this impact your business? In the past, we found that plastic is a type of material. It's a miracle material that can be replaced for paper. You have to cut deforestation. It's a hero. Like, it's elastic, tensile strength. It's light. It's durable. It's a miracle material that answers the needs of society, right? But what had happened in the past? Everyone's saying that stigmatizing plastic. There is business disruption in our business. So that was back then. That was the key driving force. The top management is a threat to the company. So the question is, what do we do next? We use that challenge, sustainability, ESG, to apply to your business, and we found that if we looked upon deep study into it, if we deal with environment in the bigger picture with our stakeholders, there is one principle that Malin MacArthur Foundation, he mentioned about circular economy, as in, hey, wait, what is the concept? that sparked my interest. Why don't we apply circular economy into and apply with operations then? In those days, our core is our petrochemicals is that and expanded to SG as a bigger group. We talked about circular economy, especially plastic. We began to understand that what's the principles of circular economy. Even the top management began to understand. They supported that if we don't do it, there's going to be a threat to the business. And then the challenge to lay the understanding for everyone. So we began communications about building awareness, public relations for the society to understand all these materials. If you use materials the right way, the right time, waste won't exist in this world, but it's in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's the reason why. This is where the processes of communications about risk management, about building understanding, about creating awareness. If I can remember 4 to 5 years ago that SCG had SDG symposium, we began with to lay out the shared with case studies that if we had cooperation, we can create new things with all the materials that you see is valueless, like worthless, right? That project was incepted, and with the road that was built from plastic is the application of the plastic waste that people throw out, and you grind it, and then you mix it with asphalt, and then we create a real road, a real street. I have to tell you, thank you to top management of SDG for their full support, because they truly believe that you can do it and can be proved. There must be a case study to showcase it, right? So petrochemicals, and then we created a road, right? At the Royang province, and that the plastic road, there's a mix with plastic waste with asphalt. The better characteristics is more durable, waterproof, and then long durability, which I don't know is good or not, but at least the characteristics is actually better as a premium grade too, because the asphalt is actually darker than the normal asphalt that we use on normal roads. So many projects about construction materials, I won't mention it, like Sanserit, Asset Assets, these are property developers or other companies. These companies that they can create their own, they can create value to their business as well too. So this is why there are so many case studies that are occurring. Another important thing that we benefit from, the top management said, you should make it a case study that can be business applicable. So it came to your strategy on business integration. We demonstrated that our plastic pellets does answer about the circular economy. So what did we do? Well, we began with, we did a special grade for it, that you mix it with the raw materials, you can decrease the use of plastic. Let me give you another example. I think I'm a little over time, but let me continue. It's the decreased use of plastic. Let me give you an example, as in the caps of the soda pop, right? I'm going to tell you the brand, like a soda pop, for instance. As you can see, that the cap has a bit thicker, and the core and the throat and the neck of the cap is a bit longer. We call it SMX. This is a chemical. And what's with the yield? We were able to decrease the use of plastic by 20% by having the cap thinner, and the neck is a little bit more narrower. Just imagine this. You consume soda pop, how much bottles a day? That will decrease by 20%. The decrease of use of raw materials by 20%. The impact, the decreased use of raw materials and waste, and decrease of the greenhouse gas emissions. That's just the first principle of circular economy. The second step that we did was that, okay, if we expanded onto our efforts and successes, don't think about the plastic bags for potato chips, right? You got metalite lining, which is shiny. Recycling these things, we told that these materials are valuable, but recycling this, they don't want to do it. Why? Because it's mixed our different materials, like plastic mixed with aluminum. To recycle, you have to separate plastic from aluminum. And then what happens next? Innovation. So with the challenge there, can we only use plastic only? So with the innovation, we call it mono material. There are substitutional plastic, such as HDPE, many layers, but only purely plastic. This enables us that you can, it's easier to recycle, so we use that as recyclable. Third step that we did, in the meantime, despite plastic, many people understand about recycling, right? The PT, that, the plastic caps, for instance, that you got plastic can be recyclable. No, all plastic can be recycled from these case studies, and what's it about? Now, let's hear additional comments from CP Group, which emphasizes about sustainability for a long time. Somchitana, could you please lay out and understand that we have a target for sustainability? How does it drive and change to your success stories that is beneficial for business operations? Oh, well, thank you for the question. Well, as of this point, from having a objective or a goal on sustainability of the whole entire group as a strategy and the whole entire roadmap from 2021 to 2030. Let me give you an example. Some examples that is directly to the question, because when about the roadmap to sustainability is about 3 pillars, and this is the heart, the core, and health, home, your home, where you reside in. The reason why I brought up, I want to emphasize on home a little bit, is about home is the environment, or with the notion that how can you do your conduct business and how can it be in harmony with the environment and decrease impacts, not all of businesses, but all the value chain. This is one of the key words when it comes about business operations in the future, that we can no longer just only be internally into our defenses internally, but we also have to expand to our suppliers and our customers too, and to the goal of 2030. Another important goal, there's 2 of them actually that I want to use as a sample. It's like being carbon neutral, with reaching that goal by carbon neutral in 2030, which is scope 1 and 2. Many of you are not familiar with this term. It's about the emission of greenhouse gases within our organization. This does not include from the upstream and downstream. And to being neutral, to be decreased as much as possible, or even power efficiency, or even circular energy, or even waste generation. And the rest, we have an offset of the carbon credit, which is our final option to select. Finally, it's about the objective as an organization to be zero waste, as Mr. Krishna has mentioned, zero waste to landfill. We have a similar goal too. Zero phase 2 landfill by 2030. And more importantly, the components of our group was mostly about agriculture and food, because more than half, there's more than 60% of these wasted landfills are from food waste, such as fruits or ready-to-eat meals that are expired. It's a massive obstacle, a challenge. In fact, the business must grow annually, but our impact must also decrease. The heart and the core of these operations and the direction and our objective from the top leadership downwards is that the challenge is how can we be in harmony to all the companies in the group. We search for opportunities in business as well too. So as Mr. Krishna mentioned about circular economy, that it will also expand it upon recyclables, that you use waste to in the manufacturing process. But CP is a little bit different from SCG chemicals, because we are a business in food, agriculture, retail, and other services that we provide. We have a model, a business model as of present. We call it circular and climate resilience business model. With the challenge is that, with the notion that how do we have the circular raw materials as maximize its benefits and decrease waste to finally yield zero. That is our goal. Extremely challenging. To this point, it enables us to think further. Let me give you an example. When we about to create make a farm, animal husbandry, for instance, if a model conventionally, we think about animal food, animal fodder, right? Logistics issues. But our next step, till today, to the present, of the entire group, the raw materials that is used for animal feed must be close to the animal processing factory. And the animal processing factory must be close to the farm as well, which is close to the food processing plant till the retail channels. We must develop our logistics processes. This is why as Mr. Krishna mentioned, is about innovation. Important innovations that is necessary in the group. We think about the three types of innovation within the group. When it comes about the processing, to the process, with create the growth loop within the process, or an innovation in the product, creating a product that once we consume natural resources, decreasing natural resource consumption, as you see in mixture, right? For instance, that alternative protein. Finally, is business model innovation. This, I want to inform you that you can't do alone, but you have to do it with our partners. Many companies, as you can see as today, many companies that we have to partner and even have a brainstorming discussion to close this loop, to use the potential of the organization to help each other to close the loop, to make it zero waste and adjust our business model. And when it comes to, most importantly, not only big companies that are sitting here discussing about it, but we also bring our suppliers, our partners, small or medium, or until to the farmers, with the notion that how can we have the farmers to commit with the goals of greenhouse gas emissions with us, because we distribute or sell our products to our consumers, right? The consumers have their requirements too, that to decrease all to our supply chain. So this is some examples that what we are successful, and we have to integrate it within our business, not only to do it separate from our business operations. Thank you very much, Mr. Somjitana. And now let's look at the minor group. Minor group is many companies and many products are licensed to operate around the world. Mr. Pan, could you please explain, when we discuss why, our strategy that's clear, it's about integration of sustainability, and how does the end result of the business success?
Well, I think it is quite similar from the SCG and the CP group. In order for us to have the sustainability, we have to integrate it with the business. Starting from the strategies, like for the business strategy, we have to have that sustainability in a part, not setting aside. Like for us, our core pillar in order to operate the business sustainably, we have three pillars. The first one is the people, the second one is value chain, and the third one is the environment. So for minor, some of you might not know, but we have our main business, which is the hospitality, like the hotel like Anantara and Avani in Thailand. We have H&S in the Europe. We have about our total revenue, this could be equivalent to about 70%. The another part would be the food related business like S&P and all pizza company. These are the company in our the food business in our brand. So we mainly focus on the services and the people. We're not focused mainly on the manufacturing parts. The next question is, how could we create sustainability and how could it be involved in the service sector? So now we have to look what is the most important thing. And of course, our most important asset is people. In order for us to provide a good service for our customers, we have to make sure that our people is good. So of course, one of our pillars is people. So how can we do about it? Now, therefore, minor really focus on developing our human capital, not only from the leader position, but we have to take care of our entire organization. And we have about 60,000 people and employees in our organization. How can we create them to have at least to have the constant improvement or development, have to have the growth in their career path? How could they have the well-being and how can they have a good service mind? So this one we have to take seriously. We have to ask ourselves, have we take care of our people in that aspect? Because in the future, if we could improve our people, and not only our people but maybe their younger generation or their families, in the future these younger generation might be our employee or might be our customer in the future. So we have to improve the society, the people in the society, so that our business will be able to continue further to continue in the future. That's why we really focus on the people. And another case we have done on the project, I don't think this is this one we have put in the operation. It has been done for a few decades. We are trying to improve the younger generation, the youth, so that they could work in the future. They might work with us. We have MCU, which is the minor corporate university. We are collaborating with the academic institution, especially those academic for the one that working in the field, because we want to find whether it's in the real industry or not, or in the actual field, what are the curriculum that we have to serve, whereby it will be really serve in the real business world, and then we will send people to be trained, and our student can take the credit and they can get as like the credit for the grade or the curriculum, that they can graduate from that academy. And once they got trained by us, learn with us, they will know that what is the real business, and they will get the salary as well. So when we talk about this, they got certain subsidy for their education, they received some rewards, and of course we got a lot of feedback from these students. They get the feedback that they get more mature. They know that in order to get even 1 cent or $1, it's so valuable, and how can they collaborate and how to listen to the bosses or the employers. It's better than just staying at home and playing games or just spending time hanging out with friends. And this also reduce like the criminal rate and also the drug addicting rate, because they have something else to do when they have free time. So we see that when we allow these students to intern at the business, it's not only benefit the business itself, but also benefit for the society and the people. And once we have the strategy, we need to have the target. The target that we have, one of the target that we have is at least the students who are working with us, 50% of them we want to retain them, because we already invest the effort, the knowledge, the asset, and the finance. Of course, these students will have the experience to work with us, and they understand the brand context and the business context. So if they continue to work with us, we will be able to reduce the training costs as well as to increase the retention rate. So at least we can see that if we can keep them, we can retain them. Then if we however, if we train them and then they don't have the pictures that this is the good company, and they left and they work with other company. So the next assignment is how can we adjust us to be able to serve the requirement of the stakeholder, which is this group of students, and the demand of the business trend. So first part is we are able to draw in the students to be in our pipeline and to be able to reduce costs, and we have to continue work, but at the same time we also have to listen and understand their context, and have to keep improve our business as well, because if this is our business, we have to let them to be fit with us. Sometimes we have to understand the social context, and we have to be alert and understand about the business environment as well. So sometimes a lot of time innovation might not be the advanced innovation, it might have to be the service innovation. If we understand about them, because they are the newer generation, they are the new blood, they will understand the social context. They can give us feedback, suggestion, what is the real need of the demand of the customer, because they are working at the frontier of the business line. So they will be able to understand the need of the customer, and they can serve the need of the business. I think this is one of the success case.
That was clear, Ms. Chompan. Now, we heard about the success stories, even about the environment, social, circular economy. Now, let's dive deeper into the details. If it is necessary for us to begin and combine sustainability as part of business operations, how do we begin? And this question to be answered must be Ms. Yuadi from CELIC, because CELIC is a company brand new, which is being listed in the Thai Stock Exchange, and this is really full of potential and a full driving force in sustainability. Ms. Yuvadi, could you please tell us the processes in beginning with the mindset of about sustainability till the end to operation and hands-on, and to come churn out with strategy in Stellar Group? How do you begin it?
Thank you so much. Like Mr. Nathabong has mentioned, our company, comparing to other company, we might not be that large, and for Silic Group, we are producing the industrial glue. We are also the bypass of the petrochemicals. We are producing the stickers for the master roll in many products. So I have to frankly mention that our business, we are moving into the sustainable journey. I think this is our first year. Last year, because we have a lot of trial projects, and we have found out that what we have done, we can see the result that we are coming on the right path. So that's why we can claim that this is our first year, because last year we got an honor from the Stock Exchange of Thailand to receive the SET award from the under the Rising Star branch, and that's why we know that we are coming on the right track. One of the beginning for the small company, I have to say that this is really difficult because we have really few resources. When I'm talking about the resources, human capital to execute, and would it be affect with the P&L? So the first factors for the company who are coming from the small part or the small size company, the committee level, they have to coming down and showing the employee that this is the direction that we want to go. And of course, communication is also important, because there might not be the sectors that might work in this area. So if the management level want us to lay down the policy but they don't have any guidance, this might lead to more difficulties to create the real result. And of course, we might not do something that is flashy, but because our company, we are really highlight in terms of the innovation. We have our own R&D department. Even though we are a small company, we believe that our R&D team and our R&D facilities is as good, we are in a high quality as equivalent as the large company. And of course, we have to understand about the regulation from the SEC, and this is like our zero steps. And we also have to understand that the regulation in terms of the employees and the regulation controls, and also the ethical value regulation. How can we raise up these bar? Because if we can raise up these standards, it will be easier than we are overthinking about it, and it lead to more difficult path for us to work. The next point that we have to understand is we have to look at the ISO standard. This is also one of the motive that we can push our employees, because we can lead them to and teach them to be able to think into systemized thinking. And of course, for us to lead into the ESG responsibility, we have to think about how can we check our R&D, how can we put it in the products. And of course, our products coming from petrochemical, and we created from the fossil fuel. And of course, everyone might know if there is the burning in these materials, we will cause carbon emission. So in order for us to improve the product, we have to understand which kind of product that we can put the biomass content so that we could reduce the fossil fuel burning. And last year we have launched one of the product, which is the hot melt glue. And there are many plants and factories that especially the food processing and food and beverage manufacturing they have to attach and label it on their products and services. So we have to understand and we have to analyze the value chain. And our main customer are in the food and beverage industry, because if we are focused on the first and the second scope, but now if they want to focus on the third scope, they have to have that initial raw material with these products. Therefore, we believe that we could help in order to supply the sustainable material for our customers, and this is how we implement innovation to push forward. The second point is our factories are producing these products. The operate license, we have to understand, do we have the noise pollution or the odor pollution to our neighbors? So of course we have to focus on our people, and then we have to concern with the neighbor as well. Our people, our employee has to have the safety and the well-being, and our neighbors supposed and should not be exposed or affect with these pollution. So we also have a lot of adjustment in our system in order to make sure that we would not cause any disturbance to our neighbor. And then we'll check on in terms of the product improvement, and then we'll check on the societal level. And of course, if we're talking about our business size, in terms of the asset, we don't have that a lot of asset to improve the society level. But if we see the society level as the CSR to give certain goods, that is also one part. But we look in terms of the financial donation or the product donation, it is supposed to do things if we see that this is the cause that we can help. But in order for us to create a sustainable impact, we have to look on another path, that how could we help from Silic Group, because we are producing the industrial factory glue. As the user, sometimes we might not see that glue would be some material that be in all of the products that we have been using on a daily basis. So our team, we provide these glue for the blind foundation, because they will use our products to practice with their career for the blind. Once they have practice or they have career, they will feel that they will have the value and the sense and the purpose of life, of living, so they don't have to keep waiting, but they can also sustain their life. And another part is the prosthetics foundation. We also have been supporting them for the few years, because this is one of in order to produce the products, we also have been providing the glue to the foundation, and they can use Silic glue and they can produce these products to support their society. So even though this might be some small stuff, but at the end, the longer impact that we have provide is we give them to have a better well-being, to impact their lifestyle. This is what Silic have done, and I believe that in the beginning, what I want to say is, when your company might be small, you can start from what you have and keep expanding. I didn't say that thinking is bad, but sometimes if you overthink, it might be too difficult to start.
Thank you very much. I got some key message about 2 points about for all the companies that have initiatives about to start, about to combine, about sustainability as part about business operations. Firstly, it's about tone of the top. It must be clear. The top management, the executives, or even the board is this necessary to set the tone when it comes about the processes of how to drive the strategy. And secondly, is about begin with what you have. It may not necessary to look at others, but look at yourself internally. What are your strengths? And then use that to answer the needs for sustainability. Now, at this point, we got the tone from the top. That is clear. The top management, the board, has given importance and support. But one more thing that I think is really important from tone of the top comes next is about coming up with a sustainable strategy that's clear. As of today, we have seen sustainable strategy. There are many formats, a combination with business operations. In some places, there is a department for SD for strategy, right? SD will come up with another strategy and they collaborate and in sync. So I want to ask you, Mr. Grisada, if we consider about the combination of strategies that you touched upon about circular economy, what is the methodology or the most auspicious way when you have a sustainable strategy in combination with business operation strategy? How do you do it? Which is the most auspicious or most appropriate? Well, let me say it this way. About both tiers, coming with tiers that was forced upon us, and that when it comes to strategy, as many of us has mentioned, top management comes first. This is the key success factor, the first key success factor. So when it comes to about creating a strategy, right, the entire organization, I'm going to say entire organization from the top management downwards, and even the employees, they must have an understanding. For instance, if we want to do sustainability or sustainability development or even ESG, you say this out, no one understands it. Want to do ESG, want to do sustainability, right? Everyone in the company was like, yeah, it's good. And we do what's in it for us. So this is why the organization, next step is that once you see as important, right? We have to evaluate the key, let's say, we call it maturity. We have key maturity of the organization, that what is important, what are the risks, what is the opportunity of your organization, how do you obtain these things, right? You have to engage your stakeholders. Our intentions, that we want to know their expectations from our customers or even our partners throughout the supply chain, or even our suppliers, or even the employees have a role to play, or even the community. We have to bring out these expectations and combine it and filter out what are the expectations or the key factors, right? Let me give you an example I mentioned before about our chemical. The maturity is what? The important thing first is about safety. Safety comes first as priority. Secondly, we discuss about living a life or death situation, as plastic is valuable, plastic is useful, plastic is not a villain. Circular economy is the second step. Then, thirdly, is about product stewardship. It means that about to audit our product. And third, fourth, and fifth is like, and when you talk about a global trend, it's about a low carbon society. Everyone has given emphasis on that, about the changes in climate, or even greenhouse gas emissions, or even about how to manage a business to create confidence. Remember one thing, ESG, we are wearing the lens of an investor, lens of the stakeholders, lens of the investor or the bankers. So when it comes to management, it has to be transparent, disclosing, to understand the organization better. So once we obtain a maturity, next, what follows is that, what are these things? How is it related to your organization? The impacts, mass or small, everyone has to do it. But what follows is data and information, or information from the manufacturing processes, or even from the dimension, society, environment, and economy. It must be combined. This information must use as the initial information about to create your target, the KPI of your organization. This is why that's why I said do it with tiers, to creating of the KPI to alignment of the whole entire organization. This is why even the top management, once they buy it, they have to accept it as a KPI for them as well. Next is that if we say we're going to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions, right? At SCG, we mentioned that we will, in 2030, decrease greenhouse gas emissions or net zero emissions, right? So we said we want to be carbon neutral by 2050. Carbon neutral, we'll define that later on. So as of now, for each single year, it has been denoted that how many greenhouse emissions decrease, right? If you can't, right, the management must be responsible too. Your performance has to be evaluated as well. So this will be an index to be to each function, or to each committee, or to each operation within the organization, who's going to be responsible to reshare. Next, okay, it flows down, bottom down, trickles down, waterfalls down. So we have to monitor. It's similar like to ISO standard system. You have the management review, reporting about operations from bottom to top, top to bottom, or even to the board of the organization. One more important key factor, finally, is about when you about ESG must answer the needs of the shareholders and the state and investors. We have a report, the standard of report, that many companies must refer to the global GRI or global reporting initiative or something, IFRS, for instance. But I wanted to lay it out as of now. IFRS that we have began using it. There have been discussions that when you talk about sustainable report, how do you adopt this report into your operations? And we even have a committee, ISSB committee, that from now on, all reports, or it must be business, you must combine non-financial issues. How do you report to share as the overall picture of the organization? Transparency is part, must be a test. Even a business may be large or small. How do you have ESG reflect to the organization and to make confidence to our stakeholders? Thank you very much. That is very clear when it's about strategy and on sustainability. On every occasion, risk there is an opportunity, and every risk there is always an opportunity. So when we call about sustainability strategy for an organization, you must reconsider about risk. As of present, what are the ESG risks of the organization? Now, I would like to ask Kun Chompan from Minor Group, as on behalf of someone who's responsible about managing risk in the overall picture of the organization. Could you share with us, lay us an image for us that when it comes to risk management about sustainable strategy, how do you manage it?
Well, in order to do the risk management, if we get a chance to be sitting in the risk management committee, in the past, usually we will look in terms of the business risk and to see what are the compliance, how was the business. But right now, the risk that we have to consider is the sustainability risk. And it has to be under the context of the corporate risk, and we can separate in terms of the climate change and stuff, but now we can't do that anymore because right now climate change has covered in many aspects, such as the legal terms, even in Thailand or in a global level, there are many law that has been related to the climate change. So we can put that climate change is not just global warming, it's not just the physical impact in terms of our plant and factories, but now they have a lot of factors that could impact in terms of the legislation, in terms of the business, in terms of the customer demand, and even in terms of our employees. With the change of the opinions towards climate change, for people to make a decision whether to work in this company or not. Therefore, when we're talking about risk, we have to look back. In the case of the corporate risk, what are the impact related to sustainability? And of course, this is also another factor of risk management. And if we draw the business risk into, of course, in business there are compliance risks, and it's not only about the business legislation and only the business legislation anymore, but now we have the law related to the human rights, related to the climate, and these also are the factors we have to put it into the topic in order to do the to be a part of the conversation in the risk management. If we're talking about the physical risk, normally we have to do insurance for mitigating the risk, but now the insurance related to the physical risk might not be involved, or if they are, the premium might be really expensive. So now it's not just only about if you buy insurance you get the coverage, but now in order we are the part that have to reduce the impact causes to the climate. So now we have to involved everything related to the sustainability, which climate is also a big part of it. And next one is about the human rights or the labor rights that has to be involved in the risk topic as well. And when we're talking about the risk related to people, because sometimes there might be it might be a soft side and you might see the big visual. However, we have to see it from the point that how well are you treated to your people. This is also about the attraction and the retention of the employees. But right now, even the government agency, the NGO organization, they are really strict in terms of how they treat the employees, and they doesn't have only the law to help supporting them, but they also have social media. It means that only one wrong move, it's really risk for the business or the organization, or even risk that the investor might not decided to invest in that organization. So this is also a part that you have to consider when you want to manage these risks. So for minor, we have considered many contexts, whether the human rights, the labor rights, or even climate change. We also put that into the overall of our business and in terms of the risk management. And of course, climate change is one of the big factors, so we pull it out as one topic. And now we have TCSD, or Task Force in Climate and Financial Disclosure, which has been enforced from the financial institution. They ask, because they have that TCFD, so in order for the banking financial institution to provide us with the loan, they will ask whether we have that TCFD report or not. And in order to do so, they will look at our risk management related to climate topic. So we can't separate the climate out of the business anymore. And also another factor is the reporting. Of course, in the report we have the information, so these information have to be able to verify. We need a third party to come in. So all the stakeholders, they are looking at us in that factor. So in order for us to do the risk management, the first thing we have to be able to recognize and be able to identify these risks. Where are the risks and how would it impact to the business? And these impact, it not just if there are floods and the client, we can't have the client can't come to our hotel or the infrastructures in the hotel. What are the damage? It's not only that. We have to think further. What if we don't do it? What would happen? And then the next point we have to think further, which is what are the opportunities? If we do further than we are doing, what will be the benefit what will we receive? So now the risk management is not just preventing, but the preventing will be the remedy, but we also have to seek the opportunity inside of these crises as well.
Well, thank you very much. Ms. Chompan, you mentioned prior is that when it comes to about managing risk, it's both about opportunities for the business and a risk for the business as well. Now, Ms. Chompan, could you tell us more that when we mention about risk management, normally it's often about qualitative, right? The risk at certain levels. But if we want to quantify the impact for investors or stakeholders, for all parties to see that these risks can be evaluated to digits and to numbers, financial numbers, is there a way to do it, Ms. Chompan?
Well, I would say one of the solutions supposed to be using the consultant, but however, coming to the real thing. First, let's talk about the climate change risks. Of course, we know that, as I mentioned earlier about the impact, but there are two main risks. The first one is the physical risk, which is the risk related to the structure or the assets. And the second one is the transition risk, which is the risk that could cause because of the changes, whether it's going to be about the legal regulations or the clients or even the need of the investors. And also the financial institutions' demand as well. If we separate these two, the first one is the physical risk. This one is easier. Easier doesn't mean easy, but of course we have to gather the data and we need experts to come in and help. For example, if the global warming, if we if the world is getting like 1 certain degree Celsius hotter, what would it be impact in which area? Of course, in different area of the world, it might be different. For example, the low level area, for example, like in Bangkok, they might have the higher risk related to flood. But in the area that have drought, they might have more risk in terms of drought or limited water resources. So we have to be able to identify that in different areas that our business operations are located, we have to understand about these risks. And of course, there are many tools in this world that has been invented in order to identify in different locations what are the climate risks and what are the implications. We can start from there. For example, if the world is getting hotter by X degrees Celsius, the water level, the sea level increased to certain meters, and we have to calculate how would it impact our asset. And if it's impact, we have to coming back and calculate our asset value. For example, if our asset value is this certain amount and this is the damage, so how could it be damaged by how many percent? And we have to quantify that so that we know that in order to the maintenance cost, how much would it be, what is the probability, and we have to calculate in all assets that we have, or at least the major asset that we hold, and we have to quantify that as physical risk. Or in a case that for example, in the case of drought, we don't have enough water supply, so we have to think about the cost that we have to buy water. What would be the cost, or the cost of the power usage? Or in the case of the climate change, and there might be certain regulatory, and this is also lead to transition risk, that the power cost will get higher, especially if you use fossil fuel energy, and we decide not to change anything. The cost occur in that operation, what would it be? We can see the case in Europe. This might not be related to the climate change directly. We have the Russian-Ukraine war, and it leads to the cost of increase of the power usage up to 30%. And we can see that by just the chain of this, we have to see what is the bottom line effect that we could receive, and we have to see as the like effect, and we have to quantify what is the impact towards our business. And when we think about it and we are not quantifying it, that you might think that it's just this and that, but when we quantify it as a number, we will see it's more
นะครับทั้งในเรื่องของ
about sharing information, when about qualitative information, data about risk management, and in the meantime, it's necessary that you have to quantify the impact as well too, because that is the core the issue that any investors want to see, the impact of the company, how it's going to turn out, and the future when you combine about sustainability, the impact of overall impact. Now, next, I would like to Somjaitana, please, you touched upon about setting targets of the CP group. You have carbon neutrality, net zero, and many of us have mentioned about this as well, that we have been setting targets, setting KPIs, or being have a co-responsibility about creating the strategy of the organization is important. This is why net zero is so important. Especially not only in Thailand. Thailand has set our commitment goals about carbon neutrality about 2050 and net zero in 2065. Mr. Somjaitana, could you please touch upon this a little bit more, that if all companies or some companies want to set such targets on net zero or carbon neutrality, is there a way to begin? And the obstacles and challenges after setting these targets, what are you going to face? So every party can prepare. Thank you very much. I would like to share about target setting with sustainability at the same time, because net zero or carbon neutral is one of the 15 topics of the CP group companies as well. So I would like to tell you about the process and the environment, the atmosphere of when we co-setting of the target. Everyone spoke the same tone, that tone at the top comes first. Leadership commitment is so important, the most important of the process of about sustainability management in an organization. In 2020, 2 years ago, The sustainable goal of CP group is that we have only within Thailand only, and it ended in 2020. Our CEO had a goal and showed us the direction for all the executives of every companies in the group that for 2021 onwards 2030 we should have a goal of the entire CP group, because this operations, when it requires the momentum within the organization, collaboration, the culture, company culture. This is why it's a notion, our challenge, and 10 years ahead of time, how we're going to do it. And most importantly, that it encompasses all businesses that is diverse of the 14 groups in 21 countries. The processes that to try to get the objective and the strategy and goals is a process international goals that Mr. Gesta said about maturity. Another issue that's important about CP that many of you may be about curious about these 14 groups. How can we find a common goal? In the process, it takes about many months to acquire, even engage internal stakeholders, and even inquiring and having survey and management from every group, every company in the group, and the stakeholders in every company in our group, and even the expert in many fields to filter out and screen out that in our stakeholders, what are the important issues that matters to them. Once we acquire that, we shortlisted about 100 topics. Only 25 topics remained. From the 25 topics, we came to a point that we may have the top management, even the CEO of each company in the group, to reconsider these 25 topics. Which one, what goal should we have? So to have such goals, we must sourced out from many areas. We are working together, collaborating together. As any business goal, that you have a sustainable goal is the same thing. You must know our peers in the industry, which is diverse. How are they? And this is why in this process we got consultants, external consultants, to aid us from having a point of view from externally to encompass all our business operations. Besides benchmarking our peers in the industry, we also reconsider about the goals of the nation and the goals of the world. This is why net zero that Mr. Nadapong, you asked, and net zero is an international goal. That's why in that year the net zero goal, it wasn't even conceived yet. It came out in 2020, and we got from COP26, where it was incepted in 2021. Net zero had a diverse definition. Carbon neutral had a diverse definition, right? So we required the information that we had at hand, and we reconsidered that our global world, we got SDG, that's 17 goals that we integrated into ourselves, and 2020 is not only 1.5, it was about 2.0, even 2.0 degrees, wasn't as intense as today. This is why part in the process, and another important process with engagement and co-commitment from the CEOs from each company of our group, we have created a workshop to meet all the CEOs from all the companies we got from the groups. The CEO of the group was the presiding over it, and then we broke into breakout groups and have a discussion that the goal of the companies in the groups, the working team, which is the centralized, which is the team that is my responsibility of the sustainable goals of the group. So we have a range, and once we commit a co-goal, we wanted management to show the direction. Each group in a company is that what are the obstacles and limitations and opportunities. Once you wear the same cap as leaders of the organization, we should be steadfast to the direction of our intent. And one thing, a goal that is challenging that we can achieve, this is something that our CEO shared with us as a roadmap to how to achieve this KPI. So we got 15 goals, which is strategic to 2030. That's not enough because to achieve that goal, we must have some KPIs that's actionable KPIs. So we got about 131 KPIs. It may sound a lot, but once you integrate in the process of work, it will be something that will be as KPI for us to monitor annually, and finally will be disclose the information to the public, to the channels. Thank you very much. That was clear. Now, in this room, we have those auditors. We got accountants that are viewing both at home. Then we got audits and accountants as well. So we laid out the big picture overall of about sustainability, which include about governance. The tone from the top must be clear. The top management must support and give emphasis. And at the same time, you have to create a strategy to combine with the business operations. And in the meantime, there was about risk management of ESG, with the notion, how can you define about risk? And in the meantime, there's also about to quantify the impact of the numbers financially. And finally, which is important, the goals cannot be achieved or cannot be conceived if you have no KPIs or a clear-cut target. Now, let's hear from all of the management when it comes to responsible about the sustainability. Each of you, what are your expectations to the auditors and the accountants on the aspect about sustainability? I would like to begin with Ms. Yuvadi first.
Well, for the SME, if you are not familiar with this, I would like you to see that the cost in the ESG will be the investment. For example, if you want the ESG goal as to reduce the power usage or water usage or waste, or what is the percentage for the waste production, then we have to improve the production process. If we could reduce the cost of the production or maybe the power or the water, this could be another result of the performance. Another thing that I would like to tell you, I'm not sure whether in different corporation, what are your communication channel in order to implement the ESG? You might have to communicate with the accounting or financial department so that the accounting and financial department would understand what are the projects that we are holding, and this is also the direction of the organization. And I believe that this could help in many aspects, because in terms of the finance or the quantifiable, the accounting department would be able to help the sustainability.
And Yasuda, you have one thing to add about the roles of the auditors and the accountants of the future to answer the needs of the companies or sustainability. Well, mainly, I think it's about collaboration. I think DSG is not a standalone, because these are integrated companies, so the accountant will follow out to account about profits and deficits. Right now, it's not enough. It's about collaboration and empathy, mutual understanding on the aspect on the financial side and non-financial side, as Mr. Rudy has mentioned, that the impact both sides. So when we have the cost or expenses goals, if we only look at today, what are the benefits, profits and deficits, but as of now, we look at about the return on investment of the future. The numbers aren't clear cut. It's not just laying down capital and you get returns now. No, it's about the benefits in employees or the labor into the organization, even license to operate from the community. You can't count that in numbers or in monetary value. These things, these numbers are not be quantifiable. So can it be numbers that we can understand and about as return on investment that is success together. So I want to leave in this point is that in the future, from today onwards, financial non-financial aspect, as accountants, when or auditors to check the books in the organization, if you truly understand, mutual understanding from the start, we will understand that SD or ESG will benefit and aid in growth and sustainability to the organization. And auditors, the way you audit is different, will change following. Many times I often say and mention it's about collaboration. It's about relying on each other. Even the accountants can even suggest or recommend that if we change about our mindsets or the way of work process of how we put down in the books, the organization can show growth or can show to the investors of their confidence. So I leave that. I want to ask you for your aid or for your assistance that the operation in the business, the strengths, corporate is from cooperation, and manufacturing and application of SD is part of it. But how do we yield results for the investors or even the bankers to have confidence in your organization in sustainable growth? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kristada. Ms. Chompan, what do you like to leave to all the auditors and the accountants when it comes to sustainability?
Well, if we are coming from the requirement perspective that we have received from the investor or shareholders, and especially from the financial institution, most importantly, I believe that we need to have the transparent disclosure and should be tractable and checkable. So if we have the accurate and the transparent process, I think that is really good, because sometimes when we ask about certain assessment, it will trace back to the financial activities of the business, and sometimes they might have a lot of detail. So if we can set the account in the overall pictures, it will be really difficult, especially for the SD part that we're trying to extract information. We have been asked in many data and information, especially in terms of the recognized revenue or the recording data in certain quarter, because when we're in terms of the consolidation statements, the question would be like, can we separate the costs that we are taking care of our employees in each country, how much, what are the benefits that we have provided for these 60 countries, what is the number, or even the tax in each jurisdiction, what is the number and what is the percentage that you get in each jurisdiction. If we look in terms of the consolidation and we don't look in terms of each country line, it will be really difficult for us to answer the investor. The reason that investor look in these aspects, because they want to know how much does we contribute back to the society. Another aspect that another part that we have to do the risk quantifying is we have to see in terms of the CapEx and the OpEx that we have been putting in. If we can't separate, or our account code is not as easy or as clear as it's supposed to be, then it might get us lost in certain ways. Therefore, these data we have to ask the accountants to communicate with the people who are responsible in the sustainability side, because the requirement that we started to see in the upcoming future, sometimes we might have to develop certain account code, or we might have to separate certain accounts. For example, if we have carbon credit, how could we put in the transaction? If we put in only the promotion, we can't extract it out that actually how much do we use it, and if we will have a lot of work to do afterwards. So I think this is something that you have to aware, because of course we will get asked about this, and from my personal experience, I have to use I take the GL when trying to track down each description. So of course the description also have the impact. We should have the clear description so we can draw out the keyword. This is also another important factor, so you have to aware and you have to really know about this. This is from the accountant part, but in the auditor part, I believe that the auditor has more knowledge about this one, and the big auditor started to ask, for example, have you done anything related to climate change? So you really have to understand, and not just doing it as to tick the box, but just to understand what is the benefit, and how could you provide a suggestion to the organization, whether the size are the large, medium or small, especially to the SME, because it not just to do the audit, but how can you provide the advice and how could you improve that?
Thank you so much. So, Sajana, do you want anything to leave for the accountants and auditors? Well, thank you very much. Well, my point is similar to Mr. Pan. From experience, is this you can bring a GL and you like to decipher and draw out, extract out all these numbers, but on the side from the team that becomes responsible for sustainability, when you create a report, I want to inform you is that the data, most of the time, the accounts of the organization is the upstream of the information, right? So many companies, even in our group, we foresee it as a function that is separately. We discuss not often. But the data and information that we didn't even see it coming, when even we mentioned about greenhouse COP 126 of organization drive to net zero, it's about the direction to what? Scope 3. Scope 3 is what? Supply chain. It about upstream and downstream of the organization, right? There's 15 subcategories. So this is why the information comes from the finance and accounting. Let me give you an example. If you want to purchase raw materials or any goods or services, right, and you calculate that about the quantity that will be calculated into greenhouse gas emissions. How about hiring transportation and logistics from upstream to downstream, right? Third-party trucks, right? How much do we pay for that? Normally is that we can't actually ask for the fuel consumption numbers from the logistics providers because it's confidential, but we have to calculate that from our the expenses we use for hiring from the greenhouse gas emissions, such as for coolants, for instance, that we can't calculate that directly. Most companies will extract that from their purchasing data, right? In the accountants, in the books, many things such as waste, for instance, because we can't actually bounce or calculate a way on that. How we do that? We look about expenditures from the waste processes. So this is why I want to inform you that this is something that accountants or even auditors, when you collaborate about sustainability consists of those from many cross-function. Is a cross-team effort. So this is why I think from here onwards, all units and all departments, you should be exchanging or even open dialogue about setting up a system of how you do accounting to incorporate everything. This is something, is incremental improvements, eventually slowly develop. And I do believe that about the operations of the organization, you will acquire some data that you can make the right decisions with full confidence from our stakeholders. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Somchetana. And finally, if I want to summarize from all our four speakers mentioned, is collaboration between the accounting and the SD team is of vital importance. And we may actually change our role. Just only acquire and accumulate data or even record data. We have to look into the requirements of the SD team or even sustainable team. What are their expectations? What do they need? Because that kind of information must be disclosed in the future. Secondly, is that the auditors must also be a co-partner, because when it comes to SD, is something is new, is big, that every party must give importance to. This is why you have to upskill yourselves, learn to be a partner, a thinker with the SD team of the future. Now it's about auspicious time that for me to thank all our keynote speakers to share for your sharing, your experience of even the processes of and expectations that has occurred. Thank you once again. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you to all keynote speakers. And next on the agenda, Mr. Warijenthanakun, the president of AFA, to please come on stage to take a group photo. Please, round of applause to our keynote speakers. Next, I'd like to invite all our keynote speakers to please stand next to the AFA president. Next on the agenda, please, all keynote speakers, please turn your back to the audience so that we can have a group photo with all the participants. Participants, please stand up so that you will be included in the photograph. You can have arms or hand gestures. Greet the camera a little.
Thank you so much for all the keynote speakers, and now I would like to invite everyone to watch the video from Mr. Christopher G. Samora. He is the Senior Manager of the ASEAN's Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation Department from ASEAN Center for Energy. And he'll talk about the carbon market as well as the emission trading landscape. Please enjoy.
AFA
AFA ครับผู้สมาชิกนะครับ
Accountancy Conference on Sustainability 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant and good morning to all of you. My name is Christopher Zamora, the Senior Manager from the ASEAN Center for Energy or ACE, and it is a real pleasure for me to deliver an opening message on the state of the ASEAN energy and emission trading landscape on behalf of Dr. Nuki Agiautama, the Executive Director of the ASEAN Center for Energy. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the ASEAN Federation of Accountants for hosting this conference as platform to discuss the nexus between energy and emission trading. Globally, several countries have implemented market-based mechanisms as means of carbon offset of various sectors. In Europe, many countries have been exploring the adoption of carbon cap and trade through the implementation of the European Union Emissions Trading Scheme or the EU ETS that covers the power and heat generation and energy-intensive industrial installations. In the United States of America, as of last year, 12 states are part of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or GGI, which is its first mandatory cap and trade program to limit carbon dioxide emissions from the power sector. In Asia, China's National Emissions Trading Scheme became operational last year, obliging more than 2,000 big emitters in the power sector to account for their emissions in 2019 and 2020, while Japan plans to establish the nation's first market for trading carbon dioxide emissions by setting up an exclusive market inside the Tokyo Stock Exchange, or TSE, that will be fully operative in April of 2023. As one of the mature ETS, Korea has launched the Korea ETS, or the KETS, in 2015, becoming Asia's first nationwide mandatory ETS that covers direct emissions of 6 GHGs as well as indirect emissions from the electricity consumption. In the ASEAN region, the ASEAN Energy Cooperation is guided by its blueprint, which is called the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, or APAEC in short, which currently is in the cycle of the APAEC Phase 2 2021-2025. The APAEC navigates the ASEAN energy development with a theme of enhancing energy connectivity and market integration to achieve energy security, accessibility, affordability, and sustainability for all. It has a sub-theme of accelerating energy transition and strengthening energy resilience through greater innovation and cooperation. The APAEC has 7 program areas, namely the ASEAN Power Grid, the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline, Coal and Clean Coal Technology, Energy Efficiency and Conservation, Renewable Energy, Regional Energy Policy and Planning, and the last one is the Civilian Nuclear Energy. In the current cycle of the APAEC Phase 2, it sets the aspirational regional target of ASEAN energy sector, namely a 23% renewable energy share in the total primary energy mix, and 35% RE share in installed power capacity, as well as the 32% of energy intensity reduction based on 2005 levels, in which all targets were set to be fulfilled by 2025. Through the implementation of the APAEC, the ASEAN Energy Cooperation sets out sustainability at its cornerstone. The COVID-19 pandemic and its recovery, coupled with the volatility of global energy prices due to the unprecedented events and carbon-constrained world, forced the energy sector to adapt these rapid changes, including ASEAN. Given the region's unique circumstances, the situation is also exacerbated by interminable energy security issues, both in energy resources and supporting materials such as the rare earth elements. Therefore, balancing the energy trilemma of energy security, affordability, and sustainability will be very crucial to ensure our region's sustainable economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, recently, during the 40th ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting, ACE published the 7th ASEAN Energy Outlook, which projects the energy landscape, and it provided analysis on the key factors of energy sector, such as greenhouse gas emissions, job creation, and investment requirements in the region in the coming 3 decades. This edition provides realistic futures with the energy technology neutral optimization scenario, the least cost optimization scenario, reflecting all potentially viable technologies in emerging economies like the ASEAN. The scenario considers cost effectiveness, affordability, and maturity of technology to fulfill the growing electricity demand, including the deployment of energy storage and interconnection. The outlook forecasts that ASEAN would require a total of $726 billion to be aligned with the APAEC scenario power sector regional target, while the least cost scenario will require $582 billion. Thus, we could say that ASEAN would require even more investments to be able to balance the energy trilemma. Furthermore, the outlook highlights the priority of the ASEAN member states to transition into cleaner energy, since all AMS are signatories to the Paris Agreement and have updated their nationally determined contributions, or the NDCs, during 2020 and 2021 by emphasizing fairness and common but differentiated responsibilities. ASEAN holds a quarter of the world's total abatement potential of nature-based climate solutions. Thus, considering the vast peatlands and tropical forests that have potential as carbon sinks and their immense potential for renewable energy, while also exploring into all geological reservoirs through the implementation of carbon capture and storage, or CCS. ASEAN member states can generate quality carbon credits to help overcome financial limitations and take greater advantage of their potential to reduce emissions. It is hoped that through the emission trading mechanism, which still has a long way to go, ASEAN could offset higher capital costs of investments in sustainable energy technologies promotion and development. Indeed, carbon markets are still at a very nascent stage in the ASEAN region. However, several member states previously participated in several initiatives such as the Clean Development Mechanism, voluntary carbon markets, and other market-based carbon mechanisms. Several member states have experimented with voluntary carbon markets, such as Singapore, which has established a voluntary global exchange, which is called the Climate Impact X, to facilitate the exchange of quality carbon credits, while Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam have plans to develop their domestic emissions trading markets, indicating that political will is emerging and the market is available, but policy support and many regional consultations need to be done to synergize the policies of the ASEAN member states. Ladies and gentlemen, in ASEAN energy cooperation, the deployment of carbon capture and utilization and or storage, CCUS, will be very important to offset carbon emissions from power and industrial sectors. The implementation of CCUS in many energy infrastructures such as power generation, oil and gas fields, and other energy facilities will be the new opportunities to advance the carbon market and emission trading in our region. As per the 7th ASEAN Energy Outlook, the energy mix of our region will still be dominated by fossil fuels. Therefore, coherence of public-private partnerships will be crucial to accelerate the deployment of CCUS and advance the establishment of ASEAN carbon market and emissions trading scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, as a way forward, a stronger regional cooperation is needed to explore the feasibility of a single ASEAN carbon market. Public-private partnerships will be essential in identifying opportunities and maintaining integrities for regional cooperation on carbon market implementation through establishing a cost-effective and well-designed policy and pricing system. In addition, best practices sharing, policy fora, and capacity-building initiatives among the prominent energy stakeholders are also needed to establish the roadmap and the pathways for ASEAN. Furthermore, the deployment of relevant technologies will be important in our pathways to explore prominent and mature ASEAN carbon market mechanisms and emission trading schemes. Once again, I would like to thank AFA, and we look forward to the discussion and insights from the panelists. I wish you all a fruitful event. Thank you very much.
Mr. Christopher, next on agenda will be a seminar on the conference about race against time, about green gas emission, net zero emissions, about growth from the impact of the post-pandemic world. Sajid Asahan, Regional Lead Public Affairs from the Asia Pacific region, ACCA, on stage.
Thank you very much and very good morning. I can assure you with very high confidence that there is a lunch after this session. So have a patience for another 20 minutes and we are going for lunch. We have our slides? Okay, thank you. Great, thank you. I'll use a very simple example right now. If you have to move a bottle in front of you, you can do it with your one hand and you can move it from one place to other. But if you have to move a chair or a table, you might have to use both of your hands to move that. But if I ask you to move this stage an inch, just an inch, that might take all the people in the hall to come here and help to move this stage an inch. And when we are talking about the climate change, climate action, climate justice, reducing that temperature, we are talking about 8 billion people helping each other to move it a 1 Celsius down or a 2-point down. This is such a huge task. No single person or a single organization or a single government can achieve it. And that's required all of you here in the room, the people outside, the people in the rest of the world, to contribute towards that, to make sure it happens. Why it's important, I think in today's session in the morning, we have discussed a lot around the high temperature. We have discussed about the floods. We discussed about the circular economy and the impact of it. And we also discussed one comment which I really, really liked. We do not have to overthink. Otherwise, we will complicate it in a way that we cannot start. It's a very small steps. The waste for one person could be a raw material for someone else. Simple thought. If we are wasting something, can we think about it? It can be used somewhere else. One simple thought. Can we switch off the electricity if it's not required? Can we be more cautious about when we are using the water? Very simple thing to start with as an individual. And then these individuals take these habits. When you do it consistently, you take these habits to your businesses. And you try to replicate the similar thing there. But now you have an influence. You will request 4 other people to do the same. And those businesses and those people will interact with the customer and vendor, and they will pass on the similar message. And that's how it will keep going on. So these forums are very good forums to raise awareness and get commitments. But it is also a very good forum to really create those collaboration which can help us to leverage on the strengths of each other, avoid the duplications, and really see that what's happening on a one place, how we can adopt rather than recreate. Because it's not a task for a single organization or a single government or a single individual. It's a task, it's a commitment for 8 billion people. And that's where these forums, and we are very, very happy and we are very, very thankful to AFA and TFAC to arrange these kind of things, to create that engagements, awareness, commitments, and which we are very, very confident will lead to actions and the collaboration which the years to come, everybody will get benefit from. Just to give you an overview of ACCA, ACCA is a 118-year-old organization. It started in 1904. And it's been a very, very progressive organization since 1904. And we have seen, as a history, we have seen the different cycles the world and this Mother Earth has gone through. And there are a lot of lessons and the patterns which exist out there which can help us to identify how we can extrapolate it, how we can take it forward. ACC always try to be a force for public good, work in a public interest, and try to contribute as much as possible through every forum, partnership, and collaboration to do something which is good for society, good for economy, good for national agendas. ACCA itself is committed to 9 SDG goals, and we keep reporting and we keep contributing towards that. ACCA is a community of almost 800,000 people. So all this history, all this commitment, and all this community of 800,000 people is here today to commit that whatever actions you are trying to do, we are willing to collaborate and we are willing to contribute because it's not, you are not alone, we are not alone. That's the only way to really achieve the net zero by 2050. ACC has introduced a one initiative, Accounting for Better World, which has got 7 core priorities. And the sustainability of the business is one of the very core to its heart. Sustainability is the center of everything as we speak today, and you will see in a couple of slides why it's important that we should look at the circular economy in a simple way, and we look what actions we can take, the people who are sitting right now here. As an accountant, as an auditor, or any other profession you are engaged, there is a contribution, there is an opportunity to contribute, and you can do it. It's just a matter of commitment and awareness. ACCA, sustainability is not a new topic for ACCA. In the last 15 years, we have produced more than 150 professional insights just talking about what's coming in the future. And this is the future where we are today. And we were talking about the carbon emissions. We were talking about the business responsibility. We were talking about the smart cities. We were talking about the technology and the data challenge which we might have, the investment risk which the natural capital is introducing. ACC has adopted the integrated report way earlier, and that helped us to understand how the capital is moving and how the risks are being accounted for. We have got a recent study on Asia Pacific, and that's a very interesting one because there is a lot of conversation which we are having, but when we look at the actions and the commitment from the businesses, and that's specifically from a businesses or an investor, we are not seeing the same commitment or the actions. So there are commitments, but their actions are not proportionate to that. Even today, less than 10% of the respondents to this specific report are significantly involved in dealing with the change. So that's mean 90% people are still thinking, they haven't committed, they haven't started taking action. Only 12% are talking about the net zero as a target by 2050. And 67% employees are saying it's a very important agenda for us. Listen to us, right? That's interesting contradiction. But there is a hope. These young people who are more eco-sensitive, they are the one who is a hope for the society and the world. They are going to drive the change. Because they are vocal, they are concerned. And they are trying to drive those commitments from the businesses and society and governments that if you want our vote, if you want our talent, do something which is good for SDGs, do something which is good for sustainability. We are willing to contribute, and that's the biggest hope. And believe me, the people like me and my generation will be led by you, the young people, that how we are going to achieve it. We may have a lot of thought about it, but you are the one who are more aware and action-oriented once it will be coming to the sustainability side. Again, despite the recognition, if you look at the regulatory impact in the global side, Asia Pacific, China, Malaysia, and Singapore, everybody is identifying the regulatory impact, the physical impact, the funding impact, customer impact, product and services impact, and the asset impact. But still, as a region, as a Asia Pacific, the level of investment which is going in Asia Pacific is way less. And if we continue doing what we are doing today, we are way off from a net zero race in Asia Pacific specifically. It's not that the rest of the world is way ahead, but definitely Asia Pacific comparatively is not there yet. If we look at the opportunity side, what accountants can contribute. So there is a climate data and analytics. That's a great opportunity to get into. I think in a previous session, they also highlighted that the data is going to be the key which will reflect the performance and the risk and the opportunity at the same time, that how the investor should look at the organization and how they can contribute. The reporting comes the same. Adaptation to the climate change risk, and we will talk about that in a minute a little bit later. That's a very important area at a national and regional level. And in a previous session, that's also highlighted. The adaptation is an important thing because it's combined everybody to work in a one direction. Climate finance, anything, the action you are going to take will require a certain funding, and where that funding is going to come and how we are going to deploy that funding is an important area. Climate-related innovation and the commercial opportunity. So it's not only a risk. Anybody who is moving fast, who is moving on a certain pace, will have a better opportunity to attract investment and eco-friendly customer. There is an opportunity to charge even the premium around it. So there are commercial opportunity around the climate change or the sustainability agenda, and the risk management is definitely going to be there. Just to highlight one other thing, 50% plus of our overall GDP is dependent, highly dependent on natural resources. So that's mean if we are not preserving the natural capital, the generations to come may not have access to those products and services which we are enjoying today. And that's consequently affecting construction, agriculture, food and beverages, which further, there are 6 industries which are being impacted: chemical and material, aviation, travel tourism, and that's very important for Thailand as well. Real estate, and we will talk about real estate in a minute, a little bit more. Mining, metals, supply chain, transport, retail, whatever you touch, that is going to be impacted with that if we are not going to be responsible. We talked about the circular economy a lot this morning, and that's a very important concept that what I started with, the waste for someone is an opportunity or a material for somebody else. Take an example of your second-hand phone, the phone you were using, the mobile phone you were using 2-3 years back. You sold it, you got a new version, that old one is being used by someone else. And in another 2-3 years, you will find your mobile maybe somewhere in Africa. So it's still being used by somebody rather than we waste it. So there is always an opportunity. If we look at the overall supply chain cycle from a raw material to production to distribution to consumption, there's an always opportunity to look at waste and see what we can repair, reuse, refurbish, and recycle. This is good. We are still talking about repair, reuse, refurbish, and recycle. But believe me, the young generation which is coming up, they might start refusing using the products and services which are not sustainable. Think about the business risks it carry. The biggest buyer, or biggest consumer, the biggest spender which is coming up, from a repair, reuse, refurbish, recycle, they add another R, refuse. And what is going to happen with the businesses? How they're going to survive? So that's why the sustainability, the action today, is an important element. What actions we can take? What are the call to action? There are actions for government, there are actions for businesses, and there are actions for investors. The biggest action is to have a national regional adaptation plan, because adaptation plan set out the framework, what is important for your country. Some areas which are very important for some countries may not be as important for Thailand or for the ASEAN as a region. Identify what are the priorities so you can plan funding for that. This is not an easy or cheap task. It requires a lot of funding. So the first role comes to the government to have that regional and national adaptation plan as ASEAN, as Thailand, get it approved and communicate that. Communication is a key here. So the rest of the businesses have to contribute. SDGs are the outcome of whatever we are doing individually or as a business. Business might be using ESG as a framework, but ultimately it's contribute there. Then have a common framework. The common taxonomy is important so things become comparable. You can really communicate it cross-border. You can access funds as well as you can showcase your success story and learning so people can also adopt that thing. So that's regulator, businesses, and investors have to work together. Supply chain, we talked about scope 3. Just imagine the rest of the world, and we were talking about the scope 3 in terms of carbon emission. The US have got a regulation now which will be effective on 1st January. And that require a disclosure of the carbon emission, and that may enhance it to the supply chain. So that's mean whatever you are doing today here in Thailand, whatever you are producing or exporting to different countries, they start asking you to really report the carbon emission accordingly because they have to report to their regulator. And then there will be a lot of offset which is required. There will be a lot of negotiation happening with the preferred vendor that who can provide the product, but at a very low carbon footprint. Recently there's one conversation happening in France that they want on an apparel piece, they want to have a price tag, but they want to have a climate tag as well. So when buyer is buying, they can exactly understand what the carbon footprint it has generated. So that will going to impact the consumer and their buying behaviors. Policy formation and advocacy of green finance. Green finance is still a confused concept that what is green and what is not. Recently in one EU country, I'm not going to name the company, they are heavily fined by the regulator, although as per their criteria, they have their portfolio carry enough sustainable investments in the companies. But when they looked at the report, it's all okay. But when they look at the substance behind the report, the impact side of the report, so it was not okay. So they were fined because that constitutes the greenwashing. So just the sustainability report is not going to serve. A lot of audit and assurance thing will come into play that there is an impact, there is a substance. And then the technology and data, the level of data it's required, the benchmarking it requires, it's very different. So that requires a lot of use of technology and data by governments, business, and auditor to provide that level of assurance that it's not a greenwashing. There is a real impact beneath that report or beneath that KPI which we have identified. If you look at the role of CFO as an accountant, as a professional accountant, as an auditor, we, as a report, in this recent report, the term they have used is the intergenerational value creator. So it's not the value creator for business anymore. From one generation to a next generation, what you're going to pass on will be important. What you do today as a CFO, as an auditor, is going to impact what the next generations or generations after you are going to get in terms of environment, in terms of the Mother Earth, the productivity, the products and services which can be produced. It's already discussed about it's a board agenda. There has to be a plan. There has to be KPIs. Push hard on a green opportunity. Again, like I said, switch off the lights and the water. These are the small things you can start talking about. Sustainability-linked finance, it's cheaper and it's abundant. But it's very difficult for people to create a project or a plan in a way that it become eligible to access that kind of funding. Create that capability, and as an accountant, you have got that one, where you can create the projects in a way so you can access that green funding, which is low cost, abundantly available, but people do not have a capacity in most of the part of the world to create the project which can reflect the right kind of impact and KPIs. Non-financial information, definitely there is but I think I love the one comment, there is no more a non-financial disclosure. It has got a financial impact always. What is going to impact? The impact we are seeing as a write-off of assets, loss of customer who are eco-primed competition. We are looking forward, the banks, they are raising the cost of borrowing if you are unable to really bring the sustainability as in an equation. We know there are certain portfolio investor in the banking. The bank is unable to have a right ESG score and they are selling off their stake in that bank. Pressure from the employees, like we saw that in the beginning of the report where the companies may not be ready, but the employees are asking for it. Insurance is no more a risk management tool unless until you can really substantiate. They will not be able to cover the quantum of loss which any business can incur just by ignoring it. So all the trust and hope as we see today, and sorry, just a last point on the simplify. The key point like we started with, it's a simplification is an important element here. And if you look at the concept and the journey for the businesses, I always recommend that start with the minimum viable compliance. The viable word is an important one. And then look at the scaling the opportunity. If you will, again, like mentioned earlier by the speakers as well, if we try to overthink at this stage, we will not be able to start. Start simple. Go with the minimum viable compliance concept, preserve your current earning, look for valuation gains, access the funding which is available. Talent is another benefit. You can develop and retain talent. The cost, because you are reducing the waste, so the cost is going to be reduced as well. The brand and reputation will enhance, and then you will stay compliant. That's another important aspect. So there is a earning side of it, there is a talent side of it, there is a cost reduction, and there is a compliance side of it. My recommendation is always go simple. Look for the viability and then go with the pace. Don't delay it. Don't overthink it. Start small, validate, and then scale. So sustainability is something which is going to stay here. Sustainability is our lifeline. And we have got that common responsibility to really win the race to that net zero together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saji, for your wonderful remark on the race to net zero. Please kindly remain on the stage for a few minutes for the token of appreciation ceremony. ในลำดับต่อไปค่ะขอเรียนเชิญท่าน
Next, I would like to invite Ajahn Supatsinsine, the committee and the secretary of the TFAC to be on the stage and to give the token to the speaker.
Next will be another shot.
Another with a photo shot with the audience in the hall.
ขอเชิญผู้เข้าร่วมสัมมนา
Every participant in the conference, please stand up so that we can have a photo.
สามารถโบกมือได้เลยครับ
ขอขอบคุณท่านวิทยากร
Thank you so much for our keynote speakers. And right now, this is the lunch break. The lunch will be provided as the buffet style at the outside of this conference room. Please prepare with the coupon. The coupon will be the stickers. Those who lost the stickers can contact us at the registration zone, and we will be back at 1:10. Please don't forget to register for the afternoon session, and see you once again at 1:10 p.m.
The challenge we have is the pace of change and the degree of adoption of change.
What is the implication on ethics? What is the implication on business?
We can't just continue to operate as we've done for the past 20 years.
If we don't change now, then it's too late.
ACCA has led the world in opening up opportunities to professional life, but we never rest on our laurels, and there is more to do.
The issues that we see playing out around the world is a function of significant increases in inequality. What we need to do is ask policymakers to take a much more longer-term view, particularly in terms of education, healthcare, and infrastructure.
That call to action is so important to all of us, including the accountancy profession.
Accountants are perfectly placed in their position to have that real meaningful impact.
The role of the accountancy profession is evolving.
We're talking now of environmental sustainability and governance as opposed to just analyzing numbers.
We speak up, we hold businesses and the public sector and ourselves to a higher standard.
The accounting profession has really provided the guidance to the innovators.
Everyone is embracing the diversity and redefining the role of the finance function. The next generation will be attracted by a sense of purpose.
It will become a more aspirational profession for young people as that ethical and trusted advisor.
A better world, to me, is where businesses actually serve the needs of society.
A better world where everyone will embrace accountability to protect the planet, helping businesses to develop in a sustainable way.
So that the decisions that we take as a result serve for the betterment of everybody.
Since the beginning of the 20th century, the average global temperature has risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius. That rise in temperature continues to accelerate. If unchallenged, it will eventually become irreversible, and the impact on life across the globe would be catastrophic. In 2015, ICAEW decided it was time for change. We started identifying sustainable ways of running businesses by assessing our own actions and teaching a sustainable mindset to our students, members, and member firms. We were preparing our profession to help protect our planet. In order to achieve a carbon-neutral goal, we needed to know what our footprint was. We measured and disclosed our greenhouse gases. Once armed with that knowledge, we could identify a clear roadmap to reduce our footprint. Our ambitious plan factored in every element of the business. In 2015, we started to take steps such as changing light bulbs and comprehensive recycling to minimise environmental impact. We even reduced travel using video and voice calls. The outcome? A 20% fall in our emissions, and as at Q3 2020, ICAEW is carbon neutral by purchasing offsets against our total remaining footprint. With our initial goals achieved, we can now look to the future. Not only ours, but the future impacts our students, members, and member firms will have on practices and companies across our profession. As a business, we're aiming higher. We don't just want to offset our footprint, we need to make it smaller. We aim to reduce our carbon emissions by another 20% by 2025, doubling that reduction to 40% by 2030. Internal initiatives such as changes in types of boilers, moving to cloud-based servers, and not taking domestic flights will help us achieve this goal. But this isn't just our fight. We all need to act before time runs out. Progress requires commitment and drive from the people at the top and a willingness to invest in realising change. Start your own carbon-neutral journey by assessing your impact and setting focused targets to help achieve your goal. Remember, if you don't know where you are, you can't see the way forward. You have to know what your footprint is before you can plan to reduce and offset it. For more detailed steps to carbon neutrality, visit icaew.com/carbon neutral.
The challenge we have is the pace of change and the degree of adoption of change.
What is the implication on ethics? What is the implication on business?
We can't just continue to operate as we've done for the past 20 years.
If we don't change now, then it's too late.
ACCA has led the world in opening up opportunities to professional life, but we never rest on our laurels, and there is more to do.
The issues that we see playing out around the world is a function of significant increases in inequality. What we need to do is ask policymakers to take a much more longer-term view, particularly in terms of education, healthcare, and infrastructure.
That call to action is so important to all of us, including the accountancy profession.
Accountants are perfectly placed in their position to have that real meaningful impact.
The role of the accountancy profession is evolving.
We're talking now of environmental sustainability and governance as opposed to just analyzing numbers.
We speak up, we hold businesses and the public sector and ourselves to a higher standard.
The accounting profession has really provided the guidance to the innovators.
Everyone is embracing the diversity and redefining the role of the finance function. The next generation will be attracted by a sense of purpose.
It will become a more aspirational profession for young people as that ethical and trusted advisor.
A better world, to me, is where businesses actually serve the needs of society.
A better world where everyone will embrace accountability to protect the planet, helping businesses to develop in a sustainable way.
So that the decisions that we take as a result serve for the betterment of everybody.
Since the beginning of the 20th century, the average global temperature has risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius. That rise in temperature continues to accelerate. If unchallenged, it will eventually become irreversible, and the impact on life across the globe would be catastrophic. In 2015, ICAEW decided it was time for change. We started identifying sustainable ways of running businesses by assessing our own actions and teaching a sustainable mindset to our students, members, and member firms. We were preparing our profession to help protect our planet. In order to achieve a carbon-neutral goal, we needed to know what our footprint was. We measured and disclosed our greenhouse gases. Once armed with that knowledge, we could identify a clear roadmap to reduce our footprint. Our ambitious plan factored in every element of the business. In 2015, we started to take steps such as changing light bulbs and comprehensive recycling to minimize environmental impact. We even reduced travel using video and voice calls. The outcome? A 20% fall in our emissions, and as at Q3 2020, ICAEW is carbon neutral by purchasing offsets against our total remaining footprint. With our initial goals achieved, we can now look to the future. Not only ours, but the future impacts our students, members, and member firms will have on practices and companies across our profession. As a business, we're aiming higher. We don't just want to offset our footprint, we need to make it smaller. We aim to reduce our carbon emissions by another 20% by 2025, doubling that reduction to 40% by 2030. Internal initiatives such as changes in types of boilers, moving to cloud-based servers, and not taking domestic flights will help us achieve this goal. But this isn't just our fight. We all need to act before time runs out. Progress requires commitment and drive from the people at the top and a willingness to invest in realising change. Start your own carbon neutral journey by assessing your impact and setting focused targets to help achieve your goal. Remember, if you don't know where you are, you can't see the way forward. You have to know what your footprint is before you can plan to reduce and offset it. For more detailed steps to carbon neutrality, visit icaew.com/carbon neutral.
The challenge we have is the pace of change and the degree of adoption of change.
What is the implication on ethics? What is the implication on business?
We can't just continue to operate as we've done for the past 20 years.
If we don't change now, then it's too late.
ACCA has led the world in opening up opportunities to professional life, but we never rest on our laurels and there is more to do.
The issues that we see playing out around the world is a function of significant increases in inequality. What we need to do is ask policymakers to take a much more longer-term view, particularly in terms of education, healthcare, and infrastructure.
That call to action is so important to all of us, including the accountancy profession.
Accountants are perfectly placed in their position to have that real meaningful impact.
The role of the accountancy profession is evolving.
We're talking now of environmental sustainability and governance as opposed to just analysing numbers.
We speak up, we hold businesses and the public sector and ourselves to a higher standard.
The accounting profession has really provided the guidance to the innovators.
Everyone is embracing the diversity and redefining the role of the finance function. The next generation will be attracted by a sense of purpose.
It will become a more aspirational profession for young people as that ethical and trusted advisor.
A better world, to me, is where businesses actually serve the needs of society.
A better world where everyone will embrace accountability to protect the planet, helping businesses to develop in a sustainable way.
So that the decisions that we take as a result serve for the betterment of everybody.
Since the beginning of the 20th century, the average global temperature has risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius. That rise in temperature continues to accelerate. If unchallenged, it will eventually become irreversible, and the impact on life across the globe would be catastrophic. In 2015, ICAEW decided it was time for change. We started identifying sustainable ways of running businesses by assessing our own actions and teaching a sustainable mindset to our students, members, and member firms. We were preparing our profession to help protect our planet. In order to achieve a carbon-neutral goal, we needed to know what our footprint was. We measured and disclosed our greenhouse gases. Once armed with that knowledge, we could identify a clear roadmap to reduce our footprint. Our ambitious plan factored in every element of the business. In 2015, we started to take steps such as changing light bulbs and comprehensive recycling to minimize environmental impact. We even reduced travel using video and voice calls. The outcome? A 20% fall in our emissions, and as at Q3 2020, ICAEW is carbon neutral by purchasing offsets against our total remaining footprint. With our initial goals achieved, we can now look to the future. Not only ours, but the future impacts our students, members, and member firms will have on practices and companies across our profession. As a business, we're aiming higher. we don't just want to offset our footprint, we need to make it smaller. We aim to reduce our carbon emissions by another 20% by 2025, doubling that reduction to 40% by 2030. Internal initiatives such as changes in types of boilers, moving to cloud-based servers, and not taking domestic flights will help us achieve this goal. But this isn't just our fight. We all need to act before time runs out. Progress requires commitment and drive from the people at the top and a willingness to invest in realizing change. Start your own carbon neutral journey by assessing your impact and setting focused targets to help achieve your goal. Remember, if you don't know where you are, you can't see the way forward. You have to know what your footprint is before you can plan to reduce and offset it. For more detailed steps to carbon neutrality, visit icaew.com/carbon neutral.
The challenge we have is the pace of change and the degree of adoption of change.
What is the implication on ethics? What is the implication on business?
We can't just continue to operate as we've done for the past 20 years.
If we don't change now, then it's too late.
ACCA has led the world in opening up opportunities to professional life, but we never rest on our laurels and there is more to do.
The issues that we see playing out around the world is a function of significant increases in inequality. What we need to do is ask policymakers to take a much more longer-term view, particularly in terms of education, healthcare, and infrastructure.
That call to action is so important to all of us, including the accountancy profession.
Accountants are perfectly placed in their position to have that real meaningful impact.
The role of the accountancy profession is evolving.
We're talking now of environmental sustainability and governance as opposed to just analyzing numbers.
We speak up, we hold businesses and the public sector and ourselves to a higher standard.
The accounting profession has really provided the guidance to the innovators.
Everyone is embracing the diversity and redefining the role of the finance function. The next generation will be attracted by a sense of purpose.
It will become a more aspirational profession for young people as that ethical and trusted advisor
A better world, to me, is where businesses actually serve the needs of society.
A better world where everyone will embrace accountability to protect the planet, helping businesses to develop in a sustainable way.
So that the decisions that we take as a result serve for the betterment of everybody.
Since the beginning of the 20th century, the average global temperature has risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius. That rise in temperature continues to accelerate. If unchallenged, it will eventually become irreversible, and the impact on life across the globe would be catastrophic. In 2015, ICAEW decided it was time for change. We started identifying sustainable ways of running businesses by assessing our own actions and teaching a sustainable mindset to our students, members, and member firms. We were preparing our profession to help protect our planet. In order to achieve a carbon-neutral goal, we needed to know what our footprint was. We measured and disclosed our greenhouse gases. Once armed with that knowledge, we could identify a clear roadmap to reduce our footprint. Our ambitious plan factored in every element of the business. In 2015, we started to take steps such as changing light bulbs and comprehensive recycling to minimize environmental impact. We even reduced travel using video and voice calls. The outcome? A 20% fall in our emissions, and as at Q3 2020, ICAEW is carbon neutral by purchasing offsets against our total remaining footprint. With our initial goals achieved, we can now look to the future. Not only ours, but the future impacts our students, members, and member firms will have on practices and companies across our profession. As a business, we're aiming higher. We don't just want to offset our footprint, we need to make it smaller. We aim to reduce our carbon emissions by another 20% by 2025, doubling that reduction to 40% by 2030. Internal initiatives such as changes in types of boilers, moving to cloud-based servers, and not taking domestic flights will help us achieve this goal. But this isn't just our fight. We all need to act before time runs out. Progress requires commitment and drive from the people at the top and a willingness to invest in realizing change. Start your own carbon neutral journey by assessing your impact and setting focused targets to help achieve your goal. Remember, if you don't know where you are, you can't see the way forward. You have to know what your footprint is before you can plan to reduce and offset it. For more detailed steps to carbon neutrality, visit icaew.com/carbon neutral.
The challenge we have is the pace of change and the degree of adoption of change.
What is the implication on ethics? What is the implication on business?
We can't just continue to operate as we've done for the past 20 years.
If we don't change now, then it's too late.
ACCA has led the world in opening up opportunities to professional life, but we never rest on our laurels and there is more to do.
The issues that we see playing out around the world is a function of significant increases in inequality. What we need to do is ask policymakers to take a much more longer-term view, particularly in terms of education, healthcare, and infrastructure.
That call to action is so important to all of us, including the accountancy profession.
Accountants are perfectly placed in their position to have that real meaningful impact.
The role of the accountancy profession is evolving.
We're talking now of environmental sustainability and governance as opposed to just analyzing numbers.
We speak up, we hold businesses and the public sector and ourselves to a higher standard.
The accounting profession has really provided the guidance to the innovators.
Everyone is embracing the diversity and redefining the role of the finance function. The next generation will be attracted by a sense of purpose.
It will become a more aspirational profession for young people as that ethical and trusted advisor.
A better world, to me, is where businesses actually serve the needs of society.
A better world where everyone will embrace accountability to protect the planet, helping businesses to develop in a sustainable way.
So that the decisions that we take as a result serve for the betterment of everybody.
Since the beginning of the 20th century, the average global temperature has risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius. That rise in temperature continues to accelerate. If unchallenged, it will eventually become irreversible, and the impact on life across the globe would be catastrophic. In 2015, ICAEW decided it was time for change. We started identifying sustainable ways of running businesses by assessing our own actions and teaching a sustainable mindset to our students, members, and member firms. We were preparing our profession to help protect our planet. In order to achieve a carbon neutral goal, we needed to know what our footprint was. We measured and disclosed our greenhouse gases. Once armed with that knowledge, we could identify a clear roadmap to reduce our footprint. Our ambitious plan factored in every element of the business. In 2015, we started to take steps such as changing light bulbs and comprehensive recycling to minimize environmental impact. We even reduced travel using video and voice calls. The outcome? A 20% fall in our emissions, and as at Q3 2020, ICAEW is carbon neutral by purchasing offsets against our total remaining footprint. With our initial goals achieved, we can now look to the future. Not only ours, but the future impacts our students, members, and member firms will have on practices and companies across our profession. As a business, we're aiming higher. We don't just want to offset our footprint, we need to make it smaller. We aim to reduce our carbon emissions by another 20% by 2025, doubling that reduction to 40% by 2030. Internal initiatives such as changes in types of boilers, moving to cloud-based servers, and not taking domestic flights will help us achieve this goal. But this isn't just our fight. We all need to act before time runs out. Progress requires commitment and drive from the people at the top and a willingness to invest in realizing change. Start your own carbon neutral journey by assessing your impact and setting focused targets to help achieve your goal. Remember, if you don't know where you are, you can't see the way forward. You have to know what your footprint is before you can plan to reduce and offset it. For more detailed steps to carbon neutrality, visit icaew.com/carbon neutral.
The the challenge we have is the pace of change and the degree of adoption of change.
What is the implication on ethics? What is the implication on business?
We can't just continue to operate as we've done for the past 20 years.
If we don't change now, then it's too late.
ACCA has led the world in opening up opportunities to professional life, but we never rest on our laurels and there is more to do.
The issues that we see playing out around the world is a function of significant increases in inequality. What we need to do is ask policymakers to take a much more longer-term view, particularly in terms of education, healthcare, and infrastructure.
That call to action is so important to all of us, including the accountancy profession.
Accountants are perfectly placed in their position to have that real meaningful impact.
The role of the accountancy profession is evolving.
We're talking now of environmental sustainability and governance as opposed to just analyzing numbers.
We speak up, we hold businesses and the public sector and ourselves to a higher standard.
The accounting profession has really provided the guidance to the innovators.
Everyone is embracing the diversity and redefining the role of the finance function. The next generation will be attracted by a sense of purpose.
It will become a more aspirational profession for young people as that ethical and trusted advisor.
A better world, to me, is where businesses actually serve the needs of society.
A better world where everyone will embrace accountability to protect the planet, helping businesses to develop in a sustainable way.
So that the decisions that we take as a result serve for the betterment of everybody.
และในตอนนี้เราก็ได้กลับเข้ามาสู่การสัมมนาในภาคบ่ายกันแล้วนะครับโดยการเสวนาในช่วงนี้นะครับจะเป็นหัวข้อ State and Trends of Carbon Pricing สถานะและแนวโน้มการกำหนดราคาคาร์บอนซึ่งได้รับเกียรติจากคุณณทีสิทธิประสานกรรมการและเลขานุการสถาบันการเปลี่ยนแปลงสภาพภูมิอากาศสภาอุตสาหกรรมแห่งประเทศไทยขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับคุณณทีด้วยครับ
สวัสดีผู้เข้าร่วมสัมมนาทุกท่านครับก็ถือเป็นโอกาสดีนะครับที่ทางสภาวิชาชีพบัญชีได้เชิญผมมานะครับแล้วก็ได้กำหนดหัวข้อที่น่าสนใจนะครับเป็นหัวข้อที่
This is a topic in the World Bank organization. I understand that they want me to consume it for you.Then before we reach that point about the state and trends of carbon pricing, what is carbon pricing? How it works, how it functions? I just want to tell you some stories. What are we talking about right now? We're talking about the climate change, a change of the environment.I have a conclusion for you. This have not been much about global warming, the change of the climates in the world, like a majority change. It all come from the carbon gas. Actually, it have like 4 types of gas. It have a scientific names like a hydrofluorocarbon.We forget about the name, but all of these 4 is caused by the factories. First is a carbon dioxide. The second one is a methane. Third one is nitrous oxide. But why we just mention only about the carbon? Because all of these gas that cause greenhouse effect.10%.
10%. And nitrous oxide, 7%. These 3 consist of 97%. And the 4 hard names, only 3%. Therefore, we often hear carbon, carbon, carbon all the time. Because carbon dioxide shares the major share in greenhouse gases. When it comes to carbon neutrality, it's different from net zero greenhouse gases emission. That's a question. The Prime Minister last year in COP26 he had a speech that Thailand will achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2065. What's the difference? Carbon neutral, according to its name, use that 80% carbon. How do you make it neutralize it? So what's the difference? So if you emit 100, you can decrease 100. It means it's 0. If you're an accountant, you probably know mathematics and additions, right, and subtraction. All right. Net zero greenhouse gases. Why it has to be pushed to 2065? Why? They use 6. It's harder. That's why it's like pushed back to 65, which all incorporates carbon dioxide. That's 7 gases altogether. So net zero, it's not just like, emit 100, reduce 100, and minus that, it's to 0, neutral. No. It means that emitted by 100, it means to absorb back. Absorb back. Deduction is not enough. Offsetting is not enough. Therefore, after you hear me out, 2 terms, reduction and removal. Reduction is to decrease greenhouse gases, and how, and what's the benefits, and what's the things you lose. And removal, it means to take it out of the equation. So these are the 2 terms in the layout for you. Now, let's begin. Carbon pricing. What's the definition? Is this the mechanism or tools that will manage about the deduction of greenhouse gases. To the right column, there's mandatory. It means that enforced. Secondly, it's voluntary. It means that you're willing to do it. And in the lateral part, or the x-axis, that in the right, it means about pricing. It's not by the mechanism of the market, right? It's about how you denote the pricing. So we give it emission trading scheme, or ETS. As you can see, there are two circles, and I'm not sure you can see it on my slide. To the left, we will use the term as into that circle. There's like two colors. The purple's in the bottom, and the blue is on top, at the top of the circle, right? So we call it unused allowance. What does it mean? In the European Union, they use the ETS system to denote that the manufacturing sector, if you emit carbon dioxide, they have a cap, right? The maximum. But the factories to the right, only the pink smoke, it doesn't fully cover the full circle. It means that they have an excess. It means an allowance. It means to be given to the factory to the right. As you can see, the same cap, right? The same maximum capacity of emissions, right? But to the right, there's a lot of pink smoke, right? What does that mean? It means that they are emitting greenhouse gases more than its cap. So what's the end result? The end result is that they will find a balance to it. Those who emit more, you can buy the allowance in the industrial sector that has a trading scheme. We call it cap and trade. Cap is the maximum. Do not exceed that. If you have an excess to it, you can sell it. If you don't have enough, buy it. That's offsetting. That's the first point I want to share. This is mandatory, enforced. Thailand doesn't exist. Now, the second part, I want to talk about carbon tax. In Thailand, we are in the reconsidering in the excise department. Well, we fuel up your cars, your vehicles, and drive around, right? There's a tax revenue and tax calculation of carbon dioxide that's emitted to the exhaust, right? It exists. But carbon tax that will support climate change, there's more than that. Second, okay? So these are the two things on the top, right? So Thailand is in the process of consideration right now, but I think carbon tax should be regulated pretty soon. Now, when you talk about the emission trading system, I think it's going to take quite some time before it can come out. Now let's talk about the third topic. This is something what we call as voluntary. We call it carbon trading mechanism. It means a carbon credit that you're quite familiar with this terminology. It means that if you have a goal to decrease greenhouse gases and you can achieve it, the part that you were able to decrease, that's the credit given to you. And look into other someone else, right? They want to decrease, but they can't do it. So what do they do? They buy the carbon credit from you. This is what I call as market-based, basically, similar to ETS, but this is on the voluntary part. As for now in Thailand, we still use the voluntary system. Point number 4, we call it internal carbon price. This is something that the World Bank has incepted as a tool to assist organizations and corporates about carbon pricing, which means that you have a deep study within yourself. You decrease the carbon dioxide emission or greenhouse gases. What are the costs that you will have to interject to your operations? It means to a summary, right? Carbon pricing, if you are conducting emission operations, manufacturing factories, conventionally, right, emitting greenhouse gases, emitting carbon dioxide, right, and did nothing, right? We call it carbon pricing equals to 0. You haven't interjected costs into the calculations. That's why it's 0. When we say carbon pricing, as we speak of it as today, it means you have to also calculate your costs too. So if you have a project, right, you have 100 tons of carbons equivalent. Next year, you want to decrease to 7 tons. What are the costs that is also calculated in the equation? This is how we incepted with the carbon pricing term. This is why it answers to the needs of the market, and the market will ask, like, the products from Thailand, made from Thailand, does Thailand have carbon pricing? If we do, yes. then they will accept the imports from Thailand, right? So carbon pricing, there are so many issues. So in conclusion, the product, is there any governing body to oversee carbon emissions or greenhouse gases? Carbon pricing is the one that denotes it. Now, I want to talk about the three things. Internal carbon pricing, I want to be discussing about that. Carbon offset consists of carbon credit mechanism like CDM, as the acronym for it, VCS, Vera or Gold Standard, or TVER that Thailand uses. This is what we call the carbon credit for cap and trade voluntary basis. EU VTS, we've been doing this for a long time. And in China, they have emission trading system as well. Cap and trade and carbon tax as well that we're discussing here. Everything that the information I'm sharing with you, you can give a credit to from the World Bank report, and the 1 and 2 is from the Ecosystem Marketplace 2021, and the third part is the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization, public organization. Yeah, we call it TGO. The board of TGO, he's here with us too, and he's going to come up to speak after me. Thank you for the information. Now let's look at as you can see, I'm laying out the picture here for you. It's fossil fuels, right? Like carbon, methane gas. Now, the way to mediate it is you have to decrease. Decreasing requires a cost, right? The cost is what? Carbon pricing, and there's a market for it. There's a carbon credit mechanism that's occurred. The top part is about the source of supply. Now, carbon credit, where's the source of it? Where's the supply of it? And to the left, it's the international crediting mechanism. Let me give you an example, like CDM or Clean Development Mechanism. The person who denotes that, which is at the United Nations level, UNFCCC. Next is about the level at the regional level here, the national level. So it's like TVER, like we use in Thailand. Right here is the national level, national standard. And finally, to the right, we call it Independent Crediting Mechanism. This is the international standard, but it's an organization that is an NGO, like NPO, non-profit organization. They created this standard for how to give the carbon credit, such as Vera. You have seen VCS2. VCS is one of the agency that for corporates that deals with this kind of aspect. They have the gold standard too. Everything that I'm mentioning here, they have their overlapping responsibility, like the supply from carbon credit, and where's the market at? The market, the international market, is at the compliance market, such as that's mandatory, that's enforced and regulated, such as for each nation must decrease greenhouse gases under the NDC goal, nationally level, national determined contribution, which means the name in itself tells you about to contribute and how to reduce greenhouse gases from today to 2065. So the carbon credit, you can use that, which is evidence that, yeah, we reduce how much greenhouse gases. Corsia is for airlines. And European Union once stated that if you do not reduce greenhouse gases to a certain level, or no evidence that you actually invested in reduction of carbon dioxide, you don't have that evidence, you cannot fly into the skies of the European Union. It has occurred before. It has happened. And there are some efforts currently. And we're talking about the domestic compliance market, which is also mandatory and at the national level. And we got ETS as well too. Carbon tax, and of course we got result-based finance, which is about if you have you issue out public policies with the intent as an incentive to reduce greenhouse gases, because us, right, countries with carbon tax, which is on the mandatory aspect, they have, we call it like the flower and the hammer analogy, right? So if you have a mandatory and reduce, and you're rewarded for it too. So on the voluntary part, as the voluntary market, it means the market like Thailand, for instance, because the Thailand's market is voluntary. It doesn't force you. It's not mandatory. And if you can do it, you have cable do it, just do it. You want to buy it, you buy it. You don't want to buy it, nothing's going to happen. So I want to inform you, as of now, the Ministry of Natural Resources is about to draft out an act on climate change and the enforcement of reporting greenhouse gas emission, carbon tax, cap and trade policy. This is the mandatory aspect. It's in the drafts. This is a further step that's going to happen in Thailand. Now, let's, in summary, one time. Our discussions, what's it about? To the left, it's about emission, right? Carbon dioxide, CO2. And after the emissions, to the right, the result was they were like emitting less than intended. So they became to result emitting 100, reducing 100, 0 equals to carbon neutral. Now these are the steps if you want to put efforts of reduction of carbon emission, of reduction aspect. The factories, the businesses, all activities that to achieve the goals of emission of this year at this cap. What are the activities? As you can see, the wind turbines and RE, like renewable energies, for instance, is replacing the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity, right? So, using electricity to create manufacture goods. So the first thing before EV, you have to go to energy efficiency. Like us, human beings. If you're fat, right, and you got a lot of fat accumulated at the belly, right, you have to, eradicate all the body fat to make your body lean, and then you exercise. Exercise to what? Define RE, right? Using renewable energy to use all these factories, as you can see, all their rooftops, there's no space. It's covered with solar cells. Eventually, in households, in the residence area, it's going to be installed with solar cells, right? If you have more excess of reduction, you're going to sell it to the grid or sell to your neighbor. This is about the renewable energies in the system, right? These are carbon credits that you can sell, and you get monetary compensation for the reduction of greenhouse gases. Now, I was talking about reduction. Now let's talk the aspect about removal, which is what? Growing trees. Trees, by nature, they will absorb carbon dioxide from the air and then put it in the ground. It means to suck carbon dioxide from the air and put it where carbon was found, in the ground. So this is how you can make your system net zero and carbon neutral. This is an infographic. Is that we need to help incorporation to reduce CO2 and the benefits of getting carbon credits. This slide is interesting. You may have heard external costs, right? Where is it derived from? From the factory to the left, over emission. It means that, emitting without care in the world, without dangerous gases, the neighbors, society, communities, they don't care. But there are external costs. The impact to the people around you, to the communities, and even the country that will have to, manage the environment because of you, right? Because external costs are ignored. Therefore, the private cost means that it's the cost of the factory for business operations or the result of your actions, of these emissions. The cost may actually be less than society and society as a whole. This is a problem. Now, listen to the right-hand side. It means that I want to share with you that external cost must be recalculated into the operation system and the business operations and the manufacturing system as well. So it means that the private cost or the cost of that business activities will be equivalent to the social cost. These are social responsibility. So private cost plus rental cost will be a result of optimal emissions. For instance, if the private costs, your business do not feel that they have cost or the enthusiasm to decrease or apply technology won't exist. So having this in place, it will result in optimal emissions. These are in the details of the activities that you can do, such as projects that you want to exception and some brokers and buyers and carbon credit. And of course, we're going to talk about where every single day, till the day, when you have to trade carbon credit, we call it over the counter. It means that you buy it on one-on-one. I want to buy carbon credits. You have to go to the TGO. Anyone wants to sell car? Okay. You want to sell credits to me? I'll call this person. Negotiate me two parties, and only you know how much you're going to sell it, right? So these activities in the Thai Industry Federation is to develop a trading platform, digitalized, using blockchain technology. The platform is called FTIX Exchange. Now let's talk about the suggestion about similar to the stock exchange, so everyone can see the price that the carbon credit from biomasses, or how much you're growing, reforestation, replanting trees and forests and things, whatever. Purchase to do what? To report the one report, ESG report, SDG reports, or even DGSI, with the intent to be further used. There will be the inception of a market transparency and with full confidence. But the most important thing that you must remember, that carbon credit, how quality is it? What's the quality of it? The more important thing is about credibility. About to have some auditing standards that you have to go through. And one more thing that you have to talk about carbon credit. As of today, many of you may have heard REC or IREC, Renewable Energy Certificate, which means there is a international standard. We call it IREC, or international standard. It's quite different from carbon credit. It's this, that carbon credit in any project is good. Look, whatever you do, any activity you do, you can decrease carbon credits. You will have credits to be sold. REC, it doesn't cover every project, but it means that if you are an electrical creator from renewable energy only, such as power plants like natural gas, no. It was incepted with the intent that those who generate energy or power, they have an incentive to have a certification that they can sell on. And instead of just selling electricity into the power grid, right, you can also sell the certificate as well too. It means that as an incentive from the the passion from the REs, right? So these two aspects, if you asked, so does it reach the same goal? Yes. With the intent to reduce carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases, but the roles are different. It's like you're building a home. They're building a house. You got the tools, different tools, right? One looks like a hammer, one looks like a screwdriver. They do different things, right? But reach the same goal. What's that? Build a home. Now, I want to compare on going deep down to the details here, that carbon tax and emission trading system. What's the difference? Well, this is about the details, but let me conclude it this way, summarize it for you. Carbon tax is something that will determine price. The government determines price for how much tax they're going to collect, as in how many baht, right? Give me the price. We're just talking about pricing for carbon tax. On the part about emission trading system, or cap and trade system, we're talking about quantity. How much of what's the capacity, the cap, that you cannot exceed this cap for emission quantity. It depends on price, depends on the market mechanism. You have excess, you sell. You need more, you buy. That's the two difference. Carbon tax is in pricing, how much the government is going to collect tax from it. So those who are going to pay revenue to the government, I think you better reduce it yourself, or else the government will tax you. But if you can reduce, you won't have to pay tax on this part. So it's an instrument that will be applied for a negotiation or agree which is more appropriate for a business. You have to consider about this as well. Now, let's talk about recommendation from the European Union, EU, the emission trading system. They were successful. They did it since 2005, and trial and errors, and what are the iterations and so forth. The end result was that their intent to use a polluter pays system, right? Whoever pollutes, right, and environmental impacts, you will have to pay a fine for it. But the ETS from the EU, the allowance that I have mentioned, there was free allowance as well too, 10% that has occurred. This 10% was given for you for free. Some industrial sectors, and these are some sectors on the energy intensive that emits a lot of carbon dioxide. So they decided, what do you want in that allowance? So allowance is what? These factories to have like a gap, right? A loophole that they can do. So they decided there should be no free allowance, no free lunch any longer with the intent as an incentive for those to, if you can't decrease, you're going to pay tax for it. Now, next important part is where's the money going to? I'm going to talk about, I'm going to go back a little bit when I want to talk about the recommendation number 8. Where does the money go? Where does the spending go? Where the tax that was collected from the ETS system? Well, you can go to many channels, but the most important part is about that it should be used with what? Like climate action initiatives. Point number 8 is some recommendation I really like. That it should be used by International Climate Fund or climate finance. Why? Since 2015, there's a Paris Agreement. Developing nations, they promised that they will fundraise at least about $1 billion to underdeveloped nations or developing nations to help them receive the climate change initiatives. But now, we haven't collected enough. So this recommendation is good. Thailand is a developing country. I think we should get donations from this part as well too. Now, this is a map which lays out the countries that does the ETAs, which one's going to do carbon tax. And in the ASEAN region is marked in yellow. It means that ETS or carbon tax is in the process of consideration. All the countries in ASEAN, except very small. To the right is Singapore. Singapore is red or brown. You can't see it. Singapore, they have carbon tax already in place and regulated. They are ahead of us. This map is the same. This map is shows about domestic credit mechanism. It means that the standard of each country at the national level, their national standard. The red one, it means that already proceeded. Thailand is voluntary emission T world. That TGO has denoted as certified and with a certificate for it. Now, one thing I want you to pay attention. Time's about, so I'm going to go really fast now. So in the past, before 2008, as you can see, the price from the market in Chicago, corporate credit, that voluntary, is quite rising. But in 2021, it has peaked at very high. Which means that the awareness of this issue is coming fast as a trend. Now, this graph shows about the value. But back in CDM in 2008, the market had reached to the peak of $790 million US. It means that in 2021, or 748 million, almost to the all-time high. So if you do accumulate it, it's about 6.7 billion. 6.7 billion. 6.7 billion. The value is higher. So the market is preparing itself. It's coming. The wave is here. Prepare yourself to cope with it. So this graph, I think I should be sending this to all you seminar participants so you can dive into the details about CDM. But I want you to pay attention on this part on the verification of carbon standards, or VERA, 62%, as colored in purple since 2021 is a massive portion. It's independent standard, as I have mentioned and informed you. VERA is non-profitable organization, NPO, and developed their standard that will be quite popular. That if you get carbon credits from this agency, it means that accountability, transparency, credibility, and so forth, and can be audited. It's all there. This is where the destination Thailand wants to go with here. Right? The T world to be that kind of standard, quite close to VERA or TSER or Prima or T world. We are on the way, in the works. It's going to happen in Thailand. Now, and this is a trend that I want to show to you, that the volume, quantity, even price will all increase. Another internal aspect that I want to share with you in this graph, first line, sky blue, forestry and land use. It means about, growing trees, removal, volume-wise, price, quantity, right, volume, 5.78 million to 227.7 million. It's coming really strong here. So if you're going to grow trees, right, talk to the forestry department or even the Department of Marine Resources and Coastal Resources. Yeah, they have a project for carbon credit. The private sector has been in collaboration. You get about 90%, and the department they ask for 10% only. So all these efforts it's going to be, and second part is renewable energy from 93.8 million and in volume to 211.4 million in volume. And the price also hikes up as well. This is a trend we're heading to. This slide is about TGO that we had created from CDM TVER since 2008. And finally, FTIX that I have mentioned. There's just the Federation of Thai Industries since 21 September, right? The market of FTX are three products. One, carbon credit. Two is electricity from RE. And thirdly is the certification of electrical generation from REC, or renewables. Now, the carbon credit, we will begin trading on TVER. After that, followed by Vera, and then gold standard in the future, if we can do it, if we're able to extract this, okay? So this is a collaboration with TGO. We have a committee, and to help each other manage, collaborate about the trading scheme together. This will be an alternative, a channel for Thai businesses, especially the export sector, with the notion that we can escape the tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and so forth. Like CBAM, for instance, they mentioned that all products produced in the EU that have carbon, the carbon emission bar is 70 euros. But the raw materials, the cost, right? So they decide to move their factories to Thailand, China, in this area, and then export it back to Europe. The same product. So they decided, hey, wait, if you're going to play this way, anything that's cheap, anything that repackaged with carbon pricing at 75 euros, right? But anything that's imported to Europe, it's only 10 euros, same market. So this is why the products from the European Union, they can't compete. So what did they do? They created tariffs. We call the carbon border adjustment called CBAM, which means that anything that is manufactured, produced outside the European, the EU, right? You just, put only cost for 10 euros, you import it back into Europe. You have to add more 65 euros more. So it means that the starting price cost will be the same. This is CBAM, to put it in layman terms here. Finally, it's about opportunity and challenges. The opportunities that I see, very important, is that we have to hasten up about electricity from RE, or energy transition. We should have freedom, right? That you can select freedom of choice, like to buy energy from RE. Because right now we have a single buyer. We buy from the grid, from the central grid, right? And that grid is about 60 to 7% of the energy generated from fossil fuels, right? In the future, it should be like 30%. We will never get RE 100% unless we deregulate it. Right now, the power market is regulated, but the challenge is how can we deregulate it as fast as possible? Well, peer-to-peer, like we want to buy electricity from your next door, from your neighbors and so forth, to open up opportunities so that we can decrease greenhouse gas emissions on individually and get to carbon credits individual basis. And the challenge is the pressures that it's like a tsunami inundating you, like SMEs in Thailand, or even the end customers like the Toyota said you have to be carbon neutral, RE to which year, ... Thai business owners should reach that goal before Toyota. There is a necessity, an impending need that you need to do. This is about the national policy that the government or even the Federation of the Thai Industries, or TGO, will need to collaborate and to create some mechanism and tools or activities to achieve the goals. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this topic. We were informed about the status and the trends about carbon pricing to prepare and cope with the changes that will happen in the future. Now, on this occasion, I would like to thank Mr. T. Pisayvasan very much. And I'd like to let Shachai Nasulwan, the president, the committee, to please come on stage, take a photograph.
ช่นเดิมนะ
As always, please have a group photo with all the audience. The audience, please stand up and wave to camera.
And now we got a privilege from Dr. Vijan Simachaya, Chairman of Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization for the public organization with under the topic of greenhouse gas management and market-based mechanism in Thailand. The stage is yours.
Hello, Sawasdee krab. Greetings to the board of the TFAAC, Thai Accounting Professionals, and thank you for, I think this is the first time actually speaking an audience of professional accountants. We'll be discussing about the environment, I'll be discussing about greenhouse gases after my speech, after Mr. Nati's. It's an easy job because many of the slides may be similar. I will skip because it came from the same source, which is about the organization that manages about greenhouse gases. So I would like to proceed with the PowerPoint. On the aspect, on the part which I'm going to continue on, Mr. Nati is about managing greenhouse gases at the overall picture of Thailand and where we're at and why do we have to do it, especially when accountants is quite something new for accountants. Now let's look at this picture. As of now, we are at the point of precipice of COVID, right? And this current time is the economic recession. And the second wave is bigger. It's about climate change. If you can't stop the third wave, what's going to happen and has a drastic, catastrophic impact is about biodiversity collapse. How can Thailand survive? Because we have a lot of natural resources. From where? Biodiversity. So this issue is quite important. Now, as we all know, the problems may around you, even in Bangkok, or even the northeast, such as drought, flooding, happens often. The severity increases. And at the same time, the impacts, not only environmental impacts, economic, society, this is also issues that we must focus because the climate change, environmental issues, what role does it play with Mr. Nati mentioned. This is another photo that we don't want to see it again. But nonetheless, these pictures always reoccur in popular memory. This is something that every sector must focus, private, public, or society. How can we stop it? Okay, how do you prevent it, mitigate it? Bangkok, for instance, we're suffering from many ideas, many thoughts like Bangkok. We have been receiving this kind of impact and we want to build or a bridge or a wall or a dam, like to prevent, the seas or even pumping water out. So many ideas. So these environmental factors may be something that we have to emphasize and focus on. This not only occurred in Thailand, in the region, also face a similar fate, okay? Like in South Korea or China, drought and flooding. Or in Germany, or Canada, which is always cold. The last year, the temperature in Canada was so high, of more than 45 degrees Celsius, and people lost from the heat wave. These are things that have happened. Why does the global trends give focus on? So let's begin with 1994, which many countries went for a conference and they had an agreement about climate change with the United Nations framework. And at that moment, there's about 197 countries that had a signatory agreement. And then we had discussed that how do you emphasize, how do you importance about the goal is to decrease global temperature by 2 degrees Celsius from the Industrial Revolution to the 1900s. But as of now, today, the temperature of the world has rise more than 1 degree. This is one of the goals at the global scale. And let's come to Tokyo Accords or Tokyo Protocol in 2005. But carbon credit has a role to play. We have to decrease now, especially for developing countries. You have to decrease, but for countries that has developed, developed countries have to decrease, but developing countries do not need it. But if you can decrease, you can actually sell the carbon credits to developed nations. Let me give you an example. We have a project that we call CBM, Clean Development Mechanisms, that TGO oversees this as well. So we sell carbon credits to European nations that they have fully developed and they cannot decrease any longer. So they bought carbon credits from us. And there's some superpowers like China and United States of America that they emit the most. They didn't participate in the Kyoto Protocol. So now let's talk about the Paris Agreement, 2015 and 2016. There was an agreement in Paris that every country must come to show the intent that each country, what are the emissions. And Thailand, with the Prime Minister of the President of the day, also participated and puts his name in the signatory that Thailand, with the intent about 20 to 25% deduction, which is the fiscal year is 2015. By 20% for Thailand, in our situation, we have activities such as conservation of energy. At the same time, it's increased by 25% if we get support from developed nations. This thing is something that had happened in the Paris Agreement. Lately at Glasgow at the end of last year, with our discussions in Paris, does not any impact the temperature of 2 degrees Celsius will be increased by 2.7 degrees Celsius. Even 2 degrees, the impact is tremendous. So let's revisit our goal again. Let's go back to 1.5 to control the global climate temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius. So therefore, in Glasgow, every country was invited to revisit that the 25% is no longer good. Let's have a clear-cut goal that net zero, what year? Be exact. So Thailand, we like other countries, and at the meantime, the target that we informed in Paris Agreement, 20%. With even deduction of 20%, we can control the global temperature to be 2 degrees Celsius, right? So let's from 20 to 40% by NDC, as Mr. Nati has mentioned, because national determined contribution. This is something that we must adjust as well. Hey, we need to come here. Key grip, fix the slide remote. Okay, now, this is something that the Thailand's commitment or recommitment in 2050 will reach to carbon neutrality. Only carbon dioxide was from the industrial sector, from the energy sector, and the long-term goal, net zero greenhouse gas emissions. I think about all greenhouse gases components. This is kind of picky and challenging, right? Agriculture sector, if you're doing with the floods and the conventional farming, right, and floodings, right, you have to change between dry and wet farming. This is something, one of the initiatives that we need to drive, but our long-term goal, the goal that needs to be with intensity in 2030, NDC from 20 to 40%. This is a new goal, new target. So as for Thailand, we have a goal of national level. Now, the more important thing before reaching that goal, how are we going to do it? Many of us may have a lot of questions. So what are the emissions as of now? Thailand, our emissions are about 364 million tons, which is equivalent from the energy sector, transportation industry, waste industry, or the land usage. And once we reach carbon neutrality, what do we do next? So on the aspect of the 364 tons, we have to decrease that more. How much do you want to decrease to reach carbon neutrality or net zero? We have to decrease 120 tons. Why 120? Because from the National Development Strategic Roadmap, or Thailand have the green area about 53%. So that means the National Strategic Roadmap means that in 2020, so you have more green areas in this country. About 55% of Thailand is covered with trees and green. These green areas will absorb carbon dioxide from the air, about 120 tons from the air into the ground. So, what I have been telling you, our capability is 120. We can emit 120 and we can absorb back 120 will equal to what? 0. So this number, can we reach it? Is something that we have to collaborate, and it's going to be hard. When we mention about climate change, we often, two parts, mitigation, to decrease, to lessen carbon reduction. And the second part is about adaptation. It can only occur and only happen and is happening, and how we're going to live with it, cohabitate with it. Adjustment is important. Adaptation is important. This is something that we must also focus on mitigation and adaptation. Therefore, on the aspect that we need to reduce, I mentioned about the carbon market. In the activities that we emit or interject technology, can we decrease it? Or at the same time, can we absorb, grow trees, take carbon from the air? It will be standard or a regulation that, or even the private sector or activities to collaborate, because we have the same goal, because to reach that goal, right? Both mandatory by laws and regulations, as in the Ministry of Natural Resources, they were drafting about managing greenhouse gases. But in the past, it shouldn't be mandatory. It should be voluntary. But from now on until the future, it's going to be mandatory and be enforced, and reporting with the technologies that you can use to apply to collect information on this about tax. And as of to Thailand, we're in the phase of voluntary, like T-World or even certification products of greenhouse emissions or Q mode or carbon footprint, carbon reduction. These things are on a voluntary basis. These things we often do more than a normal. So at the same time, what we have to continue doing is about adaptation, because Thailand is a country is high risk at the 9th level, ranked at 9 from the impact of climate change, whereas in countries that will be impact like Myanmar too is quite close to us. So whatever happens in Myanmar, Thailand will be impacted. So this is important that we can't evade. So we must have some mitigations to use for the standards like Q mode, products that must be certified that is eco-friendly, or even carbon price. As for Thailand, we are aware that we create a application of CDM, even establishment of agencies like Greenhouse Gas Organization, which is an agency, public organization which is under the tutelage of the Ministry of Resources. We also oversee this aspect as well, or even in renewable energy, right? This is something we have to go forward. Even taxation, in the process of reconsidering which is more appropriate for the Thai context, or even support monetary in funding, or even grants, or even loans, or even targets. And these climate change, or the goals, right, we call it science-based policy, is in numbers. So I do believe that accountants, they're masters of numbers, right? So to reach that number, how do we do it? Like, I have to tell you, like, right now we have 360 million tons of carbon dioxide. How do we decrease to 120 tons? Where and how? What are the regulations on how to support? If you ask if Thailand, have you reached the peak yet? Not yet. If you haven't reached the pinnacle yet, I think about 2035. I think that should be the time we should the peak emissions. No, actually more numbers. The numbers actually higher than I had to inform you. This is something as we move forward in Thailand. Now, Mr. Natim mentioned about this slide that when we mention about environment or greenhouse gases, same thing, which is something that has occurred at external costs that in the past we never gave any importance to it, like PPP, political pay, or those who, the person who started the problem, you must be responsible for it. Clean it up yourself. About our new acts, environmental acts and so forth will actually be drafted covering this issue as well, such as one report that will all to report ESG, environmental, social governance issues, or even greenhouse gases, all plays an important role, must be reported as well too. All the activities that the companies that are listed in the stock exchange market, that if you emit greenhouse gases, they must have a constant report or activities, what you have been doing in collaborate, in sync, in parallel with society and governance, or good governance as well, right? These are things that are quite important in the global trends. I mean, even the market, as Mr. Nati mentioned, or even a carbon market or carbon market-based mechanism. These are the things that we're having efforts with the Federation of Thai Industries. They mentioned that Thailand, we have a market for exchange at the ASEAN region, in fact, if you want to do it. So even at the Asia region, if you want to, right, if you want to trade with carbon credits, we have been working with the Ministry of Resources, Natural Resources, with the Thai Federation of Industries. This is of vital importance of some progress. If we got laws and regulations that follow, it'll be clearer. So as for now, whoever has carbon credits in your hand is an opportunity for those who wants to sell it. So keep an eye, close watch of how this is going to unfold. This is going to be an issue that is going to be very important, that we have to proceed to our goals, because Thailand, we mentioned that if you have a market, international market, or even domestic market, what are you going to do with it? So the Ministry of Natural Resources, that we have to look domestically first, because domestically we got a goal, national goal. So we must have a report at the international stage about the progress of the efforts in Thailand. This is a policy that will drive. So I've been mentioned, buyer and seller, we have a goal, and we have a target that's clear, 2065, what are the goals and how much is the targets. And even in the meantime, the area is limited to growing trees, because these regulations are supporting these efforts. Any private companies that you want to reforest, right, or even the Department of Species and Plants, or even Department of Coastal Resources, right, you can get these credits that are incurred from these activities. 90% you can take it for it, and 10% for the government will take it. So, as many private sectors are really interested in these areas, but areas are limited, like I've mentioned to you, this is an important issue. So offset is something important as well. What we have here is T-World, or the Thai standard. Many private companies, they set the Thai standard. If you want to adjust that to international standard, there's collaboration with Vera. That if you want to change to upgrade it to international standards, the price is quite high. Why is it expensive? Well, they got to have an agency to guarantee it, as standardize it. So this is something that I think that even the committee and the management that we reconsider that you should two standards for now. First standard is denoted for Thailand that if you want to trade credits in Thailand, do it domestically. And when it's appropriate time, if you want to adjust that to international standard, this is a topic that we should continue our collaboration efforts. It's a market that exists in many countries are preparing. We're lucky that Thailand is already prepared, and we got our networks that support on national, regional, or sub-regional as well. This, as Mr. Neti has mentioned it partially. Therefore, Thailand, we have developed, we got CDM, Clean Development Mechanism, from our agreement from the Kyoto Protocol. As for now, we're certified credits, and we still have remaining credits, about 2.2 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So we also focus on T-River as well. We have other many projects about energy, forest planning, decreased waste. As of now, we have about 33 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. We also, in collaboration with Japan, is about exchange of technology. Of some of the credits will, give it back to Japan, and some of the credits remaining will be in Thailand, as they're supporting industries, especially industries that are related to radiators. That you have to change the ways of converting energy, and the international standard is how to drive forward. And as of now, we got our networks. We call it carbon network, neutral network. We got about 280 members of companies, and we got the chairman. We got committees, members, and so forth to the direction, the information that's related, with the intent to expand the market on the Thai market, which we have carbon in stock, both the old projects like CDM, new projects like Stever. These are things that we have achieved. We got a carbon market club too, in collaboration with the private sector, in exchange about information. We got Tiver, we got energy, we got trees that we replanted. These are data that we accumulated. These are pictures of the first day we opened up the market from the Thai Federation, Federal Industries, with the Ministry of Natural Resource. This is about the trade we have, ongoing right now. It's in operation. This is the first market in the region. Another important thing that the Prime Minister in COP26, hosted at Glasgow, Scotland, is that we want to head towards net zero. One of the things that will drive, or the national strategies, will have to change. The Prime Minister mentioned about BCG. BCG derives from bioeconomy, which is the bioeconomy. C stands for circular economy, and G, green economy. These three things are interconnected, especially in Thailand, as mentioned to you, is that we have developed from the basis of raw materials, or bio and diversity, that we also encourage through ecotourism. But we got a lot of waste. The question is that how can we use waste and utilize as raw materials? This is what we call circular economy. It's going to solve like gas waste or greenhouse gases. Green economy will be entering the equation as well. So BCG is a national policy according to the cabinet meeting agenda, which is from last year in January 2021. And our development, if we look at our natural resource bases, which is used science and technology and innovation to drive these goals. We won't do the same thing any longer. Let me give you an example for circular economy, which in the past, because straightforward, is linear. So we often say that we have a lot of resources where we extracted it, right, and manufactured something, and in the end, after the life cycle, right, we throw it away, waste. So about waste in time, about 27 to 28 million tons, and nowhere to dispose of it. We got plastic issues. Thailand is considered one of the top countries with a lot of plastic waste. These are problems and issues that we must solve, such as plastic coming back again. We are using circular economy to aid in this issue. Reuse, recycle, that we all know. How do we create an ecosystem to support it? This is important, especially with the challenge that having people have a better standard of living, getting richer. BCG is the answer to it. Or at the meantime, or even the livelihood of the society, and especially located, living, habitating in raw materials locations. Are we going to use science and technology to increase production, how to increase yield, and most importantly, at the bottom, and lastly, it's about that we must follow up with the changes, natural disasters, pandemics that we are facing as of now, or even climate change that's going to hit us. Are you ready to cope with it? Are you prepared for it? So these are important factors, important issues about environment, or even accounting, or even the carbon market. I would like to include and give to you as information to inform all of you as for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vijan Simachaya, Chairman of Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization, and also the former of the Minister of Environment, of Ministry of Environment. And right now I would like to invite our representative to be on the stage to provide certain gifts for our speakers.
ครับเดี๋ยวต่อไปเป็นการถ่ายรูปร่วมกับ
All right, for our audiences, same routine. Don't forget to stand up and wave to the camera.
ขอขอบคุณท่านวิทยากรด้วยนะครับ
Now, next to the agenda, we're going to share some the point of view about ethics when it comes to reporting from Mark Barrington, the Chair Sustainability Working Group ISBA and Executive Director, UK Financial Reporting Council, please. สวัสดีครับผมมี
virtually today on this vital subject of sustainability. My name is Mark Babington. I'm the Executive Director of Regulatory Standards at the UK's Financial Reporting Council, and I'm also a member of the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants. I chair the Sustainability Working Group of the board. So why is sustainability so important? What we're seeing at the moment is huge demand from stakeholders, and in particular investors, to better understand the impact that business has on the planet. quite rightly, people want to understand the risk to climate and the risk proposed, to the planet more generally by the activities that business undertake. And that needs to be reported and that needs to be assured. And the reason this is so important is that increasingly sustainability information is being used by investors to make important capital allocation decisions. So it determines where money goes. Traditionally, that was always driven by what was reported in financial statements. But it goes to sort of a parallel to say, if this information is being used for capital allocation decisions, then it needs to be as reliable and as trustworthy as financial information. Of course, we're seeing a lot of work in this space at the moment. Recently, the International Sustainability Standards Board consulted on its first two standards to provide a global baseline for sustainability reporting. ASEAN has a major contribution to make in this debate because it is important that high standards of ethics and high standards of independence are also applied to people who are either producing sustainability-related information or assuring it. The fundamental principles of the Code of Ethics really ring true for sustainability reporting. And why is this so important? Because we're all alive to and aware of the risks of sustainability information being used for greenwashing purposes, effectively allowing the production and assurance of misleading information. So investment decisions or stakeholder decisions are taken on the back of poorly informed choices. Well, the Code of Ethics is really vital because, of course, a professional accountant cannot allow themselves to be seen to support misleading information. And so therefore it's absolutely right that high standards of ethics apply. I'd also say that ethics are really important because sustainability information is new and fast developing. It's often less mature and relies on reporting systems and controls that are less well developed, less robust, less well established than those that govern financial reporting. And therefore, again, high standards as set out in the fundamental principles of the code, underpinning the delivery of that work with appropriate integrity, with competence, professional skill and due care, are absolutely vital if people are going to be able to trust the information that's being produced. So we at ASEAN are working closely with other standard setters, not least the ISSB, and also the IAASB that sets the international standards on auditing, to develop a framework that will mean that this information can be trusted. For our part, the Sustainability Working Group of ASEAN is developing proposals to revise the code to allow the delivery of high-quality sustainability information and its assurance. And in doing so, we recognise that this information quite often draws on a more diverse group of providers than just professional accountants, and therefore we need to ensure that there is a sort of common regulatory baseline, which means that whoever does this work is doing it to a single consistent high standard, not just of ethics and independence, but also, of course, of technical competence. So we're going to develop proposals for the board to consider later this year, and our intention is to develop an exposure draft that we will issue in Q3 of next year that will set new proposals for the code and that will allow sustainability work to be brought within the high ethical framework and the high standards that the code offers. Of course, we're really interested to hear from our stakeholders. So many of you who are listening to this today, we want to reach out to you. We want to know the particular challenges that you see sustainability-related reporting to bring and how we can address those. And if you've got ideas and if you've got things that we can take account of when we're revising the code, then please do reach out to us. But this is a really vital topic, and I'm really pleased to see you discussing it today. I think one of the things that I would leave you with is that, looking across the world, there is growing demand for more information. we have to make sure that that information is better information, that is decision useful, and that meets the needs of a diverse group of users. From our side, it needs to be properly underpinned by high standards of ethics and independence, and that will be the focus of our work. And we'll work closely with the IAASB to ensure that that information can be properly assured using a single consistent high standard. So I wish you well for the rest of your conference. IASB looks forward to engaging with you as we take this work forward, and I hope to hear from many of you over the weeks and months to come. Thank you very much.
เป็นอย่างสูงค่ะ
Thank you so much. And now you will watch the video from Mr. Richard Spencer, Director of Sustainability, the Institute of the Certified Accountant from England and World under the topic of trust and accountability.
Hello, I'm Richard Spencer and I'm the Director of Sustainability at ICAEW, the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. And I'm delighted to have been invited to speak today. The subject I was given was the ethical mindset in sustainability. And I'm going to begin by disrupting that because I'll share with you the flow of my presentation. I want to start with a framing, and in that framing I want to ask, what is the mindset we want? I then want to go on to think about how does business engage with sustainability? And then I thought I would finish by sharing with you some of the work that we've been doing, particularly around advocating for our members and for sustainability, but also providing them with the materials that they need. This is, of course, very much a UK perspective, and so I'm just sharing this rather than trying to say this is how it's done. I hope that you find it useful and food for thought. Talking about sustainability and business is in a sense both easy and difficult at the same time. It's easy because the things that we call sustainability, climate crisis or loss of nature or growing inequalities, are things that most of us, if not all of us, feel very passionate about and have experienced. And most of us really want the world to change, and we want business to be a driver of that change. But how does that get translated into business behavior? In the long run, of course, those two goals are the same, that desire, that almost moral imperative of society, and the successful business imperative, the economic benefit that businesses have. Those two are the same, because long run, how can business thrive on a planet that fails? There is no prosperity on a dead planet, and businesses do not succeed in societies that fail. So clearly, long run, we have that. But between then and now, if you like, the challenge is that markets are very short term, and that economic benefit in the short run may not exactly coincide with our desires in the long run. And so the question, I think, is what mindset is it that brings those two together? And it's perfectly reasonable, actually, to think, well, we'll make sustainability an ethical issue. We'll build it into our code of conduct. But I think that gets us into all sorts of difficulties, and I hope to illuminate that later. But essentially, what we mean by sustainability and what the boundaries of our action or the action we believe we can have are different, and that lack of precision can lead to some very challenging issues if we just say it's all ethics. I mean, for instance, would we discipline a member who works for an oil company? Well, of course we wouldn't. But nevertheless, we want businesses to stop using oil, to stop producing oil. But if we make it an ethical issue, we get into a kind of rather sticky position. So I think it's about constructing, in addition to that ethical position, that moral position, I think it's about constructing a mindset that sustainability issues are strategically important, that are business critical. rather than doing good things. The problem of doing good things is that in times of difficulty, precisely when you want businesses to be driving the sustainability agenda, good things perhaps don't get prioritized, whereas strategically important things, critically important things, they do. And you can see that in the market there are soft levers that drive behavior. So businesses adopting a sustainability strategy, the likes of Olam and L'Oreal and Unilever. But they also get driven by mechanisms such as consumer behavior, the pressure in the supply chain, by rating agencies and voluntary codes. And we've seen a flourishing of voluntary codes before and since after COP26. And these are very important, absolutely very important. But there is only so far that the market can go. And in this context, I think it's important to understand that the market was partly, the market was, the climate change was described as the largest market failure of all time. Can't expect the market then to correct it by itself. We need to change the rules. And with changing the rules comes regulation, legislation, taxation. It's the regulatory handrails that also need to alter. But I think where we think about that ethical issue, there are some very clear places that plays out. For instance, I would say greenwashing, which is an issue of huge public concern at the moment. That is, are businesses actually just making claims around social and environmental responsibility that they can't substantiate, that aren't true? And of course, there is a huge ethical role for the membership, but that already exists in our code of ethics. The membership is vital for enabling stakeholders and shareholders to hold businesses to account. And of course, the code of ethics plays a huge role there. I'd now like to move on to thinking about how is it that businesses engage with sustainability. And I'm going to share my screen now and talk to a few slides. So this I think is one of the best definitions of sustainability. It takes the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and divides them between nature, society, and economy. And you could construct a narrative here which says that prosperous economies, something we all want. We all want to better our lives. Prosperous economies depend upon and nest into free, fair, and just societies. And those embed into a thriving planet. So it's tied together by good governance and partnership, and these hold together as a whole. And it's a very positive vision of the world wants. All 193 nations of the United Nations have signed up to this. It was the largest public consultation the UN ever conducted. 70 nations are engaged in the working party. So this is something we all want, and connects our prosperity with our ability to afford it in terms of the natural environment. But I want to share with you another phrase which of course stands for environment, society, and governance. And how do these two relate? Because we hear a lot of ESG at the moment, and it's a term that emerged out of the early 2000s and is actually, I would say, the business and finance lens on sustainability. And to put that into accountancy language, if you like, it relates to financial materiality. So it's about the risks that the things we call sustainability, the planet and people and society, present to the enterprise value of a business. It's based wholly in risk, and it's based wholly in the enterprise value, and is a smaller term, if you like, than sustainability. Sustainability encompasses that, but from a business perspective, expands it to what is often called double materiality, which is about the impact that a business has on the planet, its people and society. Now they have different audiences, in a sense that the financial materiality lens is really about investors, whereas the double materiality expands that audience to consumers, civil society and employees. And this I hope shows how these two interplay, that you have one that's about sustainability, and we'd often use a language of planetary limits such as carbon emissions and carbon in the atmosphere, or ocean acidification, or pollutants into water, and the ESG, which is about, as I said, the business risk. But obviously those two interplay, because even through an ESG lens, you might think about the impact you have to have on the environment in order to mitigate those risks. So for instance, if you're a food producer and one of your big risks is water supply, you're going to think about how you maintain the water table in order to sustain that water supply. And of course, in the long run, as I was saying before, in the long run, it's about creating the safe operating space for business. Now, between those two, of course, if I just click back to this one, you get some very different outcomes, because, for instance, if you have decided as a business to and go nature positive or carbon neutral, zero carbon, you are talking there about planetary limits. You're talking about sustainability, and actually investing to achieve that may very well present financial risks, so that in that space, an ESG position and in a sustainability position might conflict. Now, there's nothing, that is not to say that ESG is wrong or sustainability is better, but it is to say that navigation is needed. And again, this is where professional accountants have a huge role to play in thinking about the ethical issues, but also, more importantly, I think here, thinking about the business issues and which audience you're talking to and why you're doing it, and being transparent about it. Now, as I said, I think that most businesses really engage with the sustainability agenda in terms of risk. And here is a shot of the World Economic Forum global risks. And these are the short-term ones, the 0 to 2 years risks. And you can see that at the top end, the top 5 risks all relate to what might be called sustainability issues: extreme weather, failure of climate action, loss of livelihood, so being unable to feed your family, to heat or cool your home, and the idea that the stresses we face are building a collapse of social cohesion as discontent rises, and of course infectious diseases there, which they would be because of COVID. But actually, to think about this, for most, this might, large businesses like I was talking about Olam and Unilever, these might be things that they can get their arms around. But I think for the majority of small and medium-sized businesses, certainly in the UK, it's the second, third, fourth order risks that cascade out of these that they really connect with. So for a small or medium-sized business in the United Kingdom, reflecting upon horrendous heat waves in China, or equally awful floods in Pakistan, may say, well, I don't know why those relate to me. I can see as a person how they're awful, but I can't relate to the business. But of course, they will, because of disrupted supply chains, disrupted inputs into their business, maybe disrupted markets. And so for the professional accountant, is to navigate that way through helping businesses to understand why these sustainability issues are business critical issues, and to join the dots between the big events and how they might manifest to a business. And again, that's a really important and crucial role for the profession to play. But again, it's demonstrating how these issues of sustainability are business critical issues. And the ethical mindset, of course, comes in ensuring that businesses are thinking about the widest range of issues that might affect them. Now, I wanted just to think about, this is a piece from the Capitals Coalition, which is an organisation of more than 400 businesses and other organisations that is focused on how nature, people, society can be built into the decision making of the business. So it's not about reporting, it's about decision making. And in order to do that, what they have done is take those sustainability issues of people, of planet, of society, and put them into a business language and a business conception. So here we have the idea of stocks. Now we are, as finance professionals, used to the idea of thinking about capital stocks, so stocks of cash or produced goods from which we expect to get a flow of benefit. So that capital stock, and you can see at the bottom we have produced capital, provides a flow of benefit that is of value to society, to people, and to the planet. And it's doing exactly the same. What this framework does is exactly the same with society, with human intelligence and skills and competencies, and with nature, is to say, and the point here is that unless you maintain these capital stocks, you won't get those flows and you won't get value. So this is a way of framing those things we call sustainability in a really strong, hard business strategic mindset. Now, what is the role of the profession? I've touched on it in some places. There's a lot which is about guiding businesses, your own businesses and your clients through these issues, which are incredibly complicated. But at its heart lies the idea of information. Without information, how could you possibly know how dependent you are on nature or people? How could you know what risks they present to you? How could you know what the impact you've had is? And so there's this flow of information that goes through the system that stakeholders throughout the system use. And that information has to be good quality, has to be trusted, has to arrive on time in the right place for the right decisions to be made. It's almost like the profession, through information, paints a picture on an interpretation on which businesses make decisions. And so there's an immense responsibility there to make sure that that's good quality information, that businesses can do the right thing if they want to, but they can make good quality business decisions. And to wind up, I thought it would be helpful to think about some of the things that we at ICAEW have been doing, and maybe where there are gaps, you can let me know where we could do better, because I'm always keen to know where we can do better. So the first I wanted to talk about was that we advocate for action. Now there you can see there's a strong ethical imperative there that goes alongside the economic imperative. And we, in various pieces where we have worked with the GAA, the Global Accounting Alliance, and with Accounting for Sustainability, we have called on members to help their businesses and their clients become net zero, to look after, be stewards of the planet. So this is us advocating for that public interest role that we have that appeals to the social and ethical norm of doing the right thing, but also about doing the economic, to have the economic benefit there. So we've advocated for action, but of course our members, whilst I believe that professional accountants have all the skills that they need to be strong actors and play their role in sustainability, to own this space, and particularly in terms of knowledge and information, those professional accountants don't necessarily have the knowledge that they need. So they have the skills, but do they have the knowledge? And so one of the things we've focused on quite heavily is around building that knowledge base. And you can see here that we have a number of resources that our members can tap into, including a sustainability certificate that we've recently published and produced, that was in August, the Sustainable Climate Change Community. We've done work around ESG insurance and developing a net zero accountancy protocol. But it's important to celebrate successive members, and we do that through our Finance the Future Awards. And this year, more than half of the finalists come from outside of the United Kingdom, so it's not just a UK-focused piece. And it's important to celebrate members because professional accountants are everywhere and are the enablers of the economy. So they have this hugely important role and often are unsung heroes of the sustainability agenda. We also produce thought leadership. So we have an annual climate summit. We produced a piece on Paris-aligned accounts when Professor Das Gupta produced his review on the link between biodiversity and economic success. And we also incubate innovation. That Natural Capital Coalition, the Capitals Coalition that I told you about, was something that ICAW, along with other partners, led on incubating. And similarly, we've done that with the Finance for the Future Awards, setting up, and for the Finance Innovation Lab, setting up an incubator of entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs in the financial system. And we also support major initiatives in the United Kingdom. We're part of the Transition Plan Task Force, and we have observer status at the Economic and Social Council of the UN. We're members of the Global Compact, and we've supported organisations like WWF in their endeavours. And finally, we also walk the talk. We, in 2020, became carbon neutral, and now we are looking to think about how we become net zero. We've signed up to the UK's Green Finance Education Charter, which means we are building green finance into our qualification. And in 2020, we embraced the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as one of our strategic themes. So that is my presentation. I hope that you found it useful and interesting, and I would love to hear your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard Spencer. And before we are moving to our panel discussions, allow us to set the stage for our panelists. As of now, allow me to announce about the CPD registration. You can register for the third time at the registration area after this event, and you will receive the tote bag that will have certain gifts and also the newest ethical value for the accountant
ที่จะได้รับนะครับสำหรับผู้ที่เข้าร่วมสัมมนาแบบออนไซต์นะครับสำหรับผู้สอบบัญชีรับอนุญาตจะได้รับชั่วโมงพัฒนาทางด้านการบัญชีและการสอบบัญชีเป็นจำนวน1ชั่วโมงครึ่งทางด้านจรรยาบรรณเป็นจำนวน1ชั่วโมงครึ่งและทางด้านอื่นๆอีก3ชั่วโมงครึ่งรวมเป็นทั้งหมด6ชั่วโมงครึ่งครับสำหรับผู้ทำบัญชีนะครับจะได้รับชั่วโมงด้านการบัญชีและการสอบบัญชี1ชั่วโมงครึ่งและด้านอื่นๆอีก5ชั่วโมงรวมเป็นทั้งหมด6ชั่วโมงครึ่งครับสำหรับผู้เข้าร่วมสัมมนาแบบออนไลน์นะครับจะสามารถนับเป็นชั่วโมง CPD แบบไม่เป็นทางการได้เฉพาะผู้สอบบัญชีโดยให้เลือกประเภทกิจกรรมที่
on the second aspect on in academia that you can actually recollect about 2 hours. Next, please our next keynote speakers to be on stage. Next, we will begin our next session with the topic of trust and accountability, embedding an ethical mindset into sustainability reporting.
ขั้นของการสร้าง
And this is the Thai translation for it. In this seminar, this conference, we are honored by our first presenter, we like upon Itaberun, the Partner Climate Change and Sustainability Service, EY. Senior Vice President, Sustainable Business Development Department 2, the Stock Exchange of Thailand.
Mr. Kasiti Gate Suriyong, Partner Audits and Assurance Deloitte House Thomas Chayers Audit Company Limited. And our last one, Mr. Chakapat Nachakan, Ethics Committee from TFACT, and he will be the moderator for today's session. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I do believe that all of you have some intensity when it comes to sustainability as of today from the beginning in the morning. I do believe that this session will be another session that the intensity will actually be even more, because as of now, sustainability is now related and interconnected with the business and private sector is related to the professionals, and professionals have an impact. And the end result is what the reporting of sustainability. Let's come back to about accumulating financial report data in about financial statements. When we think about the triple bottom line, about profitability, for instance, but as of now, we also consider about the planet, the people, the framework. The image that we want to see is what we look at the financial statement or the sustainability report. Now, in about sustainable report, so as how can we the trustworthiness, the confidence, and about the disclosure, ethics is probably one of the issues that can rate such the confidence report. So we got many experts here today, from those as an auditor, a consultant, and even our facilitator, which is the SCT. I would like to open the floor as of now with Ms. Sinat from SCT, this Thai Stock Exchange. So lay out the foundations. Why do we have to sustainable report, and what is sustainable report?
Thank you so much. And I would like to greeting everyone. First of all, I know that you have been listening for the whole day, and you have listened from many views related to the sustainability. And of course, right, like the moderator had just said, that is the paradigm shift from the profit. So we want to create the balance for the stakeholders, and we would like to have a sustained and a long-term growth. So allow me to show that for today's perspective, for everyone to run the business has changed. Okay. I would like you to see this perspective, because actually the word sustainability has been emerged for a very long time, but right now it seems to be like the trend, because every stage, every conference has this topic as one of their information, and it is something that people have to account for. Therefore, in the business perspective, there will be some business who has been operated for a very long time, and the McKinsey has done the survey for about the past 10 years and has mentioned that it is to inform about the positive impact for the business, to create valuation, and also to shift the dimension or the perspective of the business. In terms of the asset, it has become an intangible asset. So in terms of the E and the S, it has created the value for the asset. So this is really coming to the perspective of the business owner. But in terms of the investor view, they see that this could be the risk and also the opportunities to invest. So they'll see the information from the ESG in this report to make the decision for the investment. Another part is this doesn't count only in the overseas, but we can see that on the lower left graph. For overseas, we have seen a lot of information, and we can see that the investor who are signed in the UNPRI signatories, we can see that there are many funds, the increase of the funds, and also the number of the AUM that has been increased in this category. So not only from the overseas, in our country, in Thailand, we also we can see that right now we started to have CG fund and eventually we have ESG fund. We also have been doing it for quite a certain period of time. We have a good fundamental in terms of the governance. We can see that our CG report that the listed company we has in the quite good listed. And in terms of the sustainability for the not only for the national level but also international level as well, the Thai company also has been listed on these index as well. So when we are talking about this data, the data will be the driven force. Traditionally, we might getting used with the financial information because it shows us about the wealth, about the security, but non-financial information. This will show the potential, the capability of growth of this business in the future. Therefore, using these two information to make the consideration, it will be a benefit for the user, not only from the investor side, but also the stakeholders. Also it is also crucial whether the stakeholders are the clients, the customers, or even partners, because the business could not move forward by themselves alone. So we need to use this procedure together, and when we make consideration, it's supposed to be the accurate and the right data that we can analyze, we can compare. Therefore, for today, whether it's from the regulator side, even in the overseas and also in ASEAN, we can see that everyone puts importance into this topic, and we have increased minimum requirement. So if you see from this, we can see that we have a lot of the diversity of that, and we can see the report that the SEC asked us to do, which is the 56/1T1 report. And right now we are also trying to encourage the disclosure, and we're trying to make the disclosure to be in the international standard. You will be able to see that we have variety of framework, whether it's the GI standards or the IR, which is the integrated reportings, or even the risk report related to the risk, which is the TCFD. You might think that we have a lot of standards, but of course, our panelists will help you to explain more about how would it impact in the business. Therefore, in this framework that we are trying to help the business to implement. That's why we created certain guidelines in many standards, but we might not use the integrated report in that sense. However, we're trying to help supporting the business, and you can take a look in our reporting guides, and we are focusing on each industry. And if you see, the annual report keeps getting more like thicker and thicker, which it will be more difficult to for implementation. So we believe that with this report it might help.
I do believe we see the overall view of it, because one of the key driving factors when you do some of these reports about sustainability was both for the investors and our stakeholders as well. In the past, as one of those who, as professionals, we always foresee as the shareholders only, but now we have many standards, many criteria that is mandatory for us to follow. But nonetheless, from the Stock Exchange of Thailand, there we have to mention there are many pathways actually beyond other standards. I think this is one of the issues that we can see the overview. That's why there must be a report on sustainability. Now, I would like to ask Ms. Virai Porn. She will share with you to even deep dive about sustainable report. How does it look like, and what are the criteria that you must follow? Ms. Virai Porn, please.
Hi everyone. So the questions about what is the sustainability report. If you have looked into the report, especially for those registered company, I have to say that the sustainability report is like the twin of the annual report, especially for those companies who are listed on the stock exchange. So basically, sustainability report is the report that provides information for the stakeholder, and they will provide in terms of the strategy of the company, the target, and also the performance, especially in terms of ES and G, which is the environment, socials, and governance, and under the sustainability goal. And of course, they have to inform in terms of the positive impact and also the negative impact, as well as the solution in order to aim to the sustainability or to aim at the UN sustainability goal. So I have mentioned that it is like the twin of the annual report. If you're familiar with the annual report, in the annual report, we will talk about the performance and also the financial data as well, or the financial statements. Of course, in our financial report, we has been mentioned about the sustainable goal as well, and we also have the number on that. The number on that on the sustainability report, in order to explain in a nutshell, we have been talking about the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 of the carbon emission. You might familiar in terms of, as you are the accountants, we have to expose the power usage in the company. That how can we turn to be the carbon emission amount. This is the example of the in terms of numbers for the environment factor. But in terms of the social factor, under the sustainability report, this will depend on the target of each business. For example, to disclose the labor cost by separating into the management level and in terms of the employer level, so that we could show the equality or even the payoff that the company would like to hire on the voluntary group, or if the company has some kind of like the some activities that want to give back to the society, like CSR. And another thing is about the CSR. Right now we have social return on investment, which means that we have to calculate the investment in the social projects, whether does it have any impact or could provide any return for the business or the investors. Because in the sustainability report, we have certain explanation, but maybe in other department, not in the accounting department. And in terms of the number, maybe it's not about not the number that used in the accounting field. However, this number we have to come back to the accounting department, because we have to ask for, does this data or information, is it accurate? And of course, we can say that it is inevitable that accountants will play a really important role when we have to write this sustainability report. So when we're talking about the basic principle to create the sustainability report, like Ms. Sininat has mentioned, that the international level, there are many standards, and of course each standards are focusing on different aspects. But the thing that is really interesting and really close to us as accountant is the IFRS, which is the ISSB, or the International Sustainability Standards Board, which we will focus on the standard related to the sustainability. So we can see that this shows the expectation that the accountant will take part in this report. And another part will be about, we also account in terms of the disclosure of the data. So we will use this report to drive activities under the context of creating sustainability in the organization. So this report will not be only about the data disclosure, but we would like to create the sustainability activity in the organization.
Thank you. You feel the excitement, like I told you, that from the opening of this session, that for instance, if you ask accountants, well, we were good at accounting standards, right? But these standards is the first draft. It's quite close to heart. It came from July.
This standards has been launched in the early of the year. It is still the draft. However, I believe that in ISSB might announce at the early of next year.
Yes. This is what accounting professionals should be excited about. This. Let me expand on this a little bit more. Now, once you see the sustainable report, I want to delay to clarity that difference between the financial statement versus the financial reports versus the sustainable reports. I want Deloitte to help expand this even further. Well, greetings to all of you. For me, when these two parts, as of today, is a condition that seems to be separated because financial reports and sustainable reports, as Ms. Vilay has mentioned, that in the end it will be quite coming closer together with their standard ISSB has issued out. So the data and the information, sustainable aspects that will be reflected upon the financial reports as well. So if you ask, as accountants, or any of you who are accounting professionals, you have to foresee that these two aspects, these two parts, this data, what kind of characteristics they should have. Well, if we begin first from the reports, financial reports, we're familiar with it, with the quality of financial reports. We are familiar. How does it look? What is derived as? And there are many aspects, even relationship, or the contents, or even justifiable representation, or even transparency, or being able to audit. This is good financial reports. But if we look on the other side, which are reports on sustainability, they also have these characteristics in qualities quite similar. What kind of good sustainable reports should look like, right? So there are many aspects similar. It's the same thing. It could also about the righteousness of comparison, or the completeness, or even disclosing information that can be audited. So if you ask these two sets of data, the quality must be of higher standards. We as accountants, our role is to fulfill the accuracy. The numbers has to be accurate in the financial reports. Our role is to help to accumulate information and data. May not be financial data, but it needs to be accuracy at the same quality level as well. This is something that we can fulfill. This is an aspect that will talk about the characteristics of data and good information. Now, there's another aspect that many of you may not have mentioned before. We often say about reports. Reports about, preparing of data, accumulating data, and classifying data. But one of the most important thing as well, when you are about to create such reports, when it comes to sustainability reports, is a storytelling. It's storytelling of a company, the activities, accomplishments, and what are the result or the outputs. Does it answer the needs of strategy, the sustainable strategy of the company? Does it answer the needs of our stakeholders or not? Therefore, if you ask the processes before ending of the report is the output, the final stage. But the most important thing is that the company is about the process of to try to prepare any financial statement reports. You have to understand about the risk of the company on sustainability, the understanding the needs of the stakeholders, create a strategy, create your sustainability, state a framework of management, or even go down to the processes and operations. What kind of adjustments of the process adjustments with the need to answer a strategy that have been placed. And finally, it's about data accumulation, data gathering, evaluating, and then coming up, deriving with the report. Does the report tell the story? This is something that is quite important. For many cases, many companies often say that they want a report of sustainability, but they have no prior processes, or even the understanding, or even the strategy. Therefore, you won't have a story to end with, to come up with a story. This is why storytelling is important. A good report must have the components before, which reflect on the final aspect, the report. I think that on the first part, we see clearly that where the derivatives of all the reports, how it came from, right? The stakeholders, investors, and till the criteria that has an impact of to be disclosed about sustainable report. Now, just a moment ago, when we take about financial budget reports, there's a process. ESG has the same processes as well. So let's be going deeper now, deeper and deeper, because all three of you are well versed in experience from the Stock Exchange of Thailand. You guys shows about the framework to do it and the discipline to do it. Let's go to Ms. Cindy Na. Not, that before even coming to the stage, we had a discussion prior that Mr. Not, you had the opportunity to work with the Stock Exchange of Thailand when it comes to ESG, more than a decade. So I would like you to please share as your roles and responsibility as the facilitator that encourages the private sector to see the importance of sustainability, please.
ก่อนอื่นขออนุญาต
First of all, allow me to explain about the role of the stock exchange. We are the capital market. By combining the business who need the money and the business that want the money for invest. So in order to create this in terms of the sustainability, we have to come from the supply side, which is the business that need to have the sustainability, and another side is the investor who want to support the sustainability, and of course the middleman. We have to be able to understand whether in terms of the broker or the analyst, they also need to have this knowledge. So for this, our role is we have to take care the partner side for the entire value chain for the fundraising journey, and also the infrastructures that the stock exchange have to take care of. And in terms of the business side, we have to set the standard, the practice standard about how can they truly implement to create a result. Once we get the results, then we could do the disclosure so that we could report to the stakeholders so that they understand what are the results that we have done. Most importantly, this information will be the connecting dot to the investor, because the investing market will be connected with these with the investor, so investor could gather the information and make the decision. And from the demand side, for the investor, we have many groups of investors that we have to take care of. So one thing that we have to do is to provide education for the investor group so that they could we have to support the investment with responsibility. And of course, another part is the infrastructure has to be ready. People have to understand. For example, like the analyst would be able to use the information and to create the valuation so that we can know the valuation of the company. So we could drive the new way or new approach of the investment. So the analyst will have to be like the new chapter to drive the force. And the accounting part or accountant part, now we also they're not working in terms of the numerical data, but they also have to have certain information that they have to evaluate in terms of the business performance. Therefore, the market has developed the infrastructures that we just launched on the early of this month, which is the ESG data platform. This will be the sum up that the company can submit the information or the report for us, so that we could provide the information to the business who need the information as the one-stop service. So the business doesn't have to submit into many regulators, but the market could connect these agencies for them. So we increase the efficiency, but at the same time, the information that you submit, it's supposed to be the data that can be comparable and has to be meaningful so that we could analyze. So this data platform would be another tools that just emerge in Thailand market, because we would like to support and promote transparency and to use this information to communicate with all the stakeholders.
Yes, that's the overview at the national level. In the capital market, as you can see, as accountants, you have a role to play, because data may not be information only about financial data, but it's only quantitative. But there's also data is qualitative on the perspective of quality as well. That will, as it is indicator from the foreign investors, see the importance from the ESG information data as well.
I would like to add on that there will be certain data related to the quality. For example, the taking care of the employees, the rate of resignation. This will reflect the quality of constructing the business, because this might affect with the revenue and this will also affect the valuation. And we have been talking about climate for the entire morning. In order for us to create eco efficiency, to use the power or the energy with efficiency, but to be able to reduce the cost, then this, at the end of the day, eventually it will create the value of the business.
The interrelationship. Now, that was the big overview. So, you're like a mentor, a consultant about the first step, about the preparation to creating of the sustainable report, putting systems in place, data accumulation. Now, let's listen to the consultant, Mr. Laipon, expand on it a little bit, the roles of accountants to the organization or the business part about sustainable report. Expand on.
Thank you so much. I also got the chance to become the consultant for many companies to start to do the ESG journey, like what Mr. Gasiti has mentioned, starting from the data preparation until the the investigation part. So I'd like to explain about the ESG data preparation. By the role, allow me to explain that I am also have the accounting background, so I understand the importance of the accountants as the main supporter, officially or not, but I will be the main supporter to let the ESG data in the sustainability data or in the sustainability report to have as much meaningful and as quality as possible to meet the expectation, whether it's the expectation of the regulator or the stock exchange of Thailand or even the investor, and also the stakeholder in all sector, whether the community, whether the communities or the clients. And of course, the sustainability report, there will be in terms of the explanation of the strategy. The investors might think that this is quite far-fetched from themselves, but there will be the performance result that in the sustainability report we have to show. And of course, all the target, if we want to reach that target, it has to be measurable, and at the same time it has to be trustable. So for example, if you want to know in terms of the power data, then they have to collect the data at the plant. But however, that is also true. But in order for us to get the trustworthy data, the investor is also one of the players who have the experience, who can support the business. But we're talking about the company who have like the smaller and at a medium size, they might have to be the representative to gather this information so that they can be disclosed on the sustainable report. Of course, there are many companies that we have to collect the power usage data so that we could convert into BCFC data. So as we can communicate with the accountants, so instead of informing information in terms of the GL report, but we have to collect the information for the sustainability data together. So of course, this one we have to look in terms of the strategies and the sustainability of the business so that it could be in the managing account that would align together. And lastly, in the financial report that we have to take care of, a lot of ESG strategy we have to understand, and we have to evaluate whether it's have any impact on our financial report. So of course, we have been talking about the physical risk right now. Every day we have rain, so with the global warming we might get a lot of impact in terms of that. Therefore, accountants, sometimes we might have to evaluate the certain stuff that it might be effect on the financial report, and this really happened with the accountant.
Totally agree with you that accountants, you're the captain, you're the center of data accumulation, because talking about whenever who gets numbers first is always the accountant, but the accountant must accumulate data that may not only be financial data only, for which other agencies or any organizations at large, right? There may be other departments that be interrelated. Now, from the accountant, right? Now let's talk from the aspect of an auditor. So in an auditor, there's an aspect of auditing and assurance, which is about the sustainable report, is mostly about assurance, mainly. Let's listen to scarcity as an assurance and the sustainability report, how this is related. Yes, many of you may not know that an auditor like us, you can audit the information in the sustainable report as well. This, all firms and many firms have been doing, is something that you can do. But before reaching that point, I have to inform you, when we mention about the standard in auditing or the ways we work, that is about auditing about the sustainable report. There's also, we often see there are two standards. First standard is what we're using, which is we call ISA or TSA, which when working in these procedures is that ISAE 3000 is about assurance of data and information that is not only about finance. There's a way standard of operations as well. Or even about auditing information and data that's about greenhouse gases. There's another standard, ISAE 3410, which is a standard that we also have, that we still use. It's a standard of operations about the accuracy of the information and data. This is what for us. Another one that's about coming is one AA1 1000. Is the standard that we also use about many use often. Mostly the ISO auditors is another group that will use about auditing and give comments and recommendations of the standard. Furthermore, there are other standards that other countries have been using or as guidelines about auditing of accuracy of information and data. So when you talk about auditing of this data, it's important because as we have been discussing, our intention is that data in the sustainable report must have assurance and there must be a credibility. So we must have a third party to aid you in auditing and commenting, recommending that the data in the sustainable report is accurate or not. They also include auditing about the criteria about creating such report. Is it in accordance to the standard or GRI or integrated report, or even auditing about some data, some points such as greenhouse gas emissions, the usage of water, or even power consumption or waste and so forth. You can actually identify point per point or item by item. These are things that we can audit. And if you go down to the further detail, when you create such report, as of today, the reports, there are two types. Type number one, we call it limited assurance. It means that about creating confidence and assurance at a limited framework. It means that by the standard is this, that when standard procedures is that the data, if we found that the data is like some suspicion that it's not accurate, it's like similar to auditing, such as any financial status per quarter, right? So limited assurance, the standard of operations may not be as intense, maybe concentrating or focusing on data analysis and trying to understanding or some audits on some aspects. On the other type is called type 2, called reasonable assurance. It's about to create assurance in the overview or overall. If you compare to the financial statement, it's about auditing the same thing as your financial statement within annually. So the standard of operations is a little bit more intense. It's about creating understanding, evaluating or regulating or even evidence that we have and so forth to create the assurance that these data is accurate or not. This is the ways standard of operations of an auditor can do when about auditing data that is in the report of sustainability. As you can see, that sustainability has an impact, and the role of accounting professionals have changed, even despite the dimension of those who are auditors, or even accountants, or even agencies or departments that have an impact directly. Now, some of you probably heard the term greenwashing. Greenwashing, as of now, you hear it often all the time. If you translate the Thai, there's many explanations. One of them is that it's about marketing, green marketing. It's like an attempt that you want to present yourself for the customer or the consumer that we are giving importance to and care for the environment. But internally, if we're doing it seriously or not, no one knows. So, as we are here, as we're accountants and auditors and accountant professionals, and you still have this career, is the entrustment in giving trust, being responsible to disclose such data and information. So investors or those who use like financial statements or even financial reports or sustainable reports for their benefit. This session, I want to ask all three of you, from your experience viewpoint, that you have many case studies from your experience that you're in the field when it comes to sustainability and about transparency, or even add in a little bit about ethics that has an impact on creating a sustainable report. Let's go back to Ms. O and Ms. Sinina. Please share.
I want to continue with the greenwashing. The terms greenwash is one of the trends that many consumers cannot accept, because right now the clients and the consumers are looking for the products and services that are the green products or services. So, and of course, they think that they are one of the people who have to take the responsibilities for the green environment. So of course, when the business also have to take part in that, sometimes we might see certain commercials and think that this company looks like they're really taking care of the world or taking care of the planet. But when we read on the report, it seems like there's no information related on that. So this might decrease the trust level of the company. Therefore, when one of the panelists has mentioned that about the sustainability report, about the positive impact and the negative impact. Actually, in terms of the negative impact, it doesn't cause any negativities for the business, because we are explaining what are the solutions that we are pursuing. This will be the area that the business would be able to declare the way or the approach that they would do. And of course, we have to we can't deny that social media is one of the fast channel. So if the sustainability report, you don't explain any aspect of that, it might be contradict with those who could acquire the information. So in the communication channel, sometimes the company might have difficulties in terms of the data gathering or collection. So in order for them to be able to put into the report, we have to create certain level of trust. Therefore, from my experience, you can see that the gap for the report is quite wide, and we have to put it under the international framework. And when we compare with other companies who have less capability, we have to say that it is because of the ability to collect information. And in order to create this information, to have that trustworthiness and to be able to trace back, this have to come back to the integrity of the reporting. So I think this is coming back to the balance, and this could be the communication channel to the stakeholder. Another point is we want to talk about the case that we might take only certain area, especially only the positive impact, and we don't want to talk about or mention about the negative impact. I want you to shift the dimension to be growth mindset.
Does he expand that a little bit more, like cherry picking all the good things to share and promote about, but the report should be also discuss about the negative impacts as well.
This is like the explanation that this is something it might cause by nature, for example, accident, or sometimes certain area we might not be able to do it exactly 100%, but we can explain, we can mitigate, and we can take responsibility.
That is clear. If there's an accident, at least write it down, record it down, report it, at least to understand and lessons learned from it or how we mitigate it. Like carbon dioxide, it's almost impossible to eradicate it or reduce it immediately, right? It's a small step procedure, but eventually incremental, but not should be negative, but it may only cherry picking only the good things to report.
It's the communication in terms of the improvement that we have, the transition period. We are aware of it, but right now we cannot do it, but we are preparing, we are adjust ourselves to that level. So as the auditors, accountants, and data collector, so they have really important roles in this, because in order for them to be able to extract the information and explain in another dimension, this will allow us to become more professional, and the business aspect, they will have more trustworthy as well.
We'll need to stop and be aware and ponder a little bit to about when it comes to as a profession. Think deeper. Now we'll be able, when disclosing data. Ms. Vilaypon, what are the challenges when someone, you have to create sustainable report to make it with clarity, or any tips that you can share with accountants or audits?
Well, I have to say that if it's the continuation from you have mentioned, from the greenwash to the challenge of those who have to write the report related to the sustainability report, the first thing is it come back to the understanding. From the morning session that we have been listening, for those who might have just start and enter into this industry, you know that there are a lot of new terminologies that you have to learn and understand. For example, like what are the greenhouse gases, how many types do they have, how can we collect the data, or even the circular economy, how would it impact the strategy, and how would it impact in terms of the number in the report. So these challenges in many businesses, whether the big or small businesses, all the agency or all the units inside the company, they have to make or to find the information related to the sustainability. At first, they might not have the right understanding or the procedures for the data collection. So sometimes many companies they might not have the intention to do greenwashing. However, because it started from they don't understand, or they don't really understand, and so when they collect the data, they might not have the right information or the right procedure. That's why when they have the garbage in, of course it has the garbage out will be equivalent. So when they didn't do the assessment or the checking, so once the public have seen, whether it's going to be the stakeholder, the investor, or even the client, of course people will question. They also want to know whether does this really align and accurate with the objective or the target of the company. So in terms of the accountant perspective, when we enter into data preparation and reporting, one thing that the accountants had adjust, and we need more adjustment, which is to work together with other agencies, the communication, the way that you set the assignment or the question, because ESG is about the strategy. So accountants in many businesses, in many companies, we might get the information later than other department. However, we have to set the question after we have done certain activities, or you might hear that they want to do this, do that in the company. For example, carbon credit. We have to start thinking, would it affect in terms of the transaction recording. So sustainability report allow us to have new activities that could create certain risks and could change business model in the company. Therefore, when accountants has heard about these news or these information, so it might impact the way you have to do your financial report, in which way, or should we create certain approach in order to help support ESG report? Because at the end of the day, if you don't understand and when people ask for information, you just give whatever you have and you just report incorrectly or inaccurately, which that will affect with the name of the company.
If you listen carefully from Ms. Virapon's presentation, if you not only look at the output, what Ms. Virapon emphasizes is about strategy, processes, and understanding. As of today, accountants, you may be familiar with data, right? Numbers, you jump in. When it comes to ESG, emphasize first that look upon your true strategy first, the overview. What are the impacts to the organization? What are the processes incorporated, or even the mutual understanding of the entire organization, not fully small or large. But you only charge about large companies only, right? So we can add a little bit more, but even small companies, you have a role to play. Because as today, the ecosystem of ESG, large companies that must be transparent and disclose the data, they have to work with partners, which are partners, smaller partners. If small companies do not follow with the same direction of large companies, it's almost hard to implement. So this is the reason why the overview, large or small companies, you can begin and to emphasize in the processes and understanding.
I would like to add on, I have met certain small company. They are also curious that why does this company, why do they ask for this company, or should we provide the company, should we provide the information? Are we doing it too reluctantly? And they are the food business and they are the suppliers for the larger company. They ask for the salary of the outsourced people. They was concerned like why do they want to know? So in terms of the sustainability, one thing that people have faced, which is the human rights, the fairness in terms of the workforce. So sometimes a lot of companies who might not work in the listed or registered company, but they might be one of the vendor, one of the suppliers. These information we have to supply with our client as well. So the data collecting system, even for our side, we also have to serve our client.
So there's a different misconception from us. For someone who gives an assurance, from what your experience as when you play a role as an assurance when it comes to sustainable report, please. Well, for us, you are at the end, right, in the process after collecting data, creating such reports, and then we come in for audits. So to conclude, to summarize the issues that we encountered in many organizations, especially when we started this initiative, there were maybe 2 or 3 points. The first point is about understanding and know-how about the regulations or the standards or the criteria that we use. Because sometimes the person who will create such reports or some accumulate such data, they don't really understand what are the requirements. Many times they accumulate data incorrectly or according to the criteria or the standard, or there's some changes of any standards in accounting or any updates, the same thing. So when it comes to sustainability standards, they update constantly, but sometimes companies do not follow these updates and they accumulate data the same way. And once the audits, when you conduct the audits, we find that there is a misconduct or the accumulation. So this is about the person in working procedures, or those who are about cleaning data, or even those who look at the overall picture of it. You must have an understanding of this aspect as well and follow up what any updates. This is the first point. Point number 2 is about the processes of how you accumulate data. Record data, because recording is one of the issues in many places, because with recording you have with the right criteria, right? You must have the right procedures, right processes, some guidelines to follow through over how to record it and where source of recording and the process, who is going to be the auditors. This is another issue. Some places don't have it in place. So once you have it, it's unclear, with ambiguous, right? For instance, if you have many factories scattered around, right, in the country, deploying the templates or forms is going to be an issue because they don't know how to record or to accumulate data, and sometimes they key in data into the Excel spreadsheets, sometimes manually, and sometimes they recorded recorded wrong, right? So there's some issues that when it comes to processes of auditing may not be clear enough. This is another issue that we often encounter when we go into the field, when we go to the factory level, which is the front lines. And another issue is that, another point is that when you create or even disclose within the report. I just mentioned a recording, right? Now, when you create or generate, even explaining or even the data when in the sustainable report, is that we try to show all the things that, show on the bright side to make yourself look good. And sometimes we used to show the previous year, this year, that item disappeared. Sometimes this issue, we ask them, what happened to that item? And they say that, oh yeah, it's some misunderstanding, maybe an issue, but in truth, disclosing information similar to financial reports is the same. You have to compare it for the fiscal year, historical comparison. So any changes that may occur, they must go back to historical reports as well too. Sometimes they made amendments in the previous data, but they forgot to make amendments in the previous year's data as well, because once in comparison, you can see the clear picture. This is something we often encounter. Therefore, if in reality, this is something that I often want to inform, accountants can help, have a role to play, because accumulating data, right, recording data, or even auditing is not in the hands of the accountants only. The person who's an expert is about auditing and recording data. Who? It's the accountant. If you're about to reimburse, all right, if the accountant won't allow you to, you won't be able to reimburse. So this activities may be part of data recording as well. So accountants, you can play a role about setting up the processes, about how to to control and manage, and how to audit, right? Because the information that you key into the Excel spreadsheets is from the source of the data, according to the documentation or not. So accountants can fulfill in this gap. That is your role. And your role as an accountant, the value is added to you. Well, it makes you feel that when you do financial reports to make it, make good financial reports. But there is an advantage because we had that kind of experience prior. But it's quite similar. The format is similar, but the context may have to change. The mindset, even strategy, processes, and understanding from the past. But I would like to build upon ethics as well, because capability as auditors or even accountants may be the key driving forces, because disclosed information may be believable or not, or build assurance into it, may have an impact. I think this is really intense. This session is very, very intense. It gets even more intense because this is one more challenge of accountant professionals, that you must adjust to sustainability that has an impact on the private sector and many to the organization. Finally, I would like to ask the three of you, how can I say this? Would you have any words of encouragement or food for thoughts or key takeaways to those accounting professionals to prepare themselves in taking a role in sustainability? Because some organizations, they have some of these initiatives. Some organizations that did initiatives well. Some organizations that even started. Or those of us who are here today, you must begin today onwards. So please, Serena, please begin.
I have to say that when we're talking about sustainability, it is everyone's issue, because we have only one planet. We don't even know whether it can be moved to Mars or not. We have only one planet, and we have to live with it. And if we have to live with the flood, it is quite difficult. It takes hours to go home. So whether what roles or position that we are in as one or as a consumer, as a citizen in Thailand, or even as an auditor, an accountant, we can take our role, we can take this responsibility to take care of our home, of our planet in a sustainable way. And of course, everyone's duty, we have a really vital role that could support and help others. When we talk to other business, sustainability is not just one person, not just only for the sustainability department, not just for the strategy department, but it's really coming to everyone. And it's in our daily routine work, that how could our work would be able to contribute to the business and to the world eventually. So of course there might be a question that how can we do this, how can we do this together, and how can we help each other. So this is going to be a growth mindset for the accountant professionals. We have a lot of opportunities in this work field as a person that we are in the middle. We can see in terms of the business who are lacking of the person in this field. Those who can do in this field, this is also limited. Those who want to jump into the industry, it's really difficult to create or equip them. So increase this knowledge and experience of yours. And to add on this is not something that is more on something that is not related to your work. And if you want to have the career development, to have an advancement in this career path, of course, I know that other panelists also agree with me. If I'm really want to challenge this perspective that you would like to add on information and knowledge.
Don't forget, there's always a job. You will never find yourself unemployed. Ms. Vilaporn, please.
Well, what I would like to give as the final remark, I also agree with Kun Senina that we are also one of the citizens in the same planet. So in terms of the global warming, climate change issue, we have to care mutually as an accountant professional in terms of the ESG. Personally, I see as the risk and the opportunity. We can see that in all sector, ESG is something that people really give a lot of interest. Whether you're in the large company or small company, whether you are the accountant in the business or you are the auditor in the business. This topic is something that you have to consider and take care of. Of course, you might be expected to understand about ESG, to understand about the sustainable goal. This is about the opportunity. Who are the first mover? You can use this skill. Of course, all the accountants have that skill, have that capability. You can gather the reliable information gathering, and if you can create this into the interest level, you can also warning the management level that we have to care about this area, we have to be aware about that things. And of course, this is also something that is similar, that the accountant has the important role that we can support the company's purpose and company's target. So for the accountant professional, this is also the risk if you move too slow. Will be an opportunity if you move fast.
One of the perspectives, like I told you, the first person that is you never find yourself unemployment, right? But if you don't adjust, might not be sure enough. But if you're able to adjust oneself, you will have stable career in accountancy and benefit impact to the whole entire career and field. Finally, Mr. City. Well, if we talk about the overview here, is that our two previous speakers covered all of it. As accounting professionals, you have to adjust to create an understanding with new things that are about to hit you. Many of us may be curious, is it a fact that in the end that accountants must have to interact with these kind of issues, right? There are many articles overseas that in the future, not this far future, the roles and responsibilities of accounting and financing will be related of reporting sustainability more and more. To put in layman terms, you may actually finance accounting led by you guys. This is a trend that's happening overseas, and when they do research with the top management, they all see eye to eye that accounting must have more a role to play when you create such data and prepare this information. For us in Thailand, Deloitte, we did some research as survey as well. So we asked about their comments, their ideas. Top management in this country said that accounting should have a bigger role to play when it comes to related to sustainability or even the processes of data accumulation or even about budgeting or responsible to many other things. There are many things that accounting can play a role in. So there's a confirmation for me. The opportunity is there for everyone, but it's up to you if you're about to adjust and make an understanding with new things. And in your organization, there will be specialists in many topics. You don't have to be the specialist in that field. Do I have to learn about the environment because I graduated from school for a long time? At least have a discussion with an expert in that field. Your job is to understand the fundamentals and how to accumulate information and gather data. That's all you need to do. This is something that you can do now. Thank you very much. And I heard a great quote, leaving no one behind. We won't leave anyone behind. This is a quote, a promise of a country in the United Nations when they discuss about the target of sustainability, sustainable goals. As we heard about the three speakers, sustainability is not on part of accounting professionals, but it's also has an impact to this entire world, and I have full confidence that those who are accounting professionals, you will be having important role to play to drive sustainability and a positive impact to this world. In the end, as part of one of the members of the Committee of Ethics, I want all of us to build about ethics, add into this perspective about when the standard of operations of your profession or even reporting, not only financial reports or even sustainable reports. And finally, everyone in this room, our efforts are due for the public good. So thank you once again, all three speakers, for sharing with clarity, sharing us the dimensions and the depth of sustainable reports, which is one of the responsibilities of accounting professionals that will be having a role to play. Thank you, Mr. Ninat, Mr. Epon, and Mr. Cassidy. Thank you one more time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vilaypon Itivirun, Ms. Sirinat Jamsi, and Mr. Cassidy Gate Suryong, and Mr. Chakapat Nasakan, so much for discussing about the sustainability report. And I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Thirachai Arun Sirirod, our representative, to be on the stage to provide the tokens and to have a group photo session.
เชิญท่านวิทยากรหันหลังให้กับ
Please, our senior speakers, please turn your back to the audience so that we have a group photo with the entire room. Participants, please, you may stand to be part of the photograph.
สามารถยกมือให้กล้องได้
Let's show some hand gestures and arm gestures. Wave to camera. Thank you, all keynote speakers. And next on the agenda, everyone please share about the roles of the role of similar role of accounting professional by Chief Executive Officer IFAC.
On behalf of IFAC, thank you for the opportunity to share our views on the importance of sustainability-related corporate reporting to the accountancy profession. I'd like to use my time to highlight some of the work we have done on behalf of the global profession and to offer a roadmap, a call to action, if you will, for us all to take up, as I believe there has never been a more exciting time to be a professional accountant. Over the past 2 years, IFAC has actively supported the establishment of the new International Sustainability Standards Board, or ISSB, under the governance of the IFRS Foundation. Today, under the leadership and governance of the IFRS Foundation, the International Sustainability Standards Board is a reality, with a mission to establish a comprehensive global baseline of disclosure requirements addressing the long-term performance of companies, their enterprise value. We believe this initiative, which can lead the way towards a rational, harmonized global system for reporting on sustainability or ESG matters, is critical to the business and investor communities, as well as society at large. Now, in 2022, we must turn our attention to the role of professional accountants in leading the transformation of high-quality standard setting for sustainability disclosure into an integrated mindset within companies that will involve the CFO and finance teams to break down silos between financial and ESG matters, that will enhance internal decision-making by senior management and oversight by boards of directors, that will drive high-quality, enhanced corporate reporting to all stakeholders, and bring trust and confidence to what is reported through high-quality assurance. This transformation is a journey, and it will take longer in some jurisdictions and regions than in others. But we must acknowledge our role and our public interest responsibility as the enablers of the sustainability movement. Earlier this year, IFAC published a call to action that suggests important next steps for all of us in the accountancy profession. Whether we work in public practice, within companies, or in the public sector, our actions as professional accountants and as PAOs can accelerate sustainability and help prevent costly regulatory fragmentation. I would like to emphasize 2 main points. First, the world needs high-quality sustainability information, so we need to do the following. We must support the idea of an investor-focused, comprehensive global baseline of sustainability disclosures. This is the mandate of the ISSB. Where we can, we must contribute to the ISSB's technical standard setting processes. We also must advocate at home with local policymakers and regulators for ISSB adoption and alignment. And we must make the case for mandatory sustainability assurance, winning sustainability assurance engagements with our financial audit clients, and demonstrating the value of an interconnected approach to both reporting and assurance. Our second big task is to champion our profession, the fact that we are at the center of information flows and decision-making and can use our skills and competencies to connect financial and non-financial information. This, plus our global reach, our public interest mandate and ethical code, our judgment, skills, and competencies, and our regulatory oversight, all serve to make us best positioned for this important responsibility. Frankly, no other profession comes close. Finally, as professional accountants, in our day-to-day work, we can take proactive steps to enable sustainable change. First, by being proactive in reporting the effects of climate change in financial statements when required, under existing financial reporting standards and best practices. Second, by working to integrate financial and ESG subject matter and helping companies develop an integrated mindset to coordinate their approach to financial and ESG matters. And through these efforts, developing a greater comfort with the forward-looking nature of sustainability information. And finally, by advocating for smart policymaking with our local authorities. This is what the accountancy profession can and must do to lead. A harmonized global system for reporting sustainability information will accelerate sustainability. It will provide high-quality reporting to address the climate crisis. It will help companies and their stakeholders measure and assess progress towards sustainability objectives in a consistent, comparable, and decision-useful way. Accurate measurement and reporting will promote more sustainable companies that create long-term value for investors and society. A global system is also the best path to avoid regulatory fragmentation. Businesses and investors want a level playing field. A harmonized global system will reduce complexity, confusion, and cost. And as more and more investors take sustainability matters into account in their capital allocation decisions, companies who do not provide high-quality sustainability disclosures may find that their cost of funds will increase. If anything has changed over the past 12 months, it's the realization that sustainability-related reporting and assurance are even more central to the future of our profession than we thought. Sustainability has the potential to transform what we do, to bring new relevance and value to what we offer as a profession, and to make a future career as a professional accountant rewarding and exciting. This transformation in what we do will not be easy, and it will take time. But we must rise to the challenge. Society needs us. Ultimately, we can help promote more sustainable companies that create long-term value for investors, stakeholders, and society at large. I conclude my remarks where I began. There is no more exciting time to be a professional accountant, especially if we act in concert. I encourage all of us to do so.
Well, next on the agenda, I would like to please proceed to your break. We will be having a 15-minute break, and please reconvene again at 4:15. Your break, snacks and coffee and tea is in front of the venue. Please proceed.
ขอประกาศนะครับว่ามีผู้เข้าร่วมสัมมนาลืม
There's announcement. Somebody forgot a bag. If you have misplaced your bag, please contact the staff in the front desk to retrieve it.
Welcome everyone to our last session for today's conference, and of course this is also one of the interesting session, which is the readiness for the way forward for the redefining our role in enabling sustainability for the accountant professionals. I would like to invite all the panelists to be on the stage. Our first panelist, Mr. Thayakon Kundesha, Director on Bond Department, SEC Thailand. Our second panelist, Mr. Krisada Kritiya Chotipakon, Director of Tax Auditing Standards Division, the Revenue Department. And finally, Mr. Supot Singha Sane, Secretary General TFAC, and he will be the moderator of this session. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. First off, I would like to thank to the two speakers to spare your precious time to share your information to all of us, all our accounting professionals, despite the fact this is in the evening on a Saturday too, that you can use your time otherwise. From talking about in the morning when we discussed about sustainability, that we mentioned that to this point we heard this term more than 100 times from the representatives from the public sector or even the private sector, domestically and internationally overseas. I think we do believe that we have a clarity in sustainability and its roles, important role in our lives as accounting professionals too. In the past, when we did business operations, only two things: how to grow and how to be profitable. The rules of accounting back in the day was simple. So this is the reason why many people mention that when it comes to financial statements or budgeting, it's like a cornerstone. It's like hindsight, historical information. We just want to be accurate. But it doesn't show the future of that business. Next, there was an evolution and development in the lives of our accountants. We got more rules and regulations and how to report financial statements or even auditors. A clear-cut direction with clarity, better clarity. Till today, business demands more services from accountants compared to the past, a lot more, because when it comes to financial reports these days or the budgets, it must be showing the value of the company or showing the ways of the future. This is how do you reflect upon corporate value. When it comes to enabling the goals of sustainability, this is why playing a role, important role from the beginning in the morning till now. In the past, we may be familiar with activities that's about for the state and society When I was in younger years, we about to growing, planting mangrove trees, or even river dams or dikes to show society that business, the private sector, only considers the society and returns upon to society as well too. This way that we did, it's not enough for these days, because competition in business, there's changes in the world that is quite drastic. So society and business demands what the accountants and information from the accountants even more. So in terms of sustainability, you probably ask, how does sustainability play a role in accounting? Remember that all business transactions must be recorded, must be disclosed, must be reported through our financial statements, which is a document that will be communicated between the business and to the users through authorized by the auditors. So the role of accountants and sustainability is something that is inevitable. It is important that this kind of cornerstone must create value, not only about the historical achievements, but about to show the path to future. That's why sustainability plays a role. This is why I want to have some public announcements and information to share you as our committee. We are in the process of translating the standards, IFRS 2 documents that is related to this topic. The first document is IFRS 51. It's about disclosing financial statements that is related to sustainability, and the second document is IFRS 52, which is about disclosure of climate. And this translation efforts is completed, is in the process of proofreading, and we are having plans to submit and to showcase it to you. This is another step of sustainability that is about to come into our financial statements through disclosure of information and financial. This is something that's getting closer to us. As of today, we are honored by two speakers, and they come from agencies that, for us accountants, they are like family. One is from the SEC. So if you're overseeing a public listed company, or if you're a CPA, we must give honor and prestige to them because they oversee you and they audit you, right? And our second speaker from the Revenue Department, same thing too, because these two gentlemen are like family to us as well too as accountants. So we are going to have the honor, the privilege to hear from these two agencies how did they as playing a role in driving sustainability in the private sector, and absolutely and certainly as the role of an accountant is from our financial statements. I would like to begin with the representatives of from the SEC, right? That for the SEC, what are the roles of the SEC, Securities Exchange Commission, about to drive sustainability in the private sector? Please, sir. Well, first off, greetings to all of you here today, and I want to thank to the AFA for inviting me here to share my knowledge and experiences to all of you. I would like to begin with the notion that the SEC, with our responsibility, is that our job is to regulate and develop the capital market with the intention, with efficiency about accumulation of capital and getting as a capital market, and to create an environment that encourages the capital market for sustainability. If you want to look at what the SEC does, you can see that we have been mentioning about sustainability in our job description. My excuse that the slide has not up. Oh, please share the slide for me. Next slide, please. Now, so when it comes to the roles and responsibility of the SEC, what we do about developing about sustainable capital market is coinciding with the policy, international policy, and the policy of the state as well, national state, or EG goals, or COP26, or even ACMF, or even the national roadmap, 20-year roadmap as well too. National 20-year strategic roadmap. Now, if we discuss about the global trends these days in 2022, the World Economic Forum have listed out what are the risks in 2022. First off, it's about failure to management in climate action failure. Secondly, it's about extreme weather, which is extreme, which is it means to the extremely the biodiversity loss, or social cohesion erosion and livelihood crisis, infectious diseases, environmental damages, debt crisis, and geo-economical confrontation. If you look through these crises, when it comes to about environment or even society, may be one of the most crisis that is prevalent. What does this show? It shows that these issues are so close to you. It's quite close to how businesses conduct operations. It means this is one of the risks of the corporation and the company. Therefore, companies should begin to ponder and be aware of ESG or even growth sustainability when they conduct business operations. Next, if we discuss about on the aspect perspective of investors, yes, you can see there are many investors, about more than 5,154. They showed in their intention to use the criteria in investing by considering about social responsibility and responsibility in growth sustainability too. There is something we call asset under management. In value, about 28 billion. But this is what it shows to you. It shows that the trends of investing these days, most investors only see when companies on sustainability achieved it or not, but you can see that it's a massive amount, 121 trillion, not only in domestically, but these are for the capital overseas as well, global wise. So any companies that will be the early movers, that will be able to reach this capital sooner than others that are not aware. Now, if you looked at the Thailand Stock Exchange, or SCT, we can see about the listed companies in Thailand. As there are many companies that are quite aware about this issue, like the first group, there are 661 listed companies that had a very good evaluation, one of the best evaluations from these evaluations from the IOD when it comes to about the corporate governance report. If other one that I want to share about is about the listed THSI. There are listed companies in this, for about 144 listed companies. Last year, so 120. As you can see, this year, there's more companies joining the group. Over the index that when it comes to about sustainable index within domestically, we call it ZTHSI. There are 99 listed companies that was selected into this group, or international wise, or the Dow Jones Sustainable Indices. There are 24 listed companies that has been selected. I want to tell you, these companies from the ASEAN region, Thai companies are being selected most. And there's also an index of MSCI or FTSE for Good, which are having our 39 listed companies being selected as well too. Next slide, please. Now we will be talking about at SEC. We try to drive about sustainability, about the capital market. We use 3 criteria. These criteria, first criteria is about self-discipline. Second is about the market force. And thirdly, about regulatory discipline. I would like to begin one criteria each time. Self-discipline, it means that the company conduct the operations and drive this issue. The SEC, our job is to drive to encourage each listed companies to drive sustainability themselves. First off is that we came up with CG code as a pathway for the committee. So the more important thing about this, of the tone from the top, As I mentioned, if the top does not move, the bottom will never move. This is the reason why the committee must emphasize and give importance and focus on this issue and assign to the management so that the management can proceed forward according to the policy. And there's also an audit committee that will also monitor if the company is proceeding according to the strategy. This is the policy. This is important. Secondly, is a market force. Market force, from the perspective from the SEC, for our driving force, is that we got an I code. This I code is about the pathway of how to invest of listed companies, or a pathway of how to invest in companies that are consider about sustainability. Therefore, the companies that have to announce their intention that they'll use I-code about 70 companies. As of now, you can see that if a company desires to have capital from those investors, they may need to make a move and do some efforts on ESG and concentrate about sustainable growth. This is about for market force. And the final topic is about regulatory discipline. This is 2022, this first year that the SEC has enforced or made it mandatory for all listed companies to use the report, the annual report, or 56-1 that you are familiar with. In this year, 56-1 report, which is about the combination, the one report about sustainable growth into the report as well. Then the companies, you must be disclosing about your strategies that is related to sustainability. This is the methodology that the SEC is driving sustainability. Next slide. Next, this is about the slide about the plans of the SEC that we try to drive or encourage on the capital market, that is a sustainable capital market. There are 6 topics in together that is about the constant development about all about parties and the aspect in the capital market. The first topic is is fundraising or fundraiser, or you can say it this way, that is an issuer, the companies that actually issue out these assets. It means that one report that we try to disclose about sustainable growth, the strategy of the company that ponders or is aware of sustainability. Now, next slide. Come back to this slide. Okay. Therefore, when it comes to from the SEC, besides enforcing the company, encouraging these companies to disclose, but we also encourage capacity building. We have trainings of listed companies, creation of manuals and guidelines to show about these guidelines. Next is about on the investor side. Investors, I have mentioned what's called I-code, which is from the investors overall, right? So we call I-code for PVD, which on this aspect, this also incorporates about investors from PVDs that considers about sustainable growth as well. And on this aspect, the SEC, we're trying to encourage that PVD for all listed companies adopt and apply for I-code for PVD. Next is about the product itself. The product, as the SEC, we have made our criteria about how to raise capital. Raising capital, there are 2 groups. First group is about bonds, which is social bonds, green bonds, and sustainability bonds. This group is called use of proceeds. This group is about capital raising for applying this capital for projects for sustainability. Next group, we call this group as sustainability linked bond. Sustainability linked bond, the difference is that the sustainability linked bonds, it may not be necessary from using capital for projects on sustainability, but the company that issues out these bonds must have a KPI and a goal that is related to sustainability. Let me give you an example. If a company wants to issue out a bond for SLB, they may actually issue out, came up with a KPI like decrease carbon emissions this year, or the decrease or the increase in the use of renewable alternative energy, right? So if they can reach this, these KPIs will also impact the interest rates as well. If they cannot achieve what they promise, interest rates may be higher. But if they can do it, we may decrease the interest. These kind of bonds, as you can see, is an opportunity for companies that they never had any projects relating to sustainability directly, but they may have some intention that they want to do something about sustainability. These kind of bonds is an option that they can raise capital. Next, I want to discuss is about taxonomy. What is taxonomy? Taxonomy is about to defining and separating into groups of sustainability. On this aspect may be used for regulators that to apply to separate for sustainability to come up with policies that be in parallel with sustainability directly. And the benefits to those issuers or those to issue all these securities that are not misintent of their policies. So to put in layman terms is that taxonomy is to prevent greenwashing, in which many companies overseas have many kind of these cases. Often they try to this project is green, but in truth it's not, and they aren't considered about the environment. So taxonomy, the SEC, we have been playing a role from the taxonomy at the regional level, at the ASEAN level, in the SEC. Our participation with the National Bank of Thailand and the taxonomy from the ASEAN that will use for the financial sector entirely. As our president, we have drafted out the first copy, and through now is through the proofreading and many amendments for draft number 2 to be coinciding with the needs of ASEAN. As in Thailand, SEC has created a working group with the National Bank of Thailand and other departments and even CT to create the local taxonomy for the Thai context. As of now, it's in the proceeds, and soon we'll be announcing taxonomy within next year. Next is another key actor that does the role of taxonomy is external reviewers. External reviewers are the auditor or the person who's auditing. The importance of this person is about to issue out a bond. They might have this person, to guarantee that there is a disclosure according to standards. Are there business operations in accordance on the social or green segments? This is something that is part of the SEC is trying to promote. As of now, as of present, the external reviewer in Thailand, which is the local context, we have 2 companies, which is the SEC. We try to encourage further, so we have even more external reviewers in the future. Next is about bulletin platform. The bulletin platform, our intention is to create visibility on the bonds that for sustainability. So we have to, in partnership with Thai VMA, to create such a platform with the intent to be a center for all the bonds for sustainability, so that for the public to be informed and that they have the bonds for security, how much we issued it and who issued it. And in the future, the SEC, we have our project, which is our product data platform, which is the data about the bonds or for sustainability. And we also the fund for sustainability, or even a manual of operations. So put instead, we call it going to be a one-stop service for all the information and data of all products for sustainability. Finally, that the SEC has been conducting is about cooperation with all parties. It's both internally, domestically, or overseas. We will be in cooperation. It may be creation of working groups or even sharing knowledge or know-hows from overseas here too, or from both from the UK or from ABB or even from the World Bank. We will be incorporating this efforts continuously. Next, I want to mention about the one report that I have touched upon a little bit. One report of the intent is about the listed of all the annual activities. This data is about the company information, about the public intent or the risk of the company, and MD&A. As many of you probably have seen this before, you're familiar with this, but 56.1 report, what we addition, is about to the disclosure of policies and objectives and goals of the company's sustainable goals, or even the direction and strategy of the company, and also the disclosure of managing the impacts of their stakeholders in the value chain of the company to see the impact, the relationship from upstream to downstream. And this also includes about the managing of the risk in sustainability on environmental factors. This will also include about the disclosure about greenhouse gas emissions of the company. And finally is about the disclosure of about managing social, or to put in layman terms, is about human rights. For the company, they must be concerned about human rights as well. Next slide. When we promote a 56.1 report, the SEC, we have methods of promoting. First off is we try to host seminars or creation of manuals, even discussion with all the board members of the companies, that the importance of disclosure of how important is it and how it impacts about the growth of the company. One thing that we have been assisting on was about the fees that will have to be issued to the SEC. You can use that as a deduction, about no more than 50,000 baht, for actually to hire an auditor to look at to review the greenhouse emissions of the company. We even have an I code to drive those investors to select companies that have good ESG. And finally, it's about that our efforts to the board is that from the top downwards to every company. Next slide. Next is about sustainability, sustainable financial products. As I have informed you, is that there are bonds. Beside bonds, there's also funds as well, like carbon funds or SRI funds, sustainable and investing funds. As of now, these products in the capital market, this is about it. The product in 2022 is about that we raise capital more than 400 billion baht, which means that the bonds is quite very popular for the issuers. And the issuer, there are many characteristics. It could be the government, which is government bonds for sustainability, or even public corporations, even the banks. Government house and even the private sectors that have interest in about raising capital with the projects for sustainability as well. Next slide. Now I want to discuss about external reviewers that I touched upon previously. With the criteria when we issue bonds, there are two groups: green bonds, sustainability bonds, and social bonds. These groups, with the criteria, we won't enforce as a mandatory as an external reviewer to review, but it will be driven by market forces. Every issue, since the inception, they will have to hire an external reviewer because it will encourage investors to have trustworthiness, reliability, and assure the investors that the capital raised will be actually used in that project. Another group that our external reviewer that we use is about sustainability bond, or my apologies, sustainable linked bond, the SLBs. It means that it's mandatory to have an external reviewer. The external reviewer, why is it necessary? As I have informed you, why issuing an SLB, you must have a KPI that the company must challenge oneself, that you will have to develop itself about sustainability, which on this point the company can review internally. It may not be transparent. Therefore, this is why you must have a third party to verify that in the end that the company has reached the criteria or not. On this aspect, as you can see, that external reviewer has an important role to play If you ask, does SEC have a role in encouraging this? I will tell you that SEC, we have created capacity building to develop the local external reviewer within Thailand. We have invited the World Bank trainers and to train us to give us information for as if you want to be an external reviewer. And we had a very tremendous good support. And we got local external reviewers as well. We have 2 companies. On another aspect, let's jump to about disclosure about 56/1 report. The external review, what are the roles? As have touched upon, is that the person who's review about carbon gas emissions, the external reviewer on this aspect will be the one who's responsible in reviewing about carbon emissions about 56/1 report. Next slide. Now, what I want to touch upon is about in the future, it is close to us at hand. In the future, I would like to inform you, IFRS, they have created ISSB, or International Sustainability Standard Board, which is the ISSB. As of present, we have created a consultation paper there, or the standards about disclosures with 2 reports. The first report is about disclosing information that is related to finances that will touch about to sustainability. The second report is about disclosure about information about that touch upon climate. If you ask, creating such standards, what are the benefits? This standard, I just want to tell you that it will be a pathway to disclose information about sustainability for investors that they can use to compare. If they have one single standard, right? It means that investors can compare, benchmark between companies and see the difference. So why do we need to create such initiative, and how is it related to companies? When it comes to climate, because it really impacts because physical risk, which impact directly, such as the changes under global temperature, right, or transition risk. They be resulted from the amendments of policy and laws within our country that will concerns about the climate changes. There is cost of fund that will occur if a company needs to comply, or even improving performance that will happen. On this aspect, this is the reason why that the company must disclose information, especially for the investors to be acknowledged about. Disclose how much. So if you disclose, first thing is about governance and managing. Secondly is about the strategy that the company uses in managing their efforts in climate change, and is about managing about risk. And finally is about the KPIs or the index and the evaluation or the goals of the targets of the company. So as of now, what do companies need to prepare, or what do they need to do? ISSB. I would like to tell you this is that as of now we have not an official announcement yet, but there is a tendency that's going to be applied soon. So those who are related, you may have to review your standards to prepare yourself for the future. You have to disclose. Now, everything that I have been touching upon this presentation is about the driving force by the SEC to encourage about sustainability in the capital market. And if you asked, when you want to drive and encourage these efforts to occur as a regulator, you can only do at a certain extent. But the mechanism in the capital market, if you want to drive this to initiate it to happen, it must require the collaboration and cooperation of stakeholders in the capital market, or even the company, or even the auditors that may have to be related to about disclosing information about the company. So every party must take part and take a role in driving this, because if no one does it, you won't be successful. This is a topic that everybody needs the cooperation and drive forward together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's clear, because sustainability is playing a role in the lives of accountants. But as of today, it's in the one report, which is going to play a part which is outside the financial report. But when there is an announcement of these two translated documents that he has mentioned, but 56 and 52 that I have mentioned earlier, it will be coming into our financial budget because these two are the standards of financial reportings. Because our committee, we have prepared about this issue for quite some time. We have translated it already as in the processes of proofreading, and we are waiting for IFS to announce it's the final version. Once they announce it, once it's official, it will become the standard, applied immediately. And for those that are interested, our plans is that we're going to have a plan of these two documents, I think around in November. So follow up for any updates because you're going to live with it because you are, if you have a role associated to it. That is for the capital market, the top market for public listed companies, which is the SEC, plays an important role as a key player. Now, when you talk about the other companies out there, sustainability, how does it play a role? Under your responsibility, you have to listen from the Revenue Department. Many of you are probably waiting to hear from him. So the Revenue Department, how did they know? And what did the roles they play? Hello everyone. I'm from the Revenue Department, and I'm going to speed up a little bit to catch up in time here. When it comes to the Revenue Department and the sustainability, we're clear. It means that sustainability, when it's about commerce or even income or sustainable revenue, the objective of the Revenue Department is not about only income only, or not money only, but the objectives of the state. How we can play a role into supporting, such as the benefits or even the driving impetus in the economy and society. Everything. First off, I would like to share an overview of you is about our context of our treasury. As you can see, issues about the risk of the treasury or even surpluses. So as you're quite far that the risk of the surplus in the treasury, but our strength or our weaknesses. But you see this pie graph, you can see that the revenue from the state is about 65%. Is collected from the Revenue Department, which is related to all of you here, which is the auditors and the accountants here. And secondly, is from the Excise Department. The Excise Department are taxes on alcohol, which is like beer, petrol, fuel, even cars, automobiles. There's about 3 or 4 examples. Thirdly, is from state enterprises. Or even derivatives, dividends, shares, right? They're about 6%. Next is it's getting smaller. It's from the Customs Department. It's only 3.5%. But the Customs Department transformed the department. As of now, they will be responsible as border protection with other agencies, in cooperation with other 30 agencies, and 4.9%. From this pie chart, you can see that the Revenue Department is that the Revenue Department. How many employees do you have? Revenue is about more than only 10,000 employees, and they oversee about 70 million people, and 600,000 companies. The one that does not culture multinationals. So I'm telling you the truth that the Revenue Department cannot be responsible. But we need the assistance from you, accountants and auditors, to help us to be the upstream, to be the one who's responsibility for the financial reports correctly and assured. So as of today, your jobs, you are the Revenue Department within the companies, because we can't oversee everyone who have to pay tax. This is the overall picture of the Treasury Department and your objective and the objectives of the revenue. A mission of the Revenue Department is that we want to be a department or agencies to be transparent, right? Integrity, innovation, and fiscal stability. As for instance, you're driving in the steering wheel, you're not driving only alone in the car, you're driving the passengers, you guys, accountants and auditors. When you're having you in the same car, if we have a goal that we want to get there, and the goal is that, okay, we say that we have three things, is that to be accurate, to the heart, and do it right. As you can see in the first picture, we all 65%, right, from revenue department. Just imagine if we can't revenue tax, who else can help us? But it's hard to find any assistance. Me, we actually add into any tertiary policies, such as the public death, for instance, which may be an issue for a problem in a long term. So collecting tax to the current point to the target tax collection is not only from the Treasury Ministry, Treasury only, but our next objective is about the tax policies. We want a tax policy that is accurate and to the point to drive the economy and society. A good tax policy, you don't have to issue out a lot of policies. Why do revenue department coming as issues? Why do you have many amendments? It's kind of tiresome to follow up because in truth, the revenue department, they want a policy that is beneficial to society and the country, and people use it a lot. When it comes to monetary policy and fiscal policy, right, we often see is that must be interrelated together. But lately, is that when it comes to monetary issues or fiscal policies, is that when it comes to low interest rates, the impact is that the fiscal issues maybe have limitations. But when it comes to policies on treasury, when there is flexibility about it, it means that you can look at in a variety and diverse view, and we can actually adjust the structure of the economy and to adapt with the changes of the world. Therefore, the treasury policies, not only about ESG, maybe undergo about financial policies in taxation. As you can see directly, how the world is going direct when it comes to ESG. We can say begin with about capital raising, as the SEC have mentioned. We have emphasized on such bond, green bonds, blue bonds. It depends. It's coming. The private sector is demanding this from us, and in the meantime, CDMs or even the mechanism of climate change or carbon mechanisms or the development mechanism or CDMs, after not discussing for quite some time, once it's coming back, it's coming here soon and coming true. CDM that will be occurred, the revenue department may actually have to tax exempt it for the income of carbon credits, for instance, or even give benefits for like planting trees, or even when you write down about your income on the social impact, have society as being partners or in co-create of other policies with using the tax mechanisms to help drive that, or even for you can take part in donations, because we have e-donations that you can donate and will be directly to your expenses or just fill in the form electronic format. So any policies that is directed directly and will drive the forward movement of the country, like green economy or circular economy. We often see that tax policies may be important tools of changing this country. Thirdly, that our goal that we really want is about the services that are direct. We want to decrease the amount of hours that you need to wait for the actions of the revenue department, right? So we want to have tax services that is digitalized. I think that the pathway is clear. It's so clear that we have to go to digital. And you have to come with us too. We have to come hand in hand, because we are the early starters, early adopters, as in our one of the UI, the user interface that experimented with digitalization. We learned from the user experience from you guys in filling out these forms electronically or digitally. So this is from the point of view from the revenue department. We understand that if we're driving on this road and you guys are passengers and we are driving and we're the same goal, what are the things that we're going to meet? Well, we're going to see obstacles. We're going to see a lot of obstacles that once in this journey with you. The major obstacles that are challenging us, well, there's about technical disruption. I want to inform that the revenue department, maybe the tax authority, we are a state enterprise, but we are disrupted as well. We are disrupted with like what? In the past, we used to collect tax for a group of that group, right? They not actually the people who actually have to pay revenue and tax to us anymore. We have the structure or the demography of society has changed tremendously. We have found that in Japan, compare Japan and Thailand, Thailand has an aging population, 1 of the 5. You look left or right, or someone in the elderly or senior citizens. The structure of how we collect tax have changed. not only about the PID in tax or for the income, for individual income, or every kind of income in the future. So we have to change the way, or even benefits and assistance to society, that so society can thrive forward. Now, let's talk about the impact about the mission that we have overseas too. As of now, the revenue or even the world of tax, accountancy, the standard is similar to reporting and accountancy overseas too. Same thing too. In the world of taxation has been converted, and it has been attracted and pulled into us together. This is why the world in the tax world has the same. Whatever issues we have in Thailand, overseas they're facing the same problem too. We got issues about the tax base, right? It's going to go to the web. Like Pillar 1, this is about the derivatives that's given. Pillar 2, or global minimum tax, and then Pillar 1, Pillar 2 has turned to be coming forefront, upstage, and the spotlight is there. This is the job of the revenue department and the tireless hours that we have to understand the modules. We have drafted this out already and completed, but we have to have further study of when it comes to derivatives, dividends to companies overseas. Furthermore, we have to be encountering about exchanging of data and information overseas about EOI or AOI, exchange of information systems, which is country by country report. There's so many issues that, as accountants, that you must be informed of the rules and regulations that are coming to here in our doorsteps. And the final challenge that you can see is about the behavior change. When you talk about marketing, right, it's kind of hard about changing customer behavior, right? But when it comes to taxation, changing our customer behavior is so fast. Let me compare it about in the history. When you go walk in a shopping mall, as you can see, everybody's shopping online through the mobile phone. Or even for you, or even the revenue department may not even know that the person who you're purchasing from, do they have a permanent establishment? Is it brick or mortar? Or where can you tax from who? Right? In the past, we used to TV like public television, like 35 channels 5, 10, 7, right? Or even go to or the cinemas. That's how the ways, the methodology that how the revenue department had collect tax had changed through as multinational companies, and this is uncertain that a country that is the headquarters of that company operating in Thailand, can we collect tax from them? Because there are mechanisms that are in place that have been driving behind the scenes. And during this journey, as we were driving, we see so many obstacles that we tried to evade. We found that the changing behaviors of our customers and consumers, there are many changes in the tax structures that we were able to collect. Let me give you an example. We had to issue out new tax lists, like e-services. Do you often hear? It has to come back to the value-added tax. It was a reverse back. Furthermore, the growth is growing in trajectory that's really fast. So we began from October 1 last year. The things that we learned, that we have laid out a goal that we reflected a goal about, maybe about 6 or 7 billion within 1 year of collecting revenue, right? But within half a year, we were able to collect tax beyond our goals. This is about tremendous growth, the drastic changes within the same or in the digital economy. COVID is one of the factors that changed the revenue department and the world of taxation. It may be both the obstacle and an opportunity at the same time. Opportunity with COVID, it enabled the taxation world unfold and unfold. It step into the digital world, transition to the digital so fast. So the capability why we transition from conventional to the digital world in the revenue department, because we have many services of digital services by the revenue department. It begins with e-registration. As of present, you no longer need to register your VAT at the revenue department, you can just do the Department of Development, Business Development. Let's go back about 20 years ago, 2 decades ago. If someone wanted to submit an electronic format, people were quite fearful. Wait a minute. If you submitted that, it will be easy to be recorded, or will you be red flagged or something, right? But 90% these days of PIT tax has been submitted through the revenue department by electronically. Only a few percentage that people still, do it traditionally by paper format. And then we have a BITAX account. It means that iTax account, it means that you can look at the historical tax submissions, right? And e-donations that enable you to donate the amount and to any foundations or charity network, and then to ensure that that charity is receiving your donations. And there's also e-payment is another initiative that the Revenue Department, in collaboration with other parties, many other parties, incepted about 6 to 7, 8 years ago, and then we finally bear fruit during COVID. And there's always services that I think is quite a flagship services like e-tax, like invoice, receipt, holding tax, and e-stamp. And in the future, I think making your life will be easier. You don't have to buy like 2 baht stamps, 5 baht stamps, everything done electronically. And we use all these processes from the back office, front door to the electronic. We transitioned into digitalized, or even confiscating assets, for instance. It's going done digitally now. In the future, there are many new initiatives electronically, as in reviewing, auditing, like web scrapping, or even assistance for if you are an auditor or an accounting, you have an e-tax agent. It means that you may have to submit, disclose your client's information electronically, or many assisting tools that we're about to come up with. E-tax dimension is about the changes about the revenue profits account per account that will be calculated by tax and help you to review. All these initiatives will show to you that there is a massive revolution in the revenue department, especially the usage of data. When it comes to tax, there's a term that we use in the industry is that without data we have nothing. That's a motto. So the most important thing in the revenue department is about data. For me, I am an accountant in the revenue department. I have to learn about data science. I have to educate myself about data lake, data mining, and data analytics. You, as an accountant, you will have to face these kind of challenges in technology. And when you have diverse skills and the knowledge that interdisciplinary skills, you have to understand about disclosing data governance, about assurance of data, and your hypotheses. This is the changing world that is happening in front of your eyes, and the world of taxation has changed too. Right, and even the way you audit, the methodology we audit changes too. It depends on risk management, which nonetheless, all these risks are calculated to seek about which are the factors of risk. Maybe an individual, for instance, if you are an accountant, your business may have the initial profits and the net profits, right? Why is your tax structure so different from others in the industry? These are some things that you must be curious, that you must evaluate the risk continuously. The revenue department don't have much expectations with you only. We have our internal changes like design thinking, or agile, or dashboards and adjustments about internal efficiencies. One thing that all these our initiatives, we did everything with the intent that people to use, because you guys are, as accountants or auditors, you guys are holding a key to open these tools. You are holding a key to open to a door, that you open the door and you meet a lot of people that pay tax, right? That we want to reach out. So if you ask, what can accountants do or help in the revenue department be sustainable? You are our partners when paying tax or collecting tax, and to stability of the Ministry of Treasury to be a fact. But there are some things that we encounter, such as corruption in tax, about in the revenue department, for instance, or even whitewashing or cooking the books, or even many multiple accounts. I can tell you with full confidence that many multiple accounts has been lessened. Our country is getting better on this aspect, but when on the dimension, the facet that I'm responsible for is about to, as a controller or regulator, on about anything that about the violation of the professional standards of accountancy. I have a lot of so much work in my hands, but there are so many complaints and so many reports that is happening when it comes to the misconduct of auditors or many accountants. But in the end of the day, as the Revenue Department, our job is in collaboration with all of you. And thank you for the Federation of Accountancy that you are the center authority in the SRO in overseeing those accounting professionals and collaborating closely. And this will encourage with confidence that we as accountant professions, we can be proud that we have did our job with integrity for the benefit of this country. And finally, what you can do and what you can create a benefit for this country, I want you to try to test the electronic version of all the tools that multiple tools that I have presented to you, because in the end of the day, this world is going to this direction. I am a cook. I am a chef. I am mixing all these ingredients and I'm making a favorite dish, send it to you, and I want feedback to you. Taste it. Is it salty? Is it spicy? Is it sweet? Give me feedback. Is it beneficial? Because if you feel anything, be honest in your feedback so I can make improvements in the revenue department to be even more effective. And I hope that we can work together and partner together like this forever. Thank you. I have to send it to the moderator. That was clear from the perspective from the revenue department. It's faster, convenient, and with integrity. And your final quote is that before one of the things that you want to share, one of the things that the worry, the anxiety is for auditors. There is a question that may not be related about sustainability directly, but in the end, it comes back here, right, to the notion. If the committee have about a standard for auditors, such as the chambers of commerce, or even the quality of the accountancy professions, what can the revenue department do for anyone that foresees that if you can't guarantee that or can't certify this after auditing, because they followed the rules and regulations, and with the intent of the revenue department that we want to be a partner in all the accountants of this country, what is your intent to help? Let me tell you this way, the idea is fantastic. It's a good idea, and we have created a pilot project. And we want to accumulate the data that we have in hand, a lot of data, and they're filtered out of the accountancy department. And then you probably have a report or a letter from the revenue department if we encounter or a false or fake tax certificate, for instance, right? We began this year, right? So the tax we have informed as a warning that we found some issues with your accountant or with your customer base. As of now, I can't go down into the details. These are for those who have violated, and those for the auditors, okay, which is the final gate before reaching you, that are even to the revenue department. Now, if this department, if the committee sees that, it has a standard and you must be quite concise. So I want to ask, how would you reward as an incentive by the revenue department to have them, so like anything in the lines of, the tax returns faster? Well, I want to tell you about risk-based management. If you're an auditor, if you are a well-respected accounting agency, right, the risk of getting auditing is low compared to accounting firms that are not in the same level as you, right? So in our state of operations, is that to expand that? It's normal to be an audit, right? But no, you can't answer that because it depends on other factors of including the state national policy as well. But there's some issues that DBD, for instance, or even the Federation of Accountancy Professionals. Absolutely, once you have conducted this, there should be an incentive, a reward for those that are, being honest and having integrity in your profession. Because if you don't separate between reward and behaviors, I feel that to drive, and as you have mentioned, you want the others to help. Because 600,000 companies, and you have only 10,000 government officers, right? Yes, the private sector can help you, no matter what perception, right? I want to leave this with you, just for instance, if you have a co-collaboration project that we can, we call it a good dimension, a good start. Now, the time, you have 1 minute left. Let's put it this way. Anyone who has any questions, you probably can't ask this today because you're so far away watching or at home. You can submit your questions to the AFA or TFAC. Then we will bring your questions into our website and then we'll answer you backwards so that, you'll be more happy to bring it up on stage, right? We'll just type it after this conference due to the fact that this coming back to, oh my God, is 4:49. I think I have to end the session. I would like to thank you, our speakers. Thank you so much. I think the chairman needs to close. Well, I'd like to thank the keynote speaker Tejayakon, Tidun Desha, Kisada, Kitayashonkan, and Mr. Sade so much. And I want to invite the president of AFA to hand out the souvenir and take a group photo. Please come on stage.
Now we would like to invite all the speakers to take the group photos. I would like to ask all the speakers to turn your back to the audience so that we can take a photo with the audience. It will be our last time. Please, all the audience, stand up so that we can take the photos together.
สามารถยกมือร่วมถ่ายรูปได้เลยนะครับ
Can wave around.
อขอบคุณวิทยากร
Thank you all the speakers.
เดี๋ยวลำดับต่อไป
Next, allow us to set up the stage for a little while for our president to have their closing remark. Now we are coming to the end of today's session. Right now, I would like to invite Mr. Warawit Jantanakun, AFA President and TFEC President, to come up on the stage for the closing remark about the ASEAN accountants as enabler of sustainability in ASEAN.
To the former chairman of AFA Auditors, and the members of AFA and TFAC. Also, our honorable guests and audience, and those attending. We have reached to the end of this journey of this conference. I would like to inform all of you that today's event was the inception by we were honored to be the host of AFA on 2022 to 2023. So it means that we have 10 members, at least 2 years tenure. Thailand from 2017 for this next round is next 20 years. This is why I have brought sustainability as the main topic of this discussion as on this honorable moment as AFA president on this occasion. With the intent of all accounting professionals in this country and in the region to prepare when it comes to sustainability, which is a topic and this is something as of national and regional importance. This conference is about the empowerment of our stand of everyone, not only accountants, Thai accountants, but all accountants in the ASEAN region, with the intent to our goal and our target to conduct business sustainably. I hope that today all of you have been hearing the experiences and expertise of many speakers, the regulators, reporting internationally with the standards of sustainability that encompasses about disclosure information on sustainability. That will be necessary in investing without the limitations, not only about regional or the regions or any other topics from the private sector about the lessons learned, challenges, and success stories and innovations in applying strategy, sustainability, in adjusting, and also disclosing information about this sustainability, because we believe that all investors can use this information that has been created with full transparency in compliance with the standards to increase the value of the firm and the business. Moreover, we have been informed and educated by the carbon market at the global scale and Thailand domestically, which will be beneficial to the private sector and the stakeholders in the ASEAN region, which will be resilience from the impact of COVID-19 and the pandemic. When it comes to ethics, about to creating reports on sustainability, we saw the importance that the mindset or the ways of thinking in ethics will encourage about sustainable reports that will be reliable for the investors. It will reflect the roles, the important roles, the key players as accountants to support and drive change in sustainability at the firm level, organization level, and the international stage. On this occasion, I would like to thank you, all the keynote speakers from all sectors, to share your thoughts and ideas and your knowledge to all the participants here today for the entire 2 days, and the sponsors that enabled us to create such a conference, and we are so proud and make it grand. Moreover, there are so many of those statistics, such as the members of TFAC that dedicated so many hours in hosting, coordinating this event, to be proud that we are as professional accountants. Finally, I would like to thank all you honorable guests and the attendees and the participants, those who are here with us in the venue and those who are viewing us overseas by the online format, both domestically and overseas and internationally. This is you guys are the factors to our success. Finally, I would like to please follow suit and keep informed of the TFAC's announcements. And I hope that I will have the opportunity to host such an event and welcome you again by the TFAC in the future. Thank you once again. Till next time. Thank you.
ในโอกาสนี้ขอขอบพระ
I would like to thank you, Mr. Warawit Jentanakun, AFA President and TFAC President, for the closing address about the ASEAN Accountants as enabler of sustainability in ASEAN and the closing remarks. Finally, I want everyone to scan the QR code for the event surveys, and you will receive the thought back, and this will be the feedback for the organizers so that we could improve it for our future event. And for those participants who would like to receive the certificate of attendance from ALPHA, you can request so on this QR code as well. And we will do it right after you have done your feedback. Thank you everyone for joining this event, and we hope that this knowledge will be beneficial for you and your organization, and for all the auditors and accountants who have to collect CPD hours. You can scan the QR code once again on the screen or on the entrance, so that the TFAC would be able to collect your CBD hours. And before you're going back home, please receive some souvenirs from the TFAC at the registration zone. Right now, we are coming to an end, and thank you so much, and peace, travel safe.